If you were 2 weeks from high school graduation, what would you do? On April 20th, 1999, two 12th grade students had such an insane answer to this question that it still has the United States pondering. On that day, 17-year-old Dylan Klebold and 18-year-old Eric Harris entered Columbine High School and would stage a school shooting and attempted bombing, arson, a shootout with police, the mass murder of a dozen students and a teacher, and would wound 24 others before finally committing Odysseus in the school's library. The news lost their minds.
Two gunmen burst into Columbine High School.
High school shooting tragedy in Littleton, Colorado.
Deeply troubled young people.
The shooting grabbed the headlines, knocking the war in Kosovo off of the front pages.
Parents lost their minds. Christians lost their minds.
Marilyn Manson can walk into our town and promote hate, violence, suicide, death, drug use, and Columbine-like behavior. I can say, not without a fight you can't.
High schoolers across the country lost their minds. The students even got the cover of Time magazine. No, not those students. This is America, come on. Dave Cullen. So, when tragedy strikes and a whole nation, and even the world, is looking for answers, there's always going to be someone who writes a book about it. And while there are multiple books covering the massacre, Dave Cullen's Columbine, released April 6, 2009, was at one time the most popular, winning the Edgar Allan Poe Award and topping loads of Best of 2009 book lists. Even now, it's often read in schools and universities. The book was praised for seemingly thorough research and its graphic, colorful descriptions of the massacre and the events leading up to it. Plus, the endless claim that Cullen had been studying the Columbine case for 10 years was a huge selling point. It kind of gave readers confidence in the book's accuracy. He also promoted the then revolutionary-sounding theory that Klebold and Harris weren't victims of bullying at all, as had previously been reported, but that their actions were driven by something else entirely. In his opinion, the level of bullying they received was normal.
There was lots of bullying at Columbine. It was a high school in America. Did it have anything to do with driving these two boys to murder? I cannot find any evidence of that.
Cullen also laid the prime foundations for the now infamous Dylan was a follower narrative, which basically states that the massacre was Harris's idea, and he roped Klebold into it by taking advantage of Klebold's desire to die. The heart of this theory is based on the boys' posthumous psychological profiles, where Klebold was labeled a depressive and Harris a psychopath. I'll get more into those in a bit, but for now I'll just say they aren't the most conclusive diagnoses in the world because, you know, the patients were dead. But for whatever reason, Cullen was interested in painting this picture where Klebold was a reluctant killer, a lost, romantic hypergenius who was oversensitive and only wanted to kill himself, while Harris was an arrogant, manipulative, homicidal psychopath who was constantly taking advantage of people for his own gain. Even at the time it was published, Cullen's book got criticism for playing fast and loose with the facts of the case, and for a writing style that almost sounded like bullshit fanfiction at points. Just listen to this excerpt. On the ultimate high school scorecard, Eric outscored much of the football team. He was a little charmer. He walked right up to hotties at the mall. He won them over with quick wit, dazzling dimples, and a disarming smile. Said who? Exactly. What the fuck? But probably the most hilarious example of twisting facts is when Cullen describes the boys at a diversion center for juvenile delinquents. He claims that while their diversion officer was delighted with Harris and called him an easygoing man, she gave no such affectionate sign-off to Klebold. Quote, "And why wouldn't Andrea Sanchez like Eric more? Everyone did. Dylan was a gloom factory. The misery was self-fulfilling. Who wanted to hang around under that cloud all day?" What Cullen failed to mention is that there was an additional sign-off page for both boys, and Sanchez does praise Klebold, ironically for having a bizarre sense of humor that always made her laugh. Probably because of many inaccuracies like these, and its pretty faulty narrative, Cullen's book seems to be falling out of favor in more recent years. Bullied outcasts. Before Cullen's book, this is probably the first story you'd think of when you heard about Columbine. It's a pretty old storyline. The alienated and downtrodden find strength in unity and exact vengeance on those who wounded them, becoming the ultimate incarnation of everything they hated in their revenge. At least that's the story the media spun out. Add the high school element, video games, Nazism, and a million other easy scapegoats, and you have the third biggest story of the year. But was it actually true? Depending on what article you read, Klebold and Harris were either relentlessly bullied loners who had only each other as friends, or they got an average amount of bullying and were just as popular as anyone else. There's even a scattered opinion among actual staff, students, and parents of students that were there at the time. Frank DeAngelis, who was a principal at Columbine for over 15 years, testified before the Governor's Columbine Review Commission meeting and said that, quote, stories of a Columbine jock culture prone to bullying kids like Harris and Klebold was a myth, that there was no trenchcoat mafia, and that staff members didn't detect bullying or have any warning of what was to happen. Some coaches, teachers, and staff echoed these sentiments or refused to be interviewed at all. But there's a lot of testimony indicating that bullying actually was an issue. Patty Stevens, a special education teacher, said that bullying was rampant in 97 and 98, and that one of the jocks would pick on a student of hers. I saw how afraid and scared my special education kids were, she said. I mentioned it at staff meetings. I didn't get any response. They kind of blew me off. Betty Scholes, the aunt of Isaiah Scholes, one of the murdered students, testified that Isaiah would be harassed by the Trenchcoat Mafia, remember that name if you haven't heard it before, whom she described as, quote, a group of kids who harassed kids. They'd go down the halls harassing kids, making racial slurs, not just racial slurs, harassing people they didn't like. She also stated Isaiah went to the principal about it, but the principal said, we don't have those problems here. Val Schnurr, who was critically wounded in the massacre, told her mother there was bullying at the school over race and religion. According to a June 1999 Washington Post article, Columbine High School is a culture where initiation rituals meant upper-class wrestlers twisted the nipples of freshman wrestlers until they turned purple, and tennis players sent hard volleys to younger teammates' backsides. Sports pages in the yearbook were in color, a national debating team and other clubs in black and white. The homecoming king was a football player on probation for burglary. Stephen Green, father of a Jewish Columbine student, recalled how in fall of 1996, a 215-pound football player named Rocky Hofsnyder and another football player harassed his son Jonathan by singing about Hitler whenever Jonathan made a basket in gym class. He said the gym teacher, Craig Place, did nothing, and when Green confronted the principal and Jonathan's guidance counselor, they said, quote, this stuff can happen. They looked at me like I was a problem. Even though Hofsnyder ended up getting charged with harassment, he was still allowed to continue his football and wrestling classes at Columbine unchallenged. Hofsnyder and a group of athletes who wore white hats began to take over the school, according to parent Cecilia Buckner, and one of them, Anthony A. Pine, taunted student Andrea Harwick about her breasts twice. When she complained to the teacher, Tom Tonelli, he told her to just get another seat. Guess what? He was also the football and wrestling coach. The Trenchcoat Mafia, a group of students who typically wore black dusters, supposedly emerged when the less orthodox, less popular crowd decided to stand up to the jocks. There would be graffiti fights in the boys' bathroom between the two cliques, where one would write "Jocks rule" and the other "Jocks suck." A teacher's aide even suggested the school council might want to consider some new guidelines to curb the bullying, but when she brought it up at a faculty meeting, she was ignored. So, Columbine is definitely sounding like a school of angels who shit rainbows and smell like sunshine.
Hey, Scotty. Jesus, man.
But how is it for Klebold and Harris specifically? Klebold and Harris met and became friends in 7th grade, and because they were often seen together, some of their other friends described them as inseparable. They were jeered at and called gay by some students. Things got even worse when they were in the gym for phys ed. Eric had a mild physical deformity, pectus excavatum, which makes your chest indent as if you were poked by a pyramid. He'd had surgery to somewhat correct it, so it probably wasn't that noticeable, but some students, especially jocks, would make fun of him over it, to the point where Eric refused to take off his shirt in the gym. One student, whose name has been redacted, said he made fun of Eric for having a big head on a skinny body, while another student, also named redacted, said he teased Eric relentlessly because he sucked at sports. Eric was apparently even held down by several students and bashed in the face with a volleyball after he won a game. Dylan Klebold also got teased in the gym. According to basically all the students there, he was tall, lanky, and badly coordinated. One student, Josh Chavez, said everyone made fun of Dylan in class and even called him Stretch because he was so tall, and a redacted student said they called Dylan the Jolly Green Giant. Apparently he was so bad at wrestling that even when he got matched with an equally scrawny kid, he still managed to lose. In his journal, Klebold wrote, The asshole from gym class, how he worries me. I think he was using the more literary definition of worry, as in he bothers me, rather than he makes me nervous. Anyway, later Klebold and Harris started bowling classes for phys ed, and they continue to get teased there for their unconventional bowling styles. Klebold, who played Little League in middle school, pitched the bowling ball like a baseball, and Harris threw it like a basketball. Just think about that for a second. Like, holy shit, you can't make this up. Jocks would push students, both male and female, into lockers and call them fags and lesbians just for talking to Klebold and Harris. They'd also barricade hallways so students would have to take detours around them, something Harris and others didn't want to submit to doing, as you can see in this video. One student called school officials, claiming that the two had brought drugs into the school just so Harris and Klebold would be strip searched and humiliated. Brooks Brown, a friend of theirs, said, quote, "Once I was smoking cigarettes with Klebold and Harris when a bunch of football players drove by, yelled insults, and threw a glass bottle that shattered near Dylan's feet. I was pissed, but Eric and Dylan didn't even flinch. Don't worry about it, man," Dylan said. "It happens all the time."
The topic Columbine was it kind of varied between the wrestlers and the football team. There was a couple of guys who were at the top, whether out of fear or out of actually being cool or whatever. There were a couple of guys that were at the top because of that. There were a couple of girls who were at the top because of their situation, how they looked, the money they had, things like that, their grade point average and how much they obeyed the teachers, all that stuff. They were the bottom two kids in the entire school, not just out of the senior class. The entire school, they were the two uncoolest kids. So they were the losers of the losers, is the way to put it.
I was pushed against a locker one day by a football player at the school, and, because he saw me talking to Dylan, and he asked me, why are you talking to that faggot? You dyke? He was just throwing his weight around. He was just being a jerk.
Eric and Dylan did get this every day, and we all knew it. And we all talked about it, and we laughed about it because that's all you can do.
According to Chris Morris, member of the Trenchcoat Mafia and casual friends with Harris and Klebold, Eric was picked on for being short and reportedly was depressed about his height, while Dylan was picked on for looking odd and being taller than most people in his classes. Robert Perry, remember this name, he was later suspected of being a third shooter in the massacre, said that Eric was constantly taunted, picked on, and had food thrown on him in the cafeteria. A month before the massacre, he was followed around the hall by students who taunted, "The war is over, you can go home." He yelled at them, "Shut up, assholes." The boys were allegedly physically threatened, called dirtbags and inbreeds. Student Zach Johnston recalled an incident where Klebold and Harris, who Zach's friend referred to as Ramstein boys, were walking past when Zach's friend said something derogatory about Ramstein, one of Klebold and Harris's favorite bands. Eric Harris complained, "Every day you pass me and make fun of me saying Ramstein sucks. Why do you do this shit? What did I do to you?" The friend sarcastically replied, "Oh, you're so cool, man. You're my idol." Then Dylan came forward, seemingly to back up Eric, and although Johnston said that Klebold and Harris wouldn't have a chance in a fight, he still didn't want to get into it with them because he was, quote, "afraid of things they might do afterwards." Eric was a short, clean-cut looking kid, and Dylan was a very tall, skinny guy with messed up hair. He always wore the trench coat, a hat, and dark sunglasses. The bell rang and they left, and we went into class. That was the end of the confrontation. Johnston also thought Klebold and Harris were part of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Johnston was co-workers with another member of the TCM, a kid who Johnston said also got treated badly at school. If other members of this Trenchcoat Mafia were treated like my past co-worker, then this is their only motive for doing what they did a few days ago. They were two outcast kids that were constantly made fun of, and they finally snapped. What they were thinking before they performed this horror will never be conceivable to anyone. It had nothing to do with Doom or Quake, TV or movies. It was all pain inside their heads that they couldn't deal with. Some blame parents, other students, the NRA, or whatever. No, they weren't man enough to deal with their misfortunes, so they took the easy way out. He later says, "Throughout history, people report individuals who are crazy and socially unstable. Many murders come to mind. Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold were two completely unstable mental cases who were bound to act as they did from the start. So go ahead, blame the guns, the lack of metal detectors, the parents, the video games, the other students, the lack of religion in schools, or whatever your fancy, whatever makes you feel better. I implore you, take it from me. Laws are made logically to protect people, but what happens when people who are not logical exist in our world? This, you cannot run from it. According to Nathan Vanderoe, there was even a shit-throwing incident.
How are the kids, let's say the Trenchcoat Mafia kids, how are they treated?
Oh, man, they got picked on pretty good. They got a cup of fecal matter thrown at them, which was disgusting.
Senior Molly Welkser said that even teachers at the high school treated Klebold and Harris unfairly. Quote, "You know, you could always tell who were the teacher's favorites in class, and Dylan and Eric were not one of their favorites." She also said the woman who ran the school's computer lab picked on Klebold and Harris unjustifiably. She said they'd glare at this woman when this happened, but wouldn't do much else. Student Alyssa Setchler said while Harris loved his German class, he hated the teacher because she picked on him, Alyssa, and another student named Christy Epling. One of Dylan's teachers allegedly referred to him as a slacker who was unattractive to his peers, which, if it's true, was one of the most hilarious and absurd teacher's notes I've ever heard of. Like, I fail to see how that's in any way relevant to teaching. So yeah, healthy school environment, loads of fun. That said, according to most sources, the boys weren't exactly outcasts. While they were picked on by some for being weird, they, and particularly Klebold, had a decent amount of friends. Robin Anderson, a senior, reportedly had a crush on Klebold and begged him to go to the prom with her. Sarah Davis, a childhood friend of Eric's, exchanged emails and letters with him up until the day of the shootings. Some were under the impression that Klebold and Harris looked and acted weird because they wanted to be different and enjoyed the notoriety it gave them. Quote, "They had no school spirit and they wanted to be different," Randy Thurman, parent of a wrestler and football player, said of the killers. "Anyone who shows any kind of school spirit, any pride in the school, they're accepted." Judy Brown, mother of Brooks Brown, mentioned this incident when Dylan was in a restaurant with his mother.
Dylan had on his coat and those glasses. And as Sue looked around the restaurant, she thought people were uncomfortable and were afraid of him. And she said, "Dylan, people are afraid of you. With that on, you need to take it off." And he just smiled at her. I think when he got this coat, it's the first time he ever felt power in his life.
So, to conclude, while the situation at Columbine was definitely not ideal, I don't know if it was that much worse than most American schools at the time. Most schools then weren't really putting their feet down when it came to harassment, and before Columbine, it wasn't that unusual for a student to sneak a gun in his locker or something like that. It was kind of a wild, wild west compared to now, mainly because of how the massacre led to policy changes and, in general, a much more paranoid and alert approach to school security. The basement tapes. Easily one of the most infamous things about the Columbine case is a series of videotapes filmed in Harris and Klebold's homes explaining the rationale and motivation behind their upcoming massacre. Dubbed basement tapes by investigators since most of them were found in Eric's basement, the videos have never been released to the public in their entirety. In fact, no actual footage from the tapes have been released to the public at all. This has led to a lot of conspiracy theories and general eye-rolling, especially because the official reason for withholding the tapes, that they'll make people sympathize with the killers or inspire copycats, rings pretty hollow in the face of Columbiners who want to have a baby with the killers, and that over 17 school shootings have already been inspired by the massacre in some way. A partial transcript of the basement tapes is easy to find online, but it's not a direct transcript, and a lot of it just summarizes the actions and words of the killers. Here are some accounts from the few people allowed to see them, and reports on the rationale behind keeping them secret.
Families of Columbine victims come to the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department with a purpose: to watch the videos made by Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. It's a hard viewing to take. Some families, like that of Daniel Rohrbaugh, want a private viewing.
I'm at a loss to see what good this story was going to bring to the community or to the rest of us 2 weeks before Christmas.
But others stay to watch a condensed version of the 5 hours of tape.
It was all very bad.
Cassie Bernal's father says this image will stick with him, 2 teenagers who executed a deadly plan that could have been found out.
And moms and dads and brothers and sisters and friends needed to start taking these things seriously.
It makes me realize that we need to look deeper into the society's ills that we're creating kids like this.
Dale Todd's son survived.
Disgusting.
He agrees society has to look deep to cure this evil.
These were 3.8 GPA kids, and their behavior is disgusting.
This latest chapter in the Columbine tragedy takes an emotional toll just before the holidays, but for families hungry to know why, some say it needs to happen. Daniel Rohrbaugh's mother still wants to see the videos, no matter the pain they will cause her.
It's going to set me back several weeks, but it is something I have to know. I mean, for my own peace of mind, I have to know. I have to see these people. Yeah. And then I'll process it, and then we'll move on from there.
Now remember, the sheriff here was ordered by the state Supreme Court to make a call on what evidence should be released or not. He says the documents are fine, but those videos is a different story. He says those so-called basement tapes of the gunman, well, releasing those could have devastating consequences.
When I first saw them, I found them very disturbing.
Jefferson County Sheriff Ted Mink says releasing the so-called Harris and Klebold basement tapes would be playing right into the killer's hands.
There was no doubt about it that they wanted to be memorialized with the release of these tapes. And certainly be a martyr to other individuals thinking about this.
The possibility of copycat crimes played heavily in Mink's decision not to release the videos.
It was a model for carrying out school shootings. It was very instructional.
Mink says the tapes make it clear that Harris and Klebold fed off each other, and those tapes could possibly encourage someone else.
If one individual is thinking about this and doesn't have a Harris or Klebold to feed off of, these tapes could be that second person.
Mink knows some victims' families had hoped to learn something from the material, but he believes the tapes offer nothing more than a call out to other troubled teens.
They even talk about their ghosts coming back after they're gone and being in video games.
We saw the basement tapes. They're tapes made in Eric's basement and Dylan's room, but it's Eric's basement essentially, so they're called the basement tapes.
The 3-hour tape has only been shown once, at the beginning of the investigation. Those who saw it were deeply affected.
That hit me in the basement tapes was the fact that Eric is running his gun, called Arlene, over a pile of pipe bombs, back and forth. And he's talking casually, and Dylan said, I believe he said, my uncle is going to be really upset. And he's talking about a Jewish holiday. And Eric says to him, you're Jewish? And Dylan says, yeah. And he starts saying, I think he starts saying half or fourth, and he starts, and then I think for a second there he thinks, Eric's going to turn on me. It's just a very strange thing. And then, I don't know, Eric says something like, wow, that's too bad.
Here are a few parts I found interesting from the transcripts. Harris complains about how many times he had to move and how he could never gain respect because he always had to start at, quote, the bottom of the ladder in each new school. Klebold is annoyed about being treated like, quote, the runt of the litter by his extended family and how his popular older brother Byron would always rip on him. Harris says he's purposely staying away from his family so, quote, there won't be any bonding and this won't be any harder to do. Later he says, quote, my parents are the best fucking parents I've ever known. My dad is great. I wish I was a fucking sociopath so I didn't have any remorse, but I do. This is going to tear them apart. They will never forget it. There's nothing you guys could have done to prevent any of this. There's nothing that anyone could have done to prevent this. No one is to blame except me and vodka. Our actions are a two-man war against everyone else. Klebold talks about how his parents taught him to be self-reliant and independent and says, I appreciate that. The boys complain about the cold weather and say snow is gay. Klebold and Harris, quote, discuss coming back as ghosts to haunt the survivors, to create flashbacks from what we do and drive them insane, Eric tells the camera. And, probably the most infamous quote from the tapes, we are, but we aren't psycho. A brief excerpt of the basement tapes was leaked by Daryl Scott at a victim's press conference around Christmas 1999.
Yeah.
Now, a lot of people think the basement tapes should be released already, that everything truly disturbing related to Columbine has already been released, and that there can't be anything on the basement tapes so horrible that the public shouldn't be allowed to see them. But according to the FBI, they are that dangerous. Here's what they had to say in their official statement regarding them. Quote, "The tapes could be viewed by some as a call to arms. Harris and Klebold characterize their situation as war and exhort others to commit similar acts. The tapes are instructional and provide their audience with blueprints for this lethal school shooting. They provide guidance as to obtaining, concealing, and transporting weapons. They allow the viewer to identify personally with the shooters, hearing and seeing what they were experiencing and feeling in the time virtually leading up to the morning of the shooting. What they report experiencing appears as if it is thrilling and empowering for them. The content of their discussions are dynamic and extreme in tone, but tempered in emotion. While Harris and Klebold appear to fuel each other's violent fantasies as they ratchet up their rhetoric, enthusiasm, and commitment to their intended plans for violence, neither of them engages in what could be considered maniacal ranting and raving. They do not appear to be psychotic or delusional. There is no evidence either Harris or Klebold is experiencing hallucinations. They appear to be oriented in place and time. They do not appear to be intoxicated or under the influence of drugs, even though they appear at times to take sips from a bottle of whiskey. They do not slur their words, appear forgetful or lethargic. They discuss their intended violence and the justification for this violence in a lucid, coherent, persuasive, and logical manner. Their presentation style and the content of their discussions are a powerful combination which very likely will make an impact on some adolescents. Throughout the videotapes, Harris and Klebold can appear articulate, mature, intelligent, witty, and even insightful to the target audience. The messages in their conversations are clear and direct. At times, they look directly into the camera and talk to the viewer. Some who view these tapes could feel that they are actually part of these discussions. Harris and Klebold personalize their discussions with the viewer while emphasizing or explaining a particular point. This third-party involvement in the conversations makes these tapes even more compelling. Their discussion of violence and killing others, together with their rationalizations and justifications for this behavior, are done with a unique style of dark humor, which could be appealing to vulnerable adolescents. Harris and Klebold appear to enjoy being in front of a camera discussing their feelings and intended actions. However, there is a noticeable absence of any reality check between them, and there is no tempering or questioning of each other's extreme ideation and plans for violence. Harris and Klebold's perception of the finality of their intended actions, including their own deaths, appears distorted and unrealistic. They joke about remaining around as ghosts to haunt the living or becoming actual players within a violent video game. Death is glamorized and fantasized as a positive alternative to a life they describe as pure hell on earth. This message could certainly resonate with other adolescents experiencing suicidal as well as homicidal ideations. Harris and Klebold make a very prophetic proclamation that, because of their actions, they will be remembered forever. Seeking attention and fame are two of the commonly noted motivators for school shootings. Therefore, the idea that one could achieve a similar degree of infamy even after death could also inspire others. Eric Harris specifically talks about not having to worry about his future, final exams, going to college. This freedom from worry about the future is also a theme that other similar thinking adolescents could relate to because of their personal experiences with adolescent stressors and anxieties. The fact that these messages will be presented by the most successful school shooters in U.S. history, now essentially from the grave, would give them an additional macabre degree of influence. This aspect could be particularly problematic with the potential lone shooter who, having lacked a partner to his schemes and fantasies, now has found a surrogate partner in the tapes. It is the opinion of the BAU that if these tapes are released, it is inevitable that they would immediately become available to any person through the internet or other forms of mass communication. There would be no control or ability to monitor the impact of these tapes on those individuals, particularly adolescents who are vulnerable, angry, depressed, isolated, and/or contemplating similar acts of violence. Once released, these tapes could be modified for any purpose the viewer might have, and repeated exposure to them in part or in whole could be sufficient to influence someone looking for the knowledge, justification, or encouragement to act out violently. Now, is it just me, or is an assessment like this literally just making the basement tapes seem more powerful and alluring than they probably actually are? It's like they almost want them to have this mythological status. Just doesn't make sense to me. But anyway, the FBI allegedly destroyed the tapes in 2011, though most people agree that there's still existing copies that may just never see the light of day. Marilyn Manson. After Columbine, people were desperate to figure out what could have caused two seemingly nice kids from the suburbs to blast their school to pieces, and at the forefront of loads of media blamed for Klebold and Harris's actions was Marilyn Manson, one of the most shocking rock acts of the day. He'd already been courting controversy on purpose, but even he drew the line at being blamed for a school shooting.
I definitely can see why they would pick me, because I think it's easy to throw my face on a TV, because I'm, in the end, sort of a poster boy for fear, because I represent what everyone's afraid of, because I do and say what I want.
If you were to talk directly to the kids at Columbine or the people in that community, what would you say to them if they were here right now?
I wouldn't say a single word to them. I would listen to what they have to say, and that's what no one did.
Manson canceled some parts of his tour out of respect after the tragedy, and most people who weren't die-hard Christians or frightened moms sympathized with his position. The argument that art inspires violence is a very old chicken or the egg type argument that's been raging for hundreds of years, though I'd say anyone with an ounce of artistic leaning or who enjoys anything fun generally agrees that people's decisions are their own and you can't blame art as the main driving factor. Besides, contrary to media reports, the killers were likely not even fans of Manson's music at the time of the massacre, and in fact may have held Manson in contempt. Harris in particular thought he was a corny poser. As for Manson, his class in handling the situation helped his reputation, as it showed he had a depth of character that people who weren't his fans hadn't seen before, though ironically in later years he would blame the controversy for his lagging career and rapidly dropping record sales. Doom. Another scapegoat of the Columbine massacre was good old video games. It wouldn't be the first time violent video games were blamed for acts of juvenile delinquency, and certainly not the last. And while all video games the killers liked came under fire, for example, 1992's Mortal Kombat, none got attacked more than Doom, which was infamously a special favorite of Eric's. He references it all the time in his journals and on his website, and made his own WODs, or levels. He says the massacre will be like the LA riots, the Oklahoma bombing, World War II, Vietnam, Duke Nukem, and Doom all mixed together. He even suggests in his notes, "I have a goal to destroy as many as possible, so I must not be sidetracked by my feelings of sympathy, mercy, or any of that. So I will force myself to believe that everyone is just another monster from Doom, like FH or FS or demons, so it's either me or them. I have to turn off my feelings." You can just imagine what the media did with that.
Oh my god, Doom turned off his emotions, it's mind control. We've got to save the children from these evil video games.
Predictably, the shooter's love of Doom was plastered all over the media, and the game, which was already mired in controversy for being a pioneer in first-person shooters, a genre known for its violence, became even more controversial. And the media wasn't the only one blaming games. In 2001, families of the victims slain in the massacre sued 11 video game companies, claiming that violent video games were the match that lit the fuse of the boys' already volatile personalities. One of the companies sued was ID Software, creator of Doom. The federal judge dropped the cases, as video games aren't subject to the same product liability laws as CEOs or business owners. But of course it didn't end there. Scholars flocked in with theories of a correlation between the boys' alleged addiction to violent video games and the massacre. Professor Craig Anderson of Iowa State University and Senator Brownback of Kansas even testified at a 2000 Congress meeting to try to prove violent video games had more of an effect on behavior than violent films and literature. But all the drama just threw even more popularity to the already well-loved Doom. Just days after the massacre, lots of fans, of Doom that is, were downloading and critiquing Harris's WODs, and in general, Doom was already too successful to be overshadowed by one of its more infamous players. So while I'm guessing most Doom players probably know something about Harris, it's not like he's the first thing that shows up when you research the game or think about it. 0 Hour.
I know we're gonna have followers, because we're so fucking godlike. I mean, we're not exactly human. We have human bodies, but we've evolved one step above you fucking human shit. I mean, we actually have fucking self-awareness.
Probably the most famous screen recreation of the massacre is an episode of 0 Hour called Massacre at Columbine High. It's pretty much a play-by-play of the massacre in real time, featuring interviews with survivors and excerpts from Klebold and Harris's journals. The most famous scene from it is probably this. There's a couple of inaccuracies, like Harris using a Caltech Sub 2000 instead of a High Point 995, but it's pretty good compared to other fictionalized accounts like the embarrassing I'm Not Ashamed.
What's your problem?
What?
I know you did that.
Did what?
I didn't stop your stupid Jesus speech.
You think you're better than us?
No. No, I'm not better than anybody.
Oh, I know you're not.
I gotta get to class.
You're just like all the others.
Compassion. Yeah, that'll work.
Jeff Cass. Around the same time as Dave Cullen, author Jeff Cass also wrote a book about Columbine. It's generally considered to be more fact-based than Cullen's book, but it's also a lot more bland to some. It features a lot of interviews with friends, relatives, and other people who knew Harris and Klebold, as well as evidence from police reports, medical and school records, and other case files. One mild controversy about the book is how invasive Jeff Cass was in getting information from his sources. Following Wayne Harris, Eric's father, into a urinal for instance to ask him questions, or digging up an old psychological profile on Sue Klebold, Dylan's mother, from a book her former psychologist had written. Reporters, man. Anyway, next to Dave Cullen's book, Jeff Cass's is probably the best known book on the massacre, and is often considered one of the definitive sources for information. NBK. NBK, short for Natural Born Killers, was the code name Klebold and Harris used for their massacre. This choice of name was likely Klebold's idea, as he mentions it earliest in his journal on February 2nd, 1998. He writes, "Soon, either I'll commit suicide, or I'll get with redacted name, and it will be NBK for us." He and Harris were big fans of Quentin Tarantino's Natural Born Killers, a 1994 film about lovers who go on a killing spree and end up glorified as celebrities by the media. Man, like that would ever happen in real life. Klebold originally fantasized about going MBK with the love of his life, which would emulate the film more closely. It seemed to be his belief that fate would link him with a girl who knew about his plans, and they'd essentially be like Bonnie and Clyde, dying together in their exploits. But fate never sent him the girl. Surprise, surprise. And as we all know, NBK IRL was done by Klebold and Harris. Eric writes about a desire to kill and destroy things, but his journal begins later than Klebold's and doesn't refer to MBK specifically until April of 1998, though he does mention natural selection in his first entry. If you didn't know, natural selection was kind of Eric's slogan during the massacre and in the months leading up to it. Whose idea it was to actually stage a massacre, regardless of name, is a subject of endless debate, with both the Dylan was a follower and Eric was a follower theories going back and forth. Who manipulated the other? Who was more violent? Who was the real psycho? But I don't know. Who cares? They both liked the idea. They went through with it with pretty much equal enthusiasm, and they both blew their fucking heads off. Sounds pretty mutual to me, but hey, that's just my opinion. Back to NBK the film though. While obviously it isn't the cause of the massacre, most likely Dylan and Eric would have done what they did regardless, you can see some of its influence in their actions. The underlying theme of Natural Born Killers is making a statement against a society that glorifies and rewards violence. It's a bit corny and over the top, and the commentary isn't that original, but you get the sense that Mickey and Mallory, the husband and wife from the film, are murdering for some greater purpose, sending a message, like when they kill a news reporter for his selfishness and insincerity.
Was it really worth it?
Was what worth it?
Was massacring all those people worth being separated from your love for the rest of your life?
You mean, was an instant of my purity worth a lifetime of your lies, Wayne?
Please explain to me, where's the purity that you couldn't live without in the 52 people who are no longer on this planet because they met you and Mallory? What's so f***ing pure about that? How do you do it?
You'll never understand, Wayne. You and me, we're not even the same species. I used to be you, then I evolved. From where you're standing, you're a man. From where I'm standing, you're an ape. You're not even an ape, you're a media person. Media is like the weather, only it's man-made weather. Murder, it's pure. You're the one who made it impure. You're buying and selling fear. You say why? I say, why bother?
Are you done? Great. then let's cut the BS and get real. Why this purity that you feel about killing? Why, for Christ's sake, why? Don't lie to me!
I guess, Wayne, you just gotta hold that old shotgun in your hand and it comes clear like it did for me the first time. That's when I realized my one true calling in life.
And what's that, Mickey?
Shit, man. I'm a natural born killer.
Did you get that?
Eric and Dylan also wanted to send a message. They wanted the massacre to be something revolutionary, the start of something much bigger, with a deep meaning behind it. They kind of got what they wanted in a way. The massacre definitely has its own twisted legacy, for lack of a better word, but their philosophies were confused, to put it mildly, as you'll see for yourself when we get to their journals in Layer 2. The hit list. If you're a member of the mafia, or a gang, or if you're just one evil motherfucker, what do you do when you feel slighted? You make yourself a hit list, and you actually plan to have the people on it killed. The Columbine Massacre is infamous for having multiple hit lists associated with it, some written by Harris, others by Klebold. Two of the most infamous shit lists, likely named as an ode to MBK, which also had shit lists, were found in their bedrooms and had over 30 redacted names each. So, who made it onto the lists, and why? Because everyone on the list was interviewed by police, some targets have been pretty accurately identified despite the redactions. Some of them had had run-ins with Klebold and Harris before. Sophomore Dan Labb was on Eric's list, and according to student Christy Epling, in 1998 he'd punched Eric in the face after they got into some type of insulting argument. Football player Brandon Larson was also on Eric's list, though he said he was away from the school on the day of the shootings and said he had no clue why he was on the list as he thought things were fine between him and Eric. But both Dylan and Eric appear to have hated him, and Dylan even talks about stabbing him with a knife on the basement tapes. Side note about Klebold, the guy apparently loved knives. A student interviewed by police claimed he had a fetish for knives, and Dylan's older brother Byron also said Dylan had a collection of knives. Klebold had a pocket knife and would cut himself with it, once carving some symbol for fate into his hand. During the massacre, he reportedly even said, "We should start knifing people, that'd be fun," though some attribute this phrase to Eric. At the time, Klebold was straddling the leg of a girl he used to sit in front of in government economics while he reloaded his gun on the table above her. She was terrified that because she was wearing shorts and most of her legs were bare, they would start cutting her, but they didn't. Anyway, back to the hit list. Nick Baumgart, who used to be friends with Klebold and Harris, somehow got on their bad side to the point where Eric openly insulted him on his website and his name ended up on one or both of their hit lists. Reportedly, they thought he was weak and spineless, and they didn't like the way he laughed? Student Ryan Walda was curious about the words on a shirt Dylan used to wear almost every day, so he asked him what it meant. Dylan explained it meant where cool hackers hang out, and that he wore it because he was in an AIM group called Punters and Progs. It was the only interaction Walda remembered having with Dylan, but his name ended up on Dylan's hit list for unknown reasons. Let's take a brief detour from the insanity and delve for a second into this shirt of Klebold's, which he designed and got printed himself, as you've probably seen it before in the footage, and it actually has a pretty interesting story behind it. Klebold had been into computer science since he was a kid. He built his own PC in the 10th grade, was a beta tester for Microsoft, and even got in trouble for hacking the combinations to lockers in his school. I say hacking with quotes because most likely it wasn't so much that Klebold was a hacking genius, but more that the code in the school's website was shit. And guess what else was shit back then? AOL. Security breaches all over the place, and basically all your personal information, including bank and credit card files, being logged without really being taken care of. It was so easy to hack AOL that programs started coming out to make the hacking easier. Stuff like AOL, whose 17-year-old creator said he made to have 20,000 plus idiots using AOL to knock people offline, steal passwords and credit card information, and to basically annoy the hell out of everyone. I should also add that he was pretty pissed that while AOL would crack down hard on things like pirating, they would basically do nothing about the pedophilia going on in their chat rooms. Sound familiar? Yeah, some things never change. So now you might be asking yourself, then what the hell are punters and progs? A punter, or an instant message bomber, would generate thousands of spam messages to a target user, completely overloading their system and basically forcing them offline. Progs was a slang term for hacking programs like AOL. So in a nutshell, hacking AOL wasn't hard, and if he had good progs, even an 8th grader could do it. So when Dylan writes, AOL, where the cool hackers are, and leet speak, he's being sarcastic. AOL is not where the cool hackers are, or were. It's where basically anyone can be a hacker because it sucks. It's actually a pretty cool shirt, but you know, he had to go and ruin it. Now where were we? Oh yes, the hit lists. Interestingly, they weren't totally private. At least Eric's list wasn't. But then again, Eric pretty much made lists for everything and was well known for having anger issues, so it's not surprising that his got out. Christy Epling, the girl from his German class, exchanged notes with him in school where he mentioned how Dan Lab, the kid who punched him in the face, is now down to 90 on his hit list. Do you want me to be nice to him? Eric asks Christy. She says, he never wanted you to be nice to him, he just didn't want you to kill him. He's definitely scared of you. Well, if he will let me punch him in the face and not tell a single authoritative figure, not get me in trouble, then I will be happy. I'll even fucking say hi to him when he's with you. He'll go down to around 90 on my shit list, which is basically neutral. His friend is another story though. This friend Eric is talking about is speculated to be Brendan Larson. I'll tell him, but I don't know. Redacted is a dork. I don't give a shit about him, so you can do what you wish to him. Eric, oh, we will. I don't expect Redacted to let me do that either, so until he does, not a damn thing will change. Christy, you and Dylan? Eric, yeah. Christy, that's cool. It'll probably be the same way it was. Eric, I just don't want the little fuck going to the admin or the cops and start whining that we are threatening him or intimidating him. Because if I get in any more trouble with cops, I will fucking lose it. Now, obviously just because people knew about the hit lists doesn't mean they knew what was going to happen. Most hit lists made in high school are just hyperbole. You don't like those kids, it's not a death note. Still, it does seem kind of bizarre in hindsight given how things panned out. Kinda feels like Eric, and probably Dylan, were just walking around casually with a hit list of dozens that people knew about, and everyone was just like, okay. One famous myth about Columbine is that Klebold and Harris only shot people who were on their hit lists, when in actuality, only a few who got shot, Austin Eubanks for example, are confirmed to have been on the list. Another myth is that the only people on the list were jocks and bullies. While a lot of jocks and athletes were on the list, including a football player who played with Eric's older brother Kevin, there were also non-athletes and just ordinary kids on the list, as well as people who had no contact with Eric and Dylan at all, at least not that it's been reported. At the end of the day, it doesn't seem like the hit lists were necessarily the hugest indicator of who they wanted to kill. They kind of just wanted to kill everyone. Their ultimate goal was to destroy the entire school. The Trenchcoat Mafia. Chances are you couldn't get far in watching news coverage on the massacre without hearing Trenchcoat Mafia a couple hundred times. They've even come up here a few times already. The media was quick to jump on this group of kids by associating them with Klebold and Harris, who wore the black dusters that were trademark of the TCM. But while Harris and Klebold knew about the TCM and seemed to like them, you can see them shout them out in some of their yearbooks. And Eric even wrote a whole school assignment featuring a clique of the same name. But Eric and Dylan weren't part of the clique. Not only that, while the TCM may have looked dark, they didn't really engage in activities any more devious than other students at Columbine. They were more gamers and computer geeks. They were also slightly older than Harris and Klebold. Most of them had graduated by 1999, and the ones who hadn't were no longer wearing trench coats.
In a yearbook photo of some group members that was broadcast nationwide, neither gunman appeared. One member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, John Savage, said there was a good reason for their absence.
Eric and Dylan were not at all a part of the things that we did as a group. They didn't hang out with us. They weren't Trenchcoat Mafia at all.
And he says the media's description of him and his friends had little basis in fact.
The Trenchcoat Mafia was like, we were video game nerds. We like, sit around the table and, play Dungeons and Dragons, which is just about the least dangerous thing you could do.
Chris Morris is probably the most notorious member of the TCM, not only for being friends with Eric and Dylan, but for being aggressive and violent, reportedly even bringing knives to school. He also made it clear he hated Columbine High, though he was far from the only one. When the massacre happened, he was even reported as one of the shooters by some of the witnesses and got arrested and questioned, though it was ultimately determined that he had nothing to do with it. In fact, Chris actually wasn't even at the school during the massacre, and heard about it on TV while at his friend and fellow TCM member Corey Fearson's house. Morris instantly had a hunch of who the shooters were and called the cops.
What is your emergency? I'm calling again. I've called once. I need a detective to call me. I know the exact names of the persons who did it, and I know exactly what they look like, exactly where they live.
We have deputies that are handling that. Can I get your name?
Yeah, it's Chris Morris. I've already called once. As soon as I can, because I know exactly what they look like. They can find them like that if they're outside of the school.
Okay, hang on just a second for me.
Okay.
And it's Chris?
Chris Morris, yeah.
Morris.
Yeah. Morris.
Okay. What's your phone number, Chris?
Hello? Yeah, this is Sergeant Baldwin. I know exactly what their names are, and I've heard them talk about it once before. I know them. I thought they were my friends.
Okay.
One of them is named Dylan Claybald.
We got him. How do you spell his last name?
I think it's K-L-A-B-B-O-L-D.
K-L-A. Spell it again for me.
I think it's K-L-A-B-B-O-L-D. I'm not sure exactly.
Claybald. Okay.
And the other one's Eric Harris.
Okay.
They usually wear black trench coats. One of them, I believe, has an AK-47.
Okay.
And another one has a shotgun, 10 gauge, I believe. Another one has a handgun.
Okay. Are there three of them or just two?
I believe they have those three weapons, and I believe those two because I hang out with them, and I've never heard about this.
Did they tell you what they were going to do?
Yeah,
evacuees out of school by SWAT. I ended up over at Haley and Yukon. We're going back to get them and try to get them back out.
I thought they were kidding around.
Happy you're not the Haley and Yukon at
by all the reports and everything, and what I've heard from other students, it's got to be them.
Shotgun and a handgun.
I believe so. I believe they might have a AK-47 too.
Okay. You gave my dispatcher your name and phone number?
Yeah, I gave the name and phone number that I'm at.
We'll probably be coming in contact with you. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Here's an interview with Chris Morris and Frierson about Eric and Dylan, and also about Chris's arrest.
When I look back at it now, there's quite a few things I could have picked up and said, if I had put them all together, I probably could have figured out they were going to do something. I mean, the fact that they liked explosives, the fact that they liked guns, the fact that they had a lot of hatred towards people in the school.
Chris Morris probably spent as much time with the two killers, Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, as anyone else in that last year of their lives.
It's so hard to even think about everything that's happened, because these were two people I thought I knew that I actually seem to know nothing about, and it's hard for me to understand, even.
Now Chris sees everything in that final year differently, starting with a visit the year before the shooting to this seasonal fireworks stand. Chris, Eric, Dylan, and another friend, Corey Friesen, who graduated from Columbine 2 years earlier, helped close down the stand. In return for their work, they got fireworks.
It was a lot of fireworks. I think Eric and Dylan took about 8, maybe 10 of those boxes, and so they had a large amount of fireworks.
You know, and when we got as many as we did, they were like just ecstatic. That, you know, we'd walked out of there with so many like huge boxes just full of fireworks.
As their senior year began, Eric and Dylan complained more about the jocks and the culture at Columbine. Corey remembers Eric threatening to blow up the school.
You could just see it in his eyes. He'd just get a cold glare in his eyes and say, one of these days, I swore I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. And it's like, come on, you know, lighten up a little bit.
I think Dylan on one occasion did say, wouldn't it be kind of fun to sit on the soccer field and shoot at the school? And, like, shooting out all the windows would be kind of fun. And, you know, everybody at the table there, you know, they kind of laughed a little. We thought he was all joking.
Chris and Corey say they know these statements sound horrible in the aftermath of the killings, but at the time, they didn't think of telling their parents, let alone the police. To them, it was just Eric and Dylan's twisted humor.
Here you are, my good friend Dylan, almost halfway to school. What's up?
How is it that their parents did not know? Chris says the little Eric and Dylan revealed to their friends they expertly hid from their parents.
Ready to torpedoes, mister.
I mean, Eric must have done a very good job of hiding his things, though, because his parents did search his room occasionally.
In fact, Chris and Corey say Eric told them his father did find a pipe bomb.
And Eric's like, yeah, did you hear? My dad found a pipe bomb. I'm like, oh, man, that's gotta suck. I was like, you know, I figured, you know, he was gonna be in, like, some really big trouble.
All his punishment was to go up to the mountains with his dad and blow it up.
But to this day, the Harrises have not commented on any of the events related to Columbine. Several months prior to the shooting, there was something more Eric couldn't hide: his ever-changing moods.
I would say he actually did change over the year before the Columbine incident.
When he'd hit some mood swings, he'd really get, you know, just just that intense glare in his eyes.
Apparently, his parents noticed too, and he was prescribed an antidepressant.
And towards the end, I had been told that he actually stopped taking his medication. And sometimes it was almost frightening to see 1 minute how he was a very nice, happy, normal guy, and the next minute he was very, very angry, almost sinister at times.
But only a week before the incident, nothing seemed to be bothering the two. In fact, Chris says, Dylan was very excited about going to college, and Eric also had plans.
I remember Eric talking about the future. I remember Eric talking about he wanted to go to school, and he wanted to get some degrees in computers, and he wanted to work on computers and make games for a living.
On April 20th, 1999, the day of the killings at Columbine, Chris finished his classes early and headed to Corey's house.
Me and Corey both started to get very angry because they said the people in the school doing it were wearing trench coats. And at that point in time, the only people who still wore trench coats in that school were Eric and Dylan. Everybody else stopped wearing them. And right away, I just had a feeling that it was them.
Chris says he desperately tried to reach the police to offer his help. He thought if he could talk to Eric and Dylan, maybe he could stop them. But instead, the police picked him up and treated him like a suspect.
They put me in handcuffs, put me in the back of a car, took me down to the park where they had everything set up, and they did a gunpowder test on me and some other tests on my skin to make sure that I didn't have any powders or residues on me.
Were you in the building?
Several law enforcement agencies questioned him throughout the next few weeks. Among the many questions, why wasn't he at school at the time of the shooting?
The police found it very interesting that I had skipped my 4th-hour class that day. They thought it was a very large deal, but if they had looked at my attendance record, they would have seen, oh wait, he skipped this class for the last month.
The police weren't the only ones suspicious. Chris says he was discouraged from returning to school, kicked out of his home by his mother, and fired from his job.
I blame Eric and Dylan. I blame them for what happened. Nobody else is at fault for what happened but them. And I truthfully wish they had been caught. I wish they hadn't have killed themselves. I wish they had been caught. And I wish that they had been able to go to jail for the rest of their lives for what they did.
They were just two troubled kids who just couldn't find any other way to, deal with everything that was going on.
Eric and Dylan were goths. Tying into the rumors that Klebold and Harris were part of the Trenchcoat Mafia and listened to Marilyn Manson are the rumors that they were goths. While I can see how they fit some of the criteria, dark clothing, a depressive and dark attitude, and for Klebold being a fan of 9 Inch Nails, those are things that any kid could be into, and there's no real evidence that Klebold or Harris ever identified with the goth subculture. In fact, it's kind of funny to me that the media even reported this. Goths are, after all, well known for being visually expressive, and aside from the Black Dusters, Dylan, and especially Eric, don't look that different from your average 90s high schooler. It just goes to show you that's what happens when you get your information from random people at Columbine who are pretty much playing telephone, making up more and more wild stories about Eric and Dylan after they died.
They like to say that they're bisexual and are proud of it. They practice satanic rituals, I believe.
Who said yes? Speaking of stories, one of the most enduring Columbine myths concerns Rachel Scott and Cassie Bernal, 2 Christian girls who were shot in the massacre. The story goes that one of the shooters approached Cassie Bernal and said, "Do you believe in God?" Cassie said, "Yes." The shooter said, "Then go be with him." Or it happened to Rachel Scott, as we can see recreated in the wonderfully factual I'm Not Ashamed.
Frank, go!
Well, Rachel, where's your God now?
What would Jesus do?
Do you still believe in God?
You know I do.
Then go be with him.
The heartbreaking stories of these two young women dying for their faith spread like wildfire in the Christian community and led to the two becoming Christian martyrs. It also led to the dubious Rachel's Challenge, which is usually shown in schools as a presentation of Rachel's belief in Christianity and her code of ethics, which she wrote a month before her death. "Compassion is the greatest form of love humans have to offer," she'd said. The weird thing is that the kids of the presentation are pretty much told if they're in a situation where a shooter points a gun at their head and asks them if they believe in God, they should die for their faith, just like Rachel. If you're feeling like the whole "then go be with him" quote is too movie-like to be real, you'd be correct. Neither Rachel Scott nor Cassie Bernal were asked about their faith before they died. It was actually Valine Schnurr. She'd been shot 9 times and fallen on the floor of the library, bleeding and screaming. You can hear her in this excerpt from hall monitor Patty Nelson's 911 call.
Because that's the kids getting killed.
According to most witnesses, Klebold had walked off, but when he heard her screaming, he came back and said, "Do you believe in God?" She hesitated, saying yes, no, then finally saying yes. He asked, "Why?" She said, "Because I believe, and that's how my parents raised me." Klebold said, "God is gay." He reloaded his gun and didn't shoot her again. Though she had life-threatening injuries, Valine Schnurr survived. It's interesting to me the Christian community didn't want to pick up on this story, since it's probably better for their propaganda. I can just imagine them coming up with stories like the devil in the shooter was scared by the angel of God and that's why Valine Schnurr survived, or whatever. But to be honest, it's hard to turn a living person into a glorified figure, especially if it's against their wishes. And despite the Christian community, and even Cassie Bernal's parents to some extent, getting angry when the real story came out, Valine Schnurr seemed to take things in stride. As she said a few months after the massacre, "The last thing I want is for someone to call me a hero. I don't want to be famous or get any title. I just want to live my life and be me." Interestingly, the Bernals were told by investigators that the "she said yes" story was a myth not long after the massacre, but they continued to perpetuate it, even writing a book called "She Said Yes: The Unlikely Martyrdom of Cassie Bernal," which was a top 10 bestseller. Whatever gets you through the night, I suppose. After all, the real story of Cassie Bernal is pretty damn horrifying. Peekaboo. When Klebold and Harris came into the library guns blazing, no one was prepared. Patty Nelson, the school staff in the room, told all the kids to get under the tables. It probably seemed like a good idea at the time, but it actually made the kids kind of like sitting ducks. Klebold and Harris were just shooting under tables without even looking. When Eric came to the desk where Cassie and another girl, Emily Wyant, were hiding, he slammed on it twice, likely to scare them, and peered down at the frightened girls. Cassie Bernal was hiding her face with her hands, probably because people were getting shot and dying all around her, and Eric taunted, "Peekaboo," before blasting her with his sawed-off shotgun straight in the face. She died instantly. Late entry of SWAT team and police. One thing that sets Columbine apart from other school shootings is how fucking long it was. Most school shootings succeeding it lasted only a matter of minutes before police arrived. Well, a lot of that is in direct response to what happened at Columbine, where SWAT and police, despite being called multiple times, and despite multiple officers from Jefferson County arriving on the scene at around 11:30, just 10 minutes after the shooting started, the massacre was allowed to carry on for almost an hour and could have gone on even longer if the perpetrators didn't kill themselves. This is even while desperate 911 calls kept coming in, and Dave Sanders, a coach at Columbine, was bleeding to death because he wasn't transported to the hospital in time. The reason for the delay is that police and SWAT were following standard procedures for the time. You were supposed to surround the building, set up a perimeter, and contain the damage. Well, they sure contained the damage alright. It wasn't until 2:30, 2.5 hours after the shooters had killed themselves, that SWAT was finally forced into action when Patrick Ireland, the famous boy in the window, crawled, dazed and bleeding, to the library window and tried to roll himself out. If SWAT did nothing now, the boy would die from the impact of the fall, so they helped him down. This iconic image is from that moment. By 2:40, SWAT had finally reached Coach Saunders. Students had done their best to keep him alive, trying to keep him awake by showing him pictures of his family. They'd even made a makeshift gurney to try to roll him out of the school, which SWAT refused to allow them to do, instead waiting 20 to 30 additional minutes for a paramedic to look at him, only for the paramedic to declare him dead. Needless to say, no one was thrilled about how the responders responded. It felt like everyone who was saved had to save themselves. Check out this news clip from the time. SWAT honestly sounds embarrassed and defensive.
But now there's a haunting question. Could the SWAT team have saved more lives?
Why didn't you go in there sooner?
I think because we didn't want to lose no more lives at that point.
Somebody suggests then that you guys were out there hiding behind your truck, waiting for the smoke to clear.
Yeah, I'd like them to come see me. They can pin on this badge, put on that tack jacket, and I'll stick a rifle in their hand and put them back in that scenario. See what they do.
Oh sure, comparing an untrained citizen with officers who literally signed up and trained for years for this dangerous job. Fuck outta here, guy. Yearbook 1999. The Columbine Yearbook of 1999 is slightly infamous for a couple of reasons. One, obviously, it was the year of the deadliest high school massacre in US history at the time. Two, it contains some pictures of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, which were removed, most notably this picture of Eric with a description that reads, "Casually strolling to class, senior Eric Harris sports the classic all-black look, adding his personal touch with sunglasses and a sports watch. Watches were a necessity for students who led busy lives and had to keep track of appointments and important dates and their schedules." This badly rendered scan is all that remains of the photo. Possibly the weirdest entry to look at in hindsight is one by Nathan Dykman. He writes, "High school has been the best of times and the worst of times, but through it all, two guys have been with me. Thanks for the memories and everlasting friendship, Dylan and Eric." But the most controversial thing about the yearbook was the decision to keep the killer's photos included.
At first glance, the Columbine High School yearbook appears normal, but then you realize the pictures of the gunmen remain in the annual, and there's been two special inserts, one containing pictures of the 13 shooting victims. The yearbook was completed in February, and there was time to omit the gunmen's pictures, but the school's yearbook club decided to go ahead with the original version. While some students are upset, others understand.
We're just one big happy family school, and it's sad of what happened, and it's terrible, but you shouldn't just X them out of the yearbook. I mean, they're humans.
Ah, sure you were one big happy family. Sure you were. There was no such controversy at the 1999 graduation, however. Klebold and Harris were never mentioned, not even as posthumous graduates, as were senior-age victims Isaiah Scholes and Lauren Townsend. This makes total sense. After all, if Harris and Klebold had lived, even if they completely failed in the massacre and didn't take any lives or injure anyone, they no doubt would have been permanently expelled for their actions. It's a bittersweet punishment, though. I mean, who cares about a graduation ceremony when you're on the cover of Time magazine? If it weren't for what they did, no one would probably even know about the Columbine graduates of 1999 except their families. The reason most people even find out about them now is through the massacre, and Klebold and Harris are likely the most famous students to ever attend the school. It's weird how the media does things like that. Memorials. Columbine's library, where most of the carnage took place, looked ghastly by the end of the massacre. There was blood everywhere, and pieces of Eric's brain were probably splattered on the books. It was apparently a thought of the school board to actually try to renovate the library, but luckily they found their senses and tore it down. The library that replaced it is called the Hope Columbine Memorial Library, which still stands today. There's an additional memorial in Clemont Park, just behind the school, where a ring of remembrance and a wall of healing with personal quotes from the victims and their families are. Even at the memorial though, you can't get away from assholes. In November of 2020, someone stole the donation box which funds the maintenance of the memorial. Luckily they also take donations online, so hopefully it wasn't too big of a loss. Blow off your goddamn head.
I don't care what you say. If you ever touch him again, I will freaking kill you. I'm gonna pull out a goddamn shotgun and blow your damn head off. Do you understand, you little worthless piece of crap?
This is a line from Klebold and Harris's now infamous Hitman for Hire video, a project they did for school. Hitman for Hire, despite being one of the more lackluster films in existence, even for high school, was a real hit with the media because of its uncanny resemblance to the massacre. Dylan and Eric played as a hitman who ran a business taking out the bullies of the weak kids at school. At the end of the film, the hitmen decide the kid who hired them is pretty pathetic too, and they decide to kill him also. While it sounds a bit crazy, and a bit like maybe the school should have gotten suspicious, it was written as a sequel to a play other students had written. So basically, the school was pretty chill when it came to stuff like that, and Dylan and Eric's movie was just like any other to them. If you look at documentaries on Columbine or news reports, you'll nearly always see hitmen for hire used as some kind of evidence of the guy's violence and aggression, but I think that's a stretch so extreme it's almost hilarious. Yeah, if you edit them together at certain parts, they look full of rage, but if you see the full video, you can tell that no one's taking it that seriously.
No, you goddamn little bitch-ass piece of shit! Do not! God damn it.
We can protect you, but for a cost.
I'll pay anything!
Very well.
I think, like with a lot of things Klebold and Harris did, the real infamy of Hitmen for Hire lies in its connection to what they did afterwards, not in the film itself. If it was posted to YouTube like 10 years later by someone else, I don't think anyone would even raise an eyebrow. Suicide photos. Next to the CCTV photo of Eric and Dylan going downstairs into the cafeteria, the most infamous images from the massacre are the pictures of the two dead in the library. But these photos, taken as crime scene evidence by police, weren't leaked until 3 years after the massacre, when someone sent them in to the National Enquirer. The National Enquirer, like any trash tabloid, made the suicide photos the centerfold and highlight of this 2002 issue. The photos are pretty fucked up. I've seen them a lot of times, but they're still kind of disturbing to look at, or more sad really, because it's like looking at self-destruction in human form. It's unknown who leaked the photos to the National Enquirer. Some suspect it could have been the parents of one of the victims. After all, very few other people would have had access to that kind of information. Interestingly, the National Enquirer is one of the original sources of the Eric killed Dylan theory, which we'll get into later, using the never-before-seen photos as their primary evidence. Hey Dylan. This refers to a very surreal exchange between Dylan Klebold and fellow student John Savage during the massacre. In the afternoon of 4/20/1999, John couldn't decide where he should go study for a class he was failing. He eventually settled on the library, a decision that could have been a huge mistake. When the library rampage started, he was right in the thick of it. I heard lots of gunfire, explosions, screams. It was just unreal, he said. I kept telling myself it had to be a dream, that this couldn't be happening.
Well, the first thing that I really remember was when a lady came running into the library and she said, "Everybody get under the tables, there's a kid out there with a gun." You know, that was my first like, oh man, something's going down.
Savage was hiding under the library table when Eric pointed his shotgun at him. When they came to my table, Eric stuck his head under the table and pointed his gun at me, so I scooted out of the way of the barrel, and then he pointed it at me again, and I scooted back out of the way. Then he stood up and said,
"Who's under there? Identify yourself."
And I said, "It's John," because, you know, I kind of knew him a little, and I was hoping he'd like remember that I wasn't a jock, and that I'd, you know, tried to treat him with respect and stuff.
John Savage?
Dylan knew John Savage. They'd had a class together in theater. In fact, you can see them interact in this video.
That's it. You are sitting here the entire commission.
I said, "It's me, John," and Dylan said, "John Savage?" And I said, "Yes." And Dylan walked over to my side of the table and said, "Hi." And I said, "Hey Dylan, what are you doing?" And he shrugged and said, "Oh, killing people."
It was just creepy. And then so I looked up at him and I said, "Are you gonna kill me?" And he said, "What?" Again, because the fire alarms and everything. So I asked louder, "Are you gonna kill me?"
And he looked at me for a second, John Savage writes, and then he said, "No dude, just run, just get out of here." I remember thinking that if he'd said yes, I would have said, "Then make it quick, just put a bullet in my head and get it over with." But he let me go, so I ran outside. OKC bombing plan. In 1995, 26-year-old Timothy McVeigh came to a realization. He was sick of the government. He was sick of taxes, sick of deadly government sieges, sick of foreign policies, and, as a military veteran, he was sick of the US military attacking foreign countries. With Terry Nichols, a man Timothy had met in the military and who was over 10 years his senior, Timothy McVeigh gathered up 5,000 rounds of ammonium nitrate and nitromethane and planted a bomb in a rented Ryder truck, which he drove to the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building. It detonated at 9:02 a.m. and destroyed the top half of the building, killing 168 people, including 19 children in a daycare center on the second floor. 684 others were wounded.
Black smoke billowing from the federal court building downtown, and there's debris, glass, building matter spread on several downtown blocks. It looks as though emergency crews are on the scene trying to block off some downtown streets. Some workers are out of their building, and we can see glass blown out of other downtown office buildings about 5 blocks away. The explosion went off around 9 a.m., and we could feel the explosion in the newsroom of Channel 9. It shook the building, so you can imagine what it did downtown.
You could not see any survivors at the time, okay? It's really like nothing I've ever seen or been prepared for, and you know, I would have never ever expected anything of this magnitude.
We had 2 physicians with us, 2 PAs, and 6 RNs, and we went in and have been up there for several hours. There is no one that was available for us to triage because they're not taking them out at this point. They can't find anybody that's alive. Like Nikki said, one person did come out that was alive, but everyone else is dead, and we're talking women, men, and children. And this is pretty pathetic that someone would blow up some innocent children.
We still have a lot of people unaccounted for, and I know that a lot of employers were asking that any individuals who might have been in the building who had not checked in yet with someone, please do so. Call the Red Cross, let them know where you are and that you are fine, because they are trying to get those final counts in to let us know. They do want to count for each and every person who was in that building.
I think the most telling way really for us to try and tell this story, because I know most of us here have exhausted any adjectives that we might have had to describe what's happened today.
Known as the Oklahoma City bombing after where it took place, it was the deadliest act of domestic terrorism at the time. McVeigh was caught not long after while driving on Interstate 35 in Noble County, Oklahoma. He was found guilty in 1997 and was executed 4 years later in 2001, ironically the year of an even deadlier terrorist attack that would happen a few months after his execution. When asked about the victims, McVeigh pretty much said, "Tough titties." To these people in Oklahoma who have lost a loved one, "I'm sorry, but it happens every day," he said. "You're not the first mother to lose a kid, or the first grandparent to lose a grandson or a granddaughter. It happens every day, somewhere in the world. I'm not going to go into that courtroom, curl into a fetal ball, and cry just because the victims want me to do that." However, he did say he regretted the children who died, and that he wouldn't have chosen that particular building if he knew there was a daycare, though Nichols disputes this. McVeigh may have been a grown man with an adult settle to score, but in some ways you can see his resemblance to 12th graders Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris. Like Klebold, McVeigh was a computer whiz, and like Harris, he had aspirations to join the military, though unlike Harris, McVeigh was accepted and was a highly decorated soldier. But perhaps most importantly, while Harris and Klebold were irked by the jocks and bullies at their school, McVeigh believed the American government was the ultimate bully. The Oklahoma City bombing was his retaliation, and he even wanted to use the necessity defense at his trial, in essence claiming that he was in imminent danger from the government and he had to blow up the building for his own safety. His lawyers didn't quite see it that way. How far Dylan and Eric vested into McVeigh's political beliefs is a good question. Not that much, it doesn't seem like. They were teenagers after all, at an age where political beliefs are tossed around like a hot potato. That said, Eric Harris was definitely a fan. He was impressed by McVeigh's kill count and devastation level, and he wanted to surpass it. Klebold did as well. On the basement tapes, Klebold says their massacre will have, quote, the most deaths in U.S. history. Harris kisses his shotgun and replies, "Hopefully." Investigators suspect the original plan was for the Columbine High School massacre to take place on April 19, 1999, the same day as, and likely as an homage to, the Oklahoma City bombing. But since the boys couldn't gather all the ammunition in time, the date was moved to the next day, April 20th, coincidentally Hitler's birthday. The 11K. The 11K is a loose term for all of Jefferson County's investigative reports into the Columbine shootings. There's actually closer to around 27,000 pages, along with CCTV footage, 911 calls, photographs, and diagrams. Most concrete information on Columbine comes from the 11K. It has basically everything: school records, interviews with students and staff, copies of Eric Harris's web pages, and more. It was released in portions between 2000 and 2006. Everything that's not within these documents was destroyed in 2011, or so the official Jeffco website claims. Brooks Brown. Brooks Brown is one of the more famous survivors of the massacre, mainly because of the encounter he had with Eric Harris. Eric had run into Brooks in the school's parking lot while he was on his way to commit the massacre. Brooks chewed him out for missing an important test, but Eric just laughed. "It doesn't matter anymore," he said. "Brooks, I like you now. Get out of here. Go home." Brooks thought Eric was being weird, but he went ahead and left because he wanted to smoke a cigarette off grounds. Not long after he lit up in the school's smoking pit, he heard the first gunshots, and that's when he got scared, and for good reason. Why did Eric say, "Brooks, I like you now"? Eric had weird word choice sometimes. But more seriously, he and Brooks had a falling out, starting when Brooks kept being late to give Eric a ride to school. Brooks says in his 2002 book, No Easy Answers, "Since I didn't care that much about school, I'd oversleep or dawdle around in the mornings, which meant that I was almost always running 10 minutes behind. Trevor, a friend of Brooks, never got too annoyed about it, but it drove Eric crazy. Every morning for the entire drive to Columbine, all I'd hear was Eric complaining about how I needed to get my shit together." One morning, I overslept again. Trevor called me, wondering where I was. "Sorry, man," I said. "I'll be right over." As I got dressed, the phone rang again. This time it was Eric. I knew what he was going to say before I even picked up. I didn't need this, I thought. After all, I wasn't asking Eric to pitch in gas money. I was late all the time, and by now Eric knew it. He still chose to ask for rides from me anyway, right? So he knew what he was getting. I told him I was running late. I suggested that he find another ride. Unfortunately for Eric, the bus had already left. He was pretty pissed off about it, and he started yelling at me over the phone about what a dick I was. I let him yell for a little while, then hung up. A few minutes later, I was at Trevor's house. "Eric's being a little bitch," I said as Trevor got into the car. "We're not picking him up today. We're just going straight to school." We headed out of our neighborhood towards Pierce Street. A familiar truck pulled out right in front of us. Eric had enlisted his dad to give him a ride. When Mr. Harris saw our car, he pulled over and we followed suit. Eric got out of his dad's truck and climbed into my back seat. "You asshole," he said. "I'm 10 fucking minutes late already. My dad's pissed off at me. I can't rely on you for anything." I'd had enough. I turned around in my seat and stared hard at him. "Dude, that's it. I don't need this shit every morning. I'm not giving you rides to school anymore." We arrived at school and went our separate ways. The next time Eric saw me at school, he refused to acknowledge me. I'd pass him in the hallways and say, "Hey Eric," and he'd just glare. Once I realized that he was going to make an issue of what had happened, I became so annoyed that I stopped talking to him too. End quote. Their falling out got even more intense when Eric threw snowballs at Trevor and Brooks' cars, denting Trevor's truck and making a small crack in Brooks' windshield. I was livid, Brooks wrote. I slammed on the brakes and leaned out of the car, yelling, "Fuck you. Fuck you, Eric. You're going to pay to fix this." Eric laughed at me. "Kiss my ass, Brooks. I ain't paying for shit." Brooks was so pissed off he decided to rat Eric out to Mrs. Harris, telling her that Eric had been going out at night vandalizing houses and that he had liquor and spray paint hidden in his room. Mrs. Harris wanted Brooks to come in and talk it over with Eric, but Brooks refused and just left. Trevor, meanwhile, stole Eric's backpack as revenge. When Judy Brown, Brooks' mom, caught wind of what had transpired, she decided Brooks, Trevor, and Eric were all going back to the Harris' house for a big confrontation. So she drove to the bus stop where Eric still was and said, "Eric, I've got your backpack and I'm taking it over to your mom's. Meet us there." Eric went ballistic when he saw they had his property, screaming and pounding on the car door. "Give me my backpack!" Mrs. Brown started backing the car away slowly, trying to reassure Eric that he'd be getting his stuff back if he met them at his mom's house, but Eric wasn't listening. He kept screaming and banging at the door. Everyone was scared of Eric. Trevor was shrinking away from him. When Mrs. Brown arrived at the Harris residence and told Mrs. Harris what Eric had done, Mrs. Harris started to cry. The next day, Brooks heard from friends that Eric was still threatening him, and Mrs. Brown called the police again. She told the officer about the windshield incident and said, "Eric thinks he got away with it. Please just go over there and let him know that he didn't." Later that day, the Browns got a phone call from Mr. Harris saying that Eric was going to make an apology and was coming to their house. Judy Brown hid Brooks and Aaron in the back bedroom while she went to face the beast.
A mother of 2 students at Columbine High, she sensed trouble more than a year ago.
I was very worried because I had confronted Eric. I knew what he was like.
Judy Brown's son, Brooks, was a classmate of Eric Harris. He'd known Dylan Klebold since Cub Scouts. 13 months before the shootings, the Brown family told police that Eric Harris had broken the windshield on their son's car and threatened to kill him.
The deputies went to Eric Harris's house and thinking maybe if they just talked to him, maybe Eric Harris would straighten up and that would be enough. But it got worse because Eric then knew that we had reported him, and so the threats got worse. We had several run-ins with Eric Harris, and in fact, I went to the mother once while that started the hate with me because they made him come back and apologize to me. And when he did, I confronted him and I let him do his spiel. And I said, "Eric, you're not going to pull the wool over my eyes like you did over your parents." And he said, "Are you calling me a liar?" And I said, "I guess I am. Don't ever come out the street again. I'm going to call the police. Don't talk to my kid. Don't get near my kid."
Now, Brooks was much closer friends with Dylan Klebold. The two of them knew each other since early childhood and even went to a program for gifted children together, so you can imagine how awkward this falling out between Brooks and Eric was for Dylan. Brooks said, "Dylan tried to make peace between us, but he always failed. Eric wanted nothing to do with me, and after what had happened to my windshield, I felt the same way towards him." Dylan and I would still go out to have cigarettes together, and Eric would refuse to go along because I was there. Sometimes I would go visit Dylan while he was working at Blackjack Pizza, and then Eric would show up and I would have to leave. I wished I could do something to improve the situation, but if that meant talking to Eric again, I refused. I was too angry. In March of 1998, Klebold gave Brown the address to a website Harris had made. "It's Eric's website," he said, according to Brooks. "You need to see it, and you can't tell Eric I gave it to you." On one page of the website, Harris had written a threat to bomb the neighborhood, specifically calling out Brooks Brown. Brooks thought Eric was taking things a step too far and told his parents, Randy and Judy Brown. The Browns immediately took copies of the website to the police.
Randy and Judy Brown say a year before the high school shootings, they were so concerned about Eric Harris's violent writings on the internet that they went to police. The Browns had had trouble with Eric Harris. They say Harris had threatened their son, Brooks, and vandalized his car. When Brooks found threats of mass murder on Harris's webpage, he brought it to his parents.
The entire website was dedicated to how he was going to kill the entire state of Colorado.
When the Browns met with investigators from the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, they say they turned over several pages from Eric Harris's website.
But while the police claimed they were going to look into it and maybe even get Harris charged over the bomb threats on his website, nothing was actually done. In fact, after the massacre, police tried to deny the fact that complaints by the Brown family had even been filed, a bit difficult given the threats had reached the local newspapers way back when, in '98. Mr. and Mrs. Brown were pretty much finished with Eric after his threatening and fairly insane behavior, but Brooks himself decided to make up with Harris in their senior year of high school. "I said we'd been pissed off at each other for long enough," he wrote. "I told him that I had changed a lot since last year, that I knew I had been a piece of shit in a lot of ways, and that I hoped he felt the same way about himself. We were both immature," I said. "I just want to move on." Eric seemed surprised. I don't think he ever expected I would extend an olive branch, much less admit that I had been a jerk. He shrugged and said, "Cool." It was strange. By the time class started, we were joking about what stupid little kids we had both been. Eric said there were probably 2 sophomores out there doing the same sort of thing right now, and that they wouldn't be talking again until senior year either. It was funny. We laughed. Dylan was stunned at the turn of events. He and I went out for a cigarette that day, and Eric was with us. We told Dylan that things were cool between us. To be honest, I think Dylan was one reason why Eric and I patched things up so easily. Both of us knew the strain our rift had put on him. Nobody likes to play the go-between. Several people have suggested to me that Eric found excuses to hate me back in junior year because he felt I was threatening his friendship with Dylan. After all, he had pushed away their other friends one by one. The theory makes sense. When you're younger and you live in a society like Columbine, you get the feeling that friendship is finite and can be tossed away easily, that starting a friendship with one person means losing friendships with others. Yet you learn through experience that friendship can be infinite. Eric came from a background of constantly moving around with his family. Who knows how many friendships were cut off for him each time. In Dylan, he saw a best friend, and he feared anything that could take that away. From there, he found excuses to make me a target. I was hoping all of that would be behind us now." End quote. You could say Eric Harris ultimately did put the past behind them, in one of the eeriest ways. Brooks Brown, like several Columbine survivors, has pretty much been trying to put together the pieces behind the massacre ever since. Tried to come to terms with the fact that people he considered his friends could do something so fucked up. He's strongly against the idea that violent video games were the root cause of Klebold and Harris's choices, and instead believes bullying and the toxic atmosphere of the school were more to blame. Eric and Dylan created this tragedy, he told FHM in 2004, but Columbine created them. He used to run his own blog, where he shared his opinions on things and provided updates on games he was making and games he reviewed. Still, there's one thing that needs to be said about Brooks Brown. As you might have already been able to tell by the excerpts from his book, he's a storyteller. And you know what storytellers do? They embellish to make their stories more interesting. According to statements by his classmates, it was just common knowledge that Brooks Brown wasn't in the healthiest marriage with the truth. John Savage, who said he was pretty good friends with Brooks Brown, mentioned he'd seen Brooks show up on the news and pointed out it was well known that Brooks embellished his stories. Patrick Kelly, another student, said that Brooks Brown, quote, considered himself to be a master philosopher and tended to lie a lot. Student Renee Kinsella informed police that if someone did know about Eric and Dylan's massacre plans beforehand, it wouldn't be Brooks, since he was, quote, a male gossiper. She also said she wasn't surprised that Brooks was appearing on television so much in the wake of the massacre. He's an actor, she said. Senior Lane Newton said she knew Brooks Brown, that he was, quote, a good talker, and that she wouldn't trust him at all. Interestingly, it would seem that Brooks may have been stretching the truth some in this very story here. If we're going by Brooks's timeline, he and Eric had their falling out in winter of their junior year, which would be 1998. He also claimed that Eric was catching rides from other people, including Brooks, because he didn't have his driver's license. However, that would be wrong. Eric's driver's license was issued May 8th, 1997. Even Dylan, who was a year younger than most of his peers and typically fell slightly behind them with things like that, had his driver's license by 1998. Now, of course, Eric's license could have been suspended or something like that, but to say he didn't have one at all is false. Brooks himself seems to realize this. If you listen closely, you'll notice that he and Eric mysteriously go from juniors to sophomores and then juniors again. Looking at the police reports filed, it's clear that the snowball incident actually happened in February of 1997, not 1998, which would indeed make Eric and Brooks sophomores at the time. It would also mean they hadn't been speaking to each other for nearly 2 years instead of just one. To be fair though, police also thought the snowball incident happened in 1998 until they did an investigation of their files. Brooks was likely just misremembering the timeline of events. When he talks about reconciling with Eric, he does mention it had been over a year since he last hung out with him. Some also doubt the story where Klebold informed Brown about Eric's website, since there's evidence the Brown family already knew about it in 1997, but the timeline actually does seem to corroborate Brooks' story here. Aaron Brown, Brooks' younger brother, had seen Eric's website before in 1997, and he'd gone to the police anonymously as a concerned citizen in August of that year, but the threats Aaron reported were different from the ones Dylan allegedly showed Brooks in 1998. Aaron had reported Eric's infamous "you know what I hate" rants. In one of them, Eric says, "You know what I really hate? Liars. Oh God, I hate liars. And living in this fucking neighborhood, there's thousands of them. Why the fuck must people lie so damn much, especially about stupid things? Like, yeah, I just bought 5 cases of M80s in Oklahoma for about $5, and they are legal there and everything. Yeah, my parents buy most of my guns. Every once in a while I'll use my $4,000 paycheck and buy a shotgun or two. And my brand new Hummer just broke down on the highway when I was going 250 miles per hour. Stupid cars." Like that. Now what fucking part, if any, would a normal human being believe? And that's just one person. Another big example is Brooks Brown, phone number removed. Now, according to him, he has a 215 IQ, 5 other homes, 2 in Alaska and 3 in Florida, 95-mile-per-hour fastball, he is only 16, runs a mile in about 5 minutes, has an uncle that's the former head of all the armed forces and has access to the button. His other uncle is a multi-millionaire that lives in downtown Detroit, and his neighbors are the chick that sang Respect and the lead singer of Aerosmith. And that same uncle owns 30% of the stock of that Tylenol company, and his grandparents give him about $1,000 for each month, and his other grandpa can blow up every house in America because all the houses have C4 in the foundations. Again, according to Brooks Brown. Okay, when people lie like that, it's not impressive, no one believes it. It sounds just plain stupid, and it's a fucking waste of my time. He mentions Brooks Brown again while detailing one of his, Klebold's, and their friend Zach Heckler's rebel missions, where they vandalized houses in the middle of the night. This mission was also liquor-free as a result of this person named Brooks Brown, phone number, who tried to narc on us, telling my parents that I had booze and shit in my room. I had to ditch every bottle I had and lie like a fucking salesman to my parents. All because Brooks Brown thought I put a little nick in his windshield from a snowball. BS, yes. Anyway, that was mission 4. These were the worst of the threats filed in 1997, but on March 18th, 1998, new more detailed threats are filed with police from Eric's also infamous pissed rant.
Over several pages from Eric Harris's website, pages that read, "I will rig up explosives all over a town and detonate each one of them at will after I mow down a whole area of you snotty rich," and it continued with a string of expletives.
Snotty as rich motherfucking high-strung godlike attitude having worthless piece of shit horse.
The page continued, "All I want to do is kill and injure as many of you as I can." One of the pages that had a recipe for a pipe bomb concluded, "Now our only problem is to find the place that will be ground zero." Today, a sheriff spokesman would not discuss any of this.
All of that is part of the ongoing investigation, and they do not want to make any comments about that right now.
But some of the information given to the sheriff made its way to Neil Gardner, a deputy who was assigned to the high school.
Had you been told about that? I mean, did you have any kind of warning about him?
A little bit, yeah. That he might be capable of making some bombs.
The date when this report was filed would match when Brooks said Dylan told him about the website. It also matches the message Brooks said he saw when he looked at the link. Also, the link Dylan gave Brooks and the link Aaron gave the police are different. One was under the handle Reb Doomer, while the other was under the handle Reb Domain. Domain? Overall, this seems to make Brooks' story credible. The only thing I'd say is interesting is that Dylan would essentially also be incriminating himself by giving the link to Brooks. He was complicit in vandalizing the houses mentioned in the missions and in building pipe bombs that Eric bragged about on the site. In the 1998 report, Dylan's name is written right alongside Eric's, although Eric is called the instigator. However, maybe Dylan figured since he and Eric had already been caught for breaking into a van, they, or he at least, had nothing more to lose. Harris's website. Eric Harris was infamous for ranting and raving on the internet about how much rage he had, and for blabbing about rebel missions he went on with Zach Heckler and Dylan. He'd also post lyrics from German electro rock band KMFDM, which ended up plastered all over the media, often erroneously attributed to Eric himself. A lot of Eric's rants are amusingly juvenile, but something about them does tend to veer into "are you okay, man" territory. You know what I hate? When I'm walking around in a mall and there's this slow as shit person walking in front of me. God damn it, I'm trying to get somewhere, so move it or lose it, bitches. You know what I hate? OJ. God, I fucking hate that worthless trial. Who in their right friggin' mind would care about that trial? It's not any different from any other murder trial. Tell those fucking reporters to get a life. And what the fuck do we have to gain by watching that stupid trial anyway? It's not news. It's a trial, not news. Trial. Trial does not equal news. You know what I love? Making fun of stupid people doing stupid things. Like one time when I was watching this freshman try to get on a computer that needed a password. He typed in the password and waited. The girl didn't press enter or anything. He just waited. Then he started cussing at the computer saying it was screwed up. Then the freshman went and got a teacher and the fucking teacher could not figure out why it wasn't going anywhere. Jesus. Personally, I think they should be shot. In some ways, Eric's rants remind me of the ultimate 90s edgelord, Maddox, who penned the best page in the universe. He writes similar aggressive rants from the perspective of someone way smarter than the other morons in the world. For example, his articles, people who label themselves hopeless romantics are stupid and should be shot, or old people should be eaten. Thing is, while Maddox has a clear sense of satire and hyperbole in his rants, Eric's tend to read like the ravings of a kid who just ate 60 hot peppers without water. One of the funniest things in Eric's rants is that he seems to have, consciously or not, thrown a jab at Dylan. He wrote, "You know what I hate? Young smokers. They think they are so goddamn cool with their big bad cigarettes and their so cool attitude. I can't wait until they are about 25 and they have to breathe through their fucking necks and talk with a computer hooked up to their ex vocal cords." Klebold had picked up smoking at 15 and was a regular smoker ever since, always hanging out in the smoker's pit a few feet from the school. And guess who'd be right there with him? Harris. Seems like Eric was doing the classic self-own, except for one thing. Apparently Eric wasn't an actual smoker, more of a poser. He had his favorite brand of cigarettes and was even known to smoke a cigar or two, but unlike Dylan, he took care to inhale shallowly or not at all. And in one of their home movies, Radioactive Clothing, he looks like he barely knows how to use a lighter.
Hey, I don't got a light. You got one? Yeah, hold on a second. You get mine first. Try not to laugh when you light me.
Anyway, I think it's easy enough to say in hindsight that Eric's website was a flaming red flag. It's true that there was a fuck ton of edginess on the interwebs of the 90s, but Eric's seemed to take it to that next level sometimes. This case is full of things that remind you it happened in very different times. Eric's website is one of them. If the things he said had been put on a mainstream platform like Twitter or Facebook, it would be reported and taken down immediately nowadays. But 90s AOL was totally chill with it, and the police were careless enough to lose the file the Browns gave them reporting it, not finding it again until 2003. By the way, here's a skit from Mad that Eric's "You Know What I Hate" rants were based on. Klebold and Harris's journals. The most enduring look into the killer's minds remains their journals, though in actuality it seems that only Harris had a traditional journal. Klebold's journal is actually notes scattered among his school papers and daily planners, put together chronologically based on their dates. Both journals are pretty fascinating to read. They highlight the fact that while Klebold and Harris were seemingly very different personalities, their differences were fairly superficial when compared to their core similarities. Some say they were a match made in hell. That's a bit hyperbolic, but I can see what they mean. Their personalities were eerily well matched, and it's easy to see why they were good friends. Let's take a brief look at the journals and their similarities and differences. They both play it fast and loose with the English language. Klebold invents his own words in an elegant and almost poetic way, such as sad, desolate, lonely, unsalvageable, I feel I am, for example. He also uses slightly odd syntax and sentence structure. For example, "That's how I know the everything is true." Harris writes in a very straightforward, easy to understand way, but could not give less of a fuck about whether words are spelled correctly. Quote, "By the way, spelling is stupid unless I say spell it how it sounds, it's the fucking easiest way." They both seem to think of themselves as godlike beings above others, though an interesting difference here is that while Eric seems to wish he was God, Dylan seems to believe he is God. Harris, "I feel like God and I wish I was, having everyone officially lower than me." Klebold, "I understand the everything. I am the God of the everything." They both try to reconcile their godlike selves with their flawed human selves. Klebold seems ashamed of his humanity and tends to regard it as a separate entity, as you can see in this entry where he apologizes to his soulmate for watching pornography and being kinky. "I'm forever sorry, infinitely, about the pornos. My humanity has a foot fetish, and bondage extreme liking. I try to thwart it, sometimes to no effect, yet the masturbation has stopped. I'm sorry, redacted." Harris, on the other hand, is unapologetic and straightforward about his hypocrisy. "Yeah, I know that I hate liars, and I am one myself. Oh fucking well. It's okay if I'm a hypocrite, but no one else, because I am higher than you people, no matter what you say. If you disagree, I would shoot you. They both have a very high sense of superiority, which ties right into the whole godlike thing. Eric affectionately refers to his audience as, "You stupid fucks," and "You pathetic fools." Dylan writes, "I think too much. I understand. I am God compared to some of those unexistible brainless zombies, yet the actions of them interest me, like a kid with a new toy." Klebold's journal is full of intense and obvious self-loathing. Literally every page reeks of it, and despite his claims of godhood and superiority, his self-hatred bleeds through. "Some god I am. All people I ever might have loved have abandoned me. My parents piss me off and hate me. Want me to have fucking ambition? How can I when I get screwed and destroyed by everything? I have no money, no happiness, no friends. Eric will be getting farther away soon. I'll have less than nothing. How normal." But Harris also has a deep-rooted self-loathing, something which occasionally gets overlooked because he's careful not to mention it very often. "I have always hated how I looked. I make fun of people who look like me, sometimes without even thinking, sometimes just because I want to rip on myself. That's where a lot of my hate grows from. The fact that I have practically no self-esteem, especially concerning girls and looks and such. Therefore, people make fun of me. Constantly. Therefore, I get no respect, and therefore, I get fucking pissed." Klebold and Harris both seem to not care if they live or die, but Harris seems less like he actually wants to die, and more like he would rather just be free to do what he wants, even if it means he has to die in the process. He writes, "I have thought too much, realized too much, found out too much, and I'm too self-aware to just stop what I'm thinking and go back to society because what I do and think isn't right or morally accepted. No, 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 God fucking damn it, no. I will sooner die than betray my own thoughts. But before I leave this worthless place, I will kill whoever I deem unfit for anything at all, especially life. And if you pissed me off in the past, you will die if I see you." Klebold, on the other hand, is more actively suicidal in his writings and seems to think the state of death is preferable to life. He crosses out his own name, writes about how depressed and miserable he is, and often makes direct references to killing himself. Quote, "Oh God, I hate my life. I want to die really bad right now." When he was 15, he wrote about a dream he'd had that seems to be about his own death. Miles and miles of never-ending grass, like a wheat, a farm, sunshine, a happy feeling in the presence. Absolutely nothing wrong, nothing ever is. Contrary 180 degrees to normal life. No awareness, just pure bliss, unexplainable bliss. The only challenges are no challenge. And then, bam, realization sets in. The world is the greatest punishment. Life. A very important difference is that Eric's journal is clearly written for an audience. He started his journal when the plan to go MBK was already in motion, which is probably why it's written differently from Klebold's. Eric frequently references people, whether it's survivors or investigators or just stupid fucks, whom he already anticipates will read the journal. Klebold's notes, on the other hand, start nearly a year before the plan to go MBK, so it's less likely he was thinking of an audience back in, say, March 1997. Whether he planned for the later entries to be read is anyone's guess, but if he did, he doesn't really give that indication. So his journal reads more honestly, and with far more vulnerability, most likely because he didn't intend for anyone else to see it. There are a few moments in Eric's journal that are more personal or vulnerable, but you have to look carefully to find them. I think it was his intention for his journal to be this badass manifesto that made him look psycho. Which, I mean, if that was his intention, it definitely worked. At least according to the FBI, and plenty of others who read it and went away thinking Harris was a psychopath. Structure-wise, Harris's journal is also way more straightforward. He brings a straight-to-the-point, zealous energy that you'll notice is also in his school reports, which you'll see later in the iceberg. Klebold's journal is naturally less cohesive since it's a collection of notes, but there's an interesting, unraveled sweater quality to it. In the beginning, it's easy to see the connection between the entries. He's philosophical and dreamlike, and while his words are sometimes hard to understand, it still makes some sense. The later it gets, though, the more flighty and strange the narrative becomes, until even the dates go missing. It's like those paintings from the dude on LSD. Harris mentions Klebold a lot more in his journal than Klebold mentions Harris. When he writes about being godlike, Harris mentions how Klebold is godlike too. I have something only me and V have: self-awareness. He also writes about fantasies of violence with Klebold. Imagine that, you fuckers. Picture half of Denver on fire just from me and vodka. Oh man, that would be beautiful. Apparently, this strong attachment and joined at the hilt type connection was a common thing for Eric. In Eric's psychology class, there was a dream analysis session where students could opt to anonymously submit their dreams, but everyone knew which one was Eric's because of all the me and Dylan. Klebold does mention a friend with similar affection in his journals, but it isn't Harris. The name has been redacted, but from context clues, it was most likely Zach Heckler, a guy Dylan met in freshman year of high school. They worked in sound tech at the theater together, as you can see here.
That's just great. What's wrong? Please tell me, Andy, there you are. Zach, that girl's like shit.
Zach, Eric, and Dylan also used to go on the rebel missions together, throwing firecrackers and egging houses of people Eric didn't like. But in mid-1997, Zach started dating he and Dylan's mutual friend, Devin Adams, and since he had a girlfriend now, Zach started spending less time just hanging out with Dylan. Grew up, basically. Dylan was crushed. My best friend ever. The friend who shared, experimented, laughed, took chances with, and appreciated me more than any friend ever did, has been ordained, passed on, in my book. Ever since Redacted, who I wouldn't mind killing, has loved him. That's the only place he's been, with her. If anyone had any idea how sad I am, I mean, we were the team. When him and I first were friends, hell, I'd finally found someone who was like me, who appreciated me, and showed very common interests. Ever since 7th grade, I felt lonely. When Redacted came around, I finally felt happiness, sometimes. We did cigars, drinking, sabotaged the houses, everything for the first time together. And now that he's moved on, I feel so lonely without a friend. Oh well, maybe he'll come around. In their journals and their ideas, Klebold and Harris definitely have a weird synergy. I feel like in every difference there's some kind of similarity, and vice versa. Personally, what I got from the journals is that Harris seems unforgiving about who he is. He feels different than everyone else, but he sees that as a good thing. It's a sign that he is who he's supposed to be. He seems angry that society has beaten the individuality and human instincts, as he calls them, out of other people, and most of his anger towards humanity seems to be over the fact that they've allowed themselves to be molded by a society and have no sense of authentic selves anymore. For this flaw, he hates people with a passion, calls them idiots, and wants them to die. He seems to think that because he is true to himself, this makes him godlike, despite the fact that he has flaws and can be just as hypocritical as anyone else, a fact he admits to. But Harris's journals are also full of contradictions, frustration, and pain. He insists he's godlike, then admits he has no self-esteem. He wishes people would think for themselves, then says individualism is what ruined a government he loved. Remember what I said earlier about the hot potato? Like most people that age, Harris's beliefs seemed to be in a constant state of flux, although there were some things that stayed consistent. Klebold seems more distressed over being different, even though he also considers himself more intelligent and godlike than everyone else. He thinks his inability to connect with the rest of the world is a curse, that his self-awareness makes him inhuman. He hates the jocks and zombies of supposedly lower intellect because he envies their happiness, their ability to live like real humans. Harris's journals read like an augmentation to the character he was already known to have. His anger issues and fairly aggressive nature weren't really a secret to anyone, though the extremes of his philosophy were still a surprise to those who knew him. Klebold's journals read more like a secret side. The more aggressive and negative side of Klebold's character, while not completely hidden, was more suppressed than Harris's. When he was drunk, the negativity, depression, and homicidal anger leaked out into his journal. You'll also notice as the timeline goes on that Klebold's good 100% normal kid armor cracks more and more. Another interesting thing in the journals was seeing the birth and infancy of Klebold and Harris's philosophies. A lot of people wonder why Eric and Dylan didn't just wait a few more weeks, graduate, and move on with their lives. If their gripe was with their high school, they were literally about to leave. Why not just tough it out? I think maybe the answer to that is in the journals. Their philosophies are far from developed or mature, but one thing they both seem to agree on is that society sucks. It's useless, constraining, and ultimately unfair. The system is not one they can win in. I think they saw their school as just one example of this, which is why they targeted the entire school, not just bullies or those they personally hated. But I think they may have figured the rest of their lives would just be more of the same, that they would never be free, and that the shit they loathed so much about high school was the same shit they would have to deal with for the rest of their lives. I think that's why they were so keen to do the massacre before high school ended. After high school, they would have to join society for real. But, to quote Eric, there is no actual real world. I get the feeling Dylan and Eric knew what they were capable of as far as their futures. Eric writes, "I would have been a fucking great Marine. It would have given me a reason to do good." Dylan was accepted at all 3 colleges he enrolled in and waitlisted at a 4th. So I think they had some idea, at least, that they could have had success in the traditional sense. They may have just not wanted it. But I'm a very unqualified individual. Let's hear what the experts had to say. Harris was a psychopath. The FBI was quick to start analyzing the shooter's journals to discover the motives behind the massacre. Harris was determined to be a psychopath, or a budding psychopath, since an individual under 18 can actually be diagnosed with psychopathy. While Harris was 18 when he died, the majority of the journals and behavior which the diagnosis was based on occurred when he was 17 and younger. Harris's supposed lack of empathy, lack of genuine emotion, and alleged ability to manipulate the people around him into doing what he desired, as well as his narcissistic wish to be a god who decided the fates of others, are all traits of the clinical psychopath. Psychopaths also feel an intense desire to remain in control, a trait Eric also had. For example, he liked the idea of smoking and drinking for its rebel cool factor, but wouldn't really inhale and was careful not to get drunk because he disliked feeling out of control. He also disliked the medication he was on for his anger issues for the same reason. He felt society was trying to control his behavior and he hated that. So he started tripping off his meds, going on and off them when he felt like it.
And towards the end, I had been told that he actually stopped taking his medication. And sometimes it was almost frightening to see one minute how he was a very nice, happy, normal guy, and the next minute he was very, very angry, almost sinister at times.
Sexual offending is another sign often associated with psychopathy, and while it doesn't seem like Eric acted on any of his fantasies during his lifetime, in his journal he writes of his desire to pair woman, quote, "Who can I trick into my room first?" Another trait of the psychopath is shallow emotions. One common misconception about psychopaths is that they have no emotions at all, when in actuality, they are typically said to have fleeting emotions that don't run as deeply as non-psychopaths. Their strongest emotional responses are usually anger and pleasure. Both of these emotions feature prominently in Harris's journal. He also writes about having to keep up a mask. "I'm showing too much of myself, my views and thoughts. People might start to wonder. Smart ones will get nosy and something might happen to fuck me over. I might need to put on one hell of a mask here to fool all of you some more." To some, this is a clear sign of psychopathy, as psychopaths have no problem hiding the real them through endless lies and deception if it means getting to use others and reaching their goals. In his journal, Eric writes, "You know what? I feel like telling about lies. I lie a lot, almost constant, and to everybody, just to keep my own ass out of the water. And by the way, side note, I don't think I am doing this for attention, as some people might think. Let's see. What are some big lies I have told? Yeah, I stopped smoking. For doing it, not for getting caught. No, I haven't been making more bombs. No, I wouldn't do that. And of course, countless other ones." And finally, during the massacre, while Dylan Klebold acted more like the kind of psycho you see in the movies, screaming at people and making fun of them before they died, Eric Harris, while also engaging in some taunting and jeering, was overall far more calm, cool, and collected, which is more consistent with an actual psychopath. Not everyone buys the psychopath theory, though. In his journal, Eric writes, "Someone's bound to say, what were they thinking when we go in BK or when we were planning it? So this is what I'm thinking. I have a goal to destroy as much as possible, so I must not be sidetracked by my feelings of sympathy, mercy, or any of that. So I will force myself to believe that everyone is just another monster from Doom, like FH or FS or demons, so it's either me or them. I have to turn off my feelings. Which implies that Harris knew the massacre would be emotionally taxing and could awaken feelings that could hinder him, a fairly typical and non-psychopathic assumption to make. In the basement tapes, he expresses a lot of regret over what the massacre will do to his parents, saying at different points, "I really am sorry about all this, and this is going to tear them apart. They will never forget it." He even appears to start crying when he's alone, speaking about how he wishes he could go back to Michigan and see old friends one last time. At the end of the tapes, when Harris begins to sound particularly regretful, saying, "Yeah, everyone I love, I'm really sorry about all this. I know my mom and dad would just be like, just fucking shocked beyond belief. I'm sorry, alright? I can't help it." It's Klebold who interrupts with, "We did what we had to do." Harris was also fond of animals, a stark contrast to the stereotypical psychopath who has a tendency to engage in animal torture. He'd had a dog named Sparky since he was a kid, and the dog was getting old and ill and seizure-ridden. When the dog was close to death, Eric was very worried, and Dylan took a double shift where they worked so Eric could spend more time with his dog. Psychiatrist Peter Langman and the FBI psychiatrist Duane Fusilier, who originally put forth the theory that Harris was a psychopath, argue that these moments of vulnerability are just more signs that Harris was emotionally manipulative, as psychopaths tend to be, or he was just showing the fleeting emotions typical of a psychopath. But others argue that too much of what's being called traits of psychopathy for Harris are actually fairly normal behaviors for a boy his age, and that dismissing his more vulnerable, emotional moments as psychopathic manipulation is reductive and even harmful. They also point to Eric's childhood, where he built strong friendship bonds with kids his age and seemed to genuinely value them. In a school report, he wrote, "Losing a friend is almost the worst thing to happen to a person, especially in the childhood years. I've lived in many places, but the last 3 places have been the most fun and the greatest experiences of my childhood. Although memories stay with you, the actual friend doesn't. I have lost many great friends, and each and every time I lost one, I went through the worst days of my life. Since losing a friend is something I've experienced many times, I know what Alexandra feels like, and oh pioneers, and it isn't something I would like to feel for a long time." Posthumous diagnoses in general are a dodgy idea, especially when considering a condition as severe as psychopathy, or the mental illness related to psychopathy that Harris could have been labeled with, as psychopathy isn't an actual mental diagnosis, but rather a clinical term. That said, at least 4 clinicians, Peter Langman, Duane Fusilier, Frank Ochberg, and Mary Ellen O'Toole, considered Harris high on the psychopathy scale. And on the flip side, it's generally accepted in psychiatry that a diagnosis of ASPD and similar disorders can't be issued to a minor under 18, or based on a minor under 18. Because he's dead, Eric's diagnosis is likely never going to be definitive, but if you want to play along with the "is Eric Harris a psychopath" debate, find a free online copy of the Hare Psychopathy Checklist, which is typically used in forensic psychiatric analysis, and decide for yourself how much of Eric's behavior fits in line with it from what you already know and what you continue to see as the iceberg goes on. Klebold was a self-loathing depressive. So, as we saw in the journal excerpts, Klebold appeared to hate himself a hell of a lot. He often wrote about wanting to kill himself, once dramatically writing that he'd slit his wrists and ignite a bomb strapped around his neck if his soulmate didn't love him. He also wrote a lot about his depression, with a melodramatic tinge that reminds me of the song "Suicide is Painless," written by a teenage boy around the same age as Klebold. He calls his life, quote, "the most miserable existence in the history of time," and penned this entry, which goes from eloquent to enraged. "Sadness seems infinite, and the shell of happiness shines around, yet the true despair overcomes it this lifetime. How tragic too, my fucking dumbass shithead, I hate shit, motherfucking goddamn piece of death thought and nothing, fuck! Klebold seems exasperated by his own depression, writing, "Farther and farther distant, that's what's happening. Me and everything that zombies consider real. Just images, not life. Soon I will be at peace, I hope. Burn, with all your life fucked up around you. I get more depressed with each day. More shit. And I can't ever stop it." There were signs of depression outside of his writings as well. Klebold was known to have mood swings, particularly after going from junior to senior year in high school. Some classmates remember him as being sweet, gentle, and goofy, while others remember him being sullen, rude, and with a constant sneer or scowl on his face.
When I first met Dylan, he was very shy. You know, he dressed like a pretty normal kid, jeans, t-shirts. He liked computers more than other kids, but besides that, he was fairly normal. He didn't know how to interact with people without another person there or something that he could talk about, like a movie or music or something.
Behind the reserved and normal Dylan she was familiar with, Devon would discover a rather darker side.
But he was just kind of goofy, had a really sneaky sense of humor. And he was really morose, and he'd make jokes about things that a lot of people don't make jokes about death and about just really dark things.
I noticed a change in behavior when Dylan was in about 6th grade. That's when he was transitioning to our junior high school, what we call junior high. And he became a lot more self-conscious. He became a lot more serious. He wanted to be invisible. He didn't want any attention called to himself. But of course, a lot of that is normal behavior for a young teen. They're going through that. I remember dropping him off at junior high one day. I guess I was picking him up, and I yelled out the car window, you know, Dylan. And he got in the car. It was like, don't say my name in front of my friends, you know, this kind of thing. So in that respect, you know, it appeared to be a normal teen experience. But there were some times that he would come home. I remember one time in particular in about 8th grade where he was upset about something and he didn't want to talk about it. And he went to his room and he closed the door. And I was concerned, and I came up to bring him some chocolate milk, and he was asleep. And I could see that, you know, he was crying. He'd been crying. And when I asked him the next day what it was, he just said, oh, some kids were mean to me. But other than that, you know, I could see that there were changes going on, but I didn't see the magnitude of where he was going.
There were a lot of accounts of Klebold being angry and pissed off at school. Some students even remembered him as being scarier than Harris. For example, student Anna Payakun, who described Harris as being very nice, while Klebold was mean and sarcastic and didn't seem to like her. Some of the authority figures in Klebold's life also reported him as being rude and temperamental.
Dylan was known to swear at teachers and fight with his boss at the pizzeria.
Irritability is a common sign of depression, and Mr. and Mrs. Klebold noticed this in Dylan, though they didn't think much of it, as a lot of teenagers get pissed at the drop of a needle. Sue Klebold noticed Dylan would have a strange look or tone of voice, as if he were, quote, laughing at some inside joke whenever he was annoyed with her. She found it very disrespectful. Dylan was also becoming more and more withdrawn, another common thing with teenagers, but also a common sign of depression. On January 11th, 1999, Sue Klebold wrote in her journal, "This long, hard day is over. Tom's surgery was today." Tom Klebold, Dylan's father, was suffering from rheumatoid arthritis. "After sitting and waiting for 13 hours, I just needed to get home. Good thing I did, because Dylan hasn't exactly risen to a level of responsibility in my absence. He overslept and missed a class and was sleeping when I got home. Nothing taken care of that I needed him to do, like take care of the cats. What have I raised?" The next day she wrote, "Dylan has been so reclusive. We've hardly seen him, and attempts to engage him have been futile. He didn't even say hi to Tom or ask how he was. It was weird." End quote. Acting lethargic, tired, and disinterested can be a sign of depression. Both of Dylan's parents noticed he was looking weary and were concerned about it, but they figured it was probably due to him having a very tight schedule, and it could easily have been just that. By 1999, Dylan had 6 a.m. bowling classes, advanced calculus and video production classes, English and psychology, and he had a part-time job during the week and some weekends. He'd also hang out till 1 in the morning playing Doom or Quake or Diablo with his friend Zach Heckler or with Eric over the computer. So yeah, it's easy to see why he might have been on the blink sometimes during the day. Klebold was very close-mouthed with his parents when they occasionally tried to touch base with him and ask him how he was doing. He'd always say something along the lines of, "I'm fine, just tired," or "I have a lot of homework to do," and he'd leave. He made attempts to cure his depression on his own by drinking alcohol and taking St. John's wort, a natural over-the-counter medication that is typically used as an anxiety reliever and mild antidepressant. He had quite a lot of St. John's wort, 2 bottles in his bedroom and 1 in his car. When a friend inquired what it was for, Dylan said, "To improve my motivation." Some interesting symptoms of depression that especially manifest in males are risky or careless behavior and physical symptoms like headaches or unintended weight loss. Klebold hit the triple whammy. Not long after he turned 16, he awoke in the middle of the night with stomach pains so severe that his parents rushed him to the emergency room thinking he had appendicitis. Doctors ran a bunch of tests on him and were surprised to find nothing wrong. When they sent him home, Dylan seemed to make a full recovery. 2 days later, he was arrested for breaking into an abandoned van in the middle of the night with Eric. Finally, during the months before the massacre, he lost somewhere between 15 to 40 pounds. At his death, he weighed 143 pounds, which would put him as slightly underweight for his height. It's kind of hard to tell because Klebold was always lank, but you can see he looks a bit gaunt in his prom photos. Man, what planning to blow up your school can do to a guy. Klebold having some form of depressive disorder is generally not disputed, but it's usually presented as comorbid with another condition. Peter Langman, who specializes in the psychology of school shooters, characterized Klebold as psychotic. He suggests that Klebold may have had AVPD, avoidant personality disorder, which leads to heightened social anxiety, feelings of inadequacy and inferiority, and extreme sensitivity to rejection or perceived rejection. Dylan's perception of being bad at socializing, even if it wasn't a reality-based belief, in turn led to him having severe depression. He then retreated into a world of fantasies and delusion to cope with his increasing loneliness, anxiety, and depression, eventually developing schizotypal traits. Langman writes, "A good way to understand schizotypal personality disorder is to think of it as combining extreme social inadequacy with problems in thinking. Socially, schizotypals are severely self-conscious, anxious, and uncomfortable. They can interact with others, but they are deeply insecure and have chronic fears of rejection, often to the point of being somewhat paranoid. Schizotypals desire friendship and intimacy, but lack the ability to form emotionally satisfying relationships. This is similar to avoidant personality disorder, but in a more severe form." Associate Professor of Psychology Aubrey Emmelman came to a similar conclusion when studying Klebold, characterizing him as the conflicted avoidant with schizotypal traits. If you want to play the Diagnose Klebold game, pay close attention to this psychological profile, then decide for yourself how closely Klebold aligns with it. Psychologist Thomas Millen describes the conflicted avoidant in Disorders of Personality, DMS-4, and beyond. The conflicted avoidant includes features of the negativistic personality, formerly called the passive-aggressive personality. All avoidants are caught in a conflict between desiring and fearing the closeness of intimacy. Likewise, negativists are basically ambivalent about themselves and others, sometimes idealizing their close friends and companions, and sometimes, if their sense of autonomy is threatened, seeking to undermine or humiliate them. Conflicted avoidants combine the basic withdrawal of the avoidant pattern with the negativist's tendency towards interpersonal guerrilla warfare. When not in social isolation, they are often experienced as petulant and sulking. They may sometimes attack others for failing to recognize their needs for affection, but then accuse whoever offers nurturance as seeking to compromise their independence. Relating to such individuals is very much a lose-lose situation. Disposed to anticipate disappointments and fearful of facing others openly, they may strike out indirectly by obstructing their actions and perverting their wishes. They often report feeling misunderstood, unappreciated, and demeaned, and they display their moods more erratically than does the basic avoidant pattern. During periods when stresses are minimal, they may deny past resentments and attempt to portray an image of general contentment. Under slight pressures, however, their pacific surface easily gives way to impulsive hostility. Unable to orient emotions and thoughts logically, they may at times become lost in personal irrelevancies and autistic asides, further alienating them from others. Based on anecdotal evidence of Klebold's behavior and the writings in his journal, the conflicted avoidant personality seems consistent. At worst, these types can be moody, hostile, whiny, chronically unhappy, and perhaps most notably, passively compliant with resentment and opposition, a pattern you may notice appear again and again with Klebold. At best, these types can be agreeable and friendly, sensitive, and emotionally responsive. You'll notice anecdotes of this side of Klebold as well. There are accounts of him being a good listener, affectionate, thoughtful, and even comforting. Nearly all psychiatric professionals who have looked at Klebold's journal find him some degree of mentally disturbed, and sometimes, colloquially speaking, crazier than Eric. But Klebold is an enigmatic killer, in the words of Peter Langman. A good portion of Columbine theorizing, both from the psychologist's angle and from journalists and the media's angle, is trying to rationalize and explain how Dylan, who was widely reported as a passive, lazy, and laid-back individual, became full of enough rage to commit mass murder. If Eric was a psychopath, what does that make Dylan, who shared equal participation on Doomsday? Dylan was a follower is the commonest explanation. Eric was the mastermind and driver of the plan, and Dylan followed him. This theory goes back to as early as a month after the shootings, when an article called "The Life and Death of a Follower" was issued by the Denver Post. In it, classmates of Eric and Dylan expressed shock about Dylan's involvement. Not long after escaping the building on the day of the shootings, senior Chris Hooker ran into some reporters who asked him who he thought might be responsible. Quote, "He rattled off several students, including a tall, quiet kid with an interest in computers, a knack for math, and a passion for baseball. Dylan Klebold." As a reporter scribbled, Hooker reconsidered. "You better cross Dylan's name off," he said. "He's not that kind of a person. He would never do this." Dylan was a follower, says Hooker. He seemed like he had low self-esteem, adds Tara Oglesby, a senior who took creative writing with both gunmen. He always followed Eric around. He was like Eric's little shadow. Within the shadow, a dark side emerged. Klebold flirted with pyrotechnic pranks, got caught breaking into a van last year, and was heard to punctuate successes in bowling class with a sharp "Heil Hitler" that loomed particularly disturbing in light of his mother's Jewish roots. He gravitated to the fringe of the trenchcoat mafia, earned the name Vodka after he guzzled an entire bottle, and wrote disturbingly violent essays. Tall and gawky, Klebold towered over Harris, but lacked confidence and often seemed to take his friend's lead, even on such seemingly inconsequential matters as cigarettes. When Harris adopted Camel filters as his brand of choice, Klebold quickly followed suit. Harris's own accounts, posted on his internet webpage, of nighttime missions to plant firecrackers and perform other mischief at the homes of his enemies, cast Klebold as a willing accomplice. They were a team on the van break-in too, but got a break from the juvenile justice system and entered a diversion program that wiped their record clean. Both earned early termination from the program, but their diversion officers noted, in separate reports, distinct differences in the boys' personal makeups. Harris remained focused, excelled in school, and was articulate and intelligent enough to achieve lofty goals as long as he stayed on task. Klebold's intelligence and potential were duly noted, but his supervisor repeatedly expressed concerns about motivation. He needs to strive to self-motivate himself so he can remain on a positive path, the officer wrote. Some acquaintances say Harris had enough motivation to drive both young men down the path to violence. The intense disdain for Columbine's jocks that ostensibly drove the April 20th massacre seemed perfectly aligned with Harris's rants, but partly at odds with Klebold's reality. Though identified with an outcast group, Klebold shared friendship and closely held interests with students outside the trenchcoat crowd, including athletes. Would he hatch and execute a plot to kill them? No way he'd do that on his own, says 16-year-old Jacob Carey, a Columbine baseball player who shared Klebold's love of the sport in a fantasy league. He's not a leader in any way. He was just a nice guy, if you got to know him. If Dylan had any hatred, adds Dan Holsey, an 18-year-old senior, he never told me or anyone I knew. John Ungerland, who sat next to Harrison Klebold in video class this year, says he often overheard snippets of conversation laced with racial epithets, but they were always initiated by Harris. Dylan might nod agreement, but he seldom spoke. Senior Jennifer LaPlante talked to Harrison Klebold in bowling class. "I would say, why do you guys wear all that German stuff? Are you guys Nazis?" LaPlante recalls. They'd say, "Yeah, Heil Hitler." I would just walk away. I didn't know if they were serious. Other students who bowled with both boys say they also heard Klebold's Heil Hitler after he rolled a good ball, but it's unclear whether the remarks constituted ethnic enmity or just tasteless humor. "I'd say Eric had it in him," says Brian Anderson, a 17-year-old junior injured in the rampage. "Dylan was kind of influenced and followed. Dylan wasn't a bad guy. says Jennifer Harmon, who took creative writing with Eric and Dylan. I never thought he would do something like the Rampage, but they said Eric's name on TV, and I automatically knew Dylan was going to be there. Eric had a persuasion. I think Eric would always tell Dylan that people never liked him, and that he was his only true friend. I liked him, says Tim Castle, a Columbine student and Fantasy League rival who, days earlier, had looked down the barrel of Klebold's gun before the shooter chose to spare him. He was shy, more than anything. I had never seen him get in a fight or any real big arguments with anybody, ever. He really was a pretty normal and a pretty nice guy. We're all thinking it was some kind of a double life, end quote. That Dylan and Eric's dynamic was leader and follower is corroborated by multiple accounts from students in the 11K. Sophomore Tyler Chenoweth said in his opinion, if Eric Harris and Chris Morris asked Dylan to jump off a bridge, Dylan probably would. Terry Lawson, who only knew Harris and Klebold for half a semester but had spoken to them, was of the belief that Harris planned the massacre and Klebold followed instructions. Steve Trujillo, who knew Eric and Dylan for 3 or 4 years, said it seemed like Dylan was a follower of Eric. Michael Bierman, who shared an English class with the guys, said Dylan Klebold was, quote, definitely a follower of Eric. Jason Cornelius, who knew Dylan since 7th grade, but had stopped hanging out with him around senior year when Dylan started dressing differently, thought that Dylan had to have come under the influence of someone else to do what he did because he didn't think Dylan had it in him. Brett O'Neill, friends with Klebold and Harris from 8th and 9th grades, said that Harris was very smart and Klebold was a follower. Royzon McEwen, who worked with Klebold and Harris at Blackjack Pizza, said, quote, that Dylan was a follower and that Reb, Eric, could talk him into anything. Fellow student Nathan Vanderoe echoed the sentiment.
Psychologist Joel DeVoskin interviews Nathan Vanderoe, who describes Dylan Klebold from their days in a junior high school church youth group.
Laid back, probably. He seemed kind of naive. Like
kind of naive.
If I wanted to talk him into something, chances are pretty good that I could have.
Student David Didle, who was off campus getting lunch with some friends when the massacre happened, mentions discussing Eric and Dylan with other students on his first day back at school after the massacre. Quote, he and other students were standing in class talking about Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, and the consensus was that Harris was the controller, Klebold was the follower. At that time, Brian Sargent, who was also in that class, interjected a comment. Yeah, Dylan was going to give himself up, and when Didle or another member of his group asked Sargent how he knew that, Sargent said, that was just a thought that some of us had. This is similar to a rumor that was related to me by another student as being very prevalent among the students at this time, in which Harris is rumored to have shot Klebold because Klebold didn't want to continue with the incident. So, while Dave Cullen is sometimes seen as the pioneer, or even the inventor, behind the Klebold was a follower theory, it seems to have been a prevailing opinion from the beginning, and the perception of Klebold being the more passive personality is supported by a lot of accounts. However, there are also some reports of Klebold showing more dominance. Jennifer Pavalainen describes an incident in January 1999 when her friend, Amanda Sim, clipped Klebold's BMW on the left rear fender while parking in the school's lot. Quote, Klebold got out and said not to worry because the car had been hit before. There was no damage to her friend's car. Harris then got out of the passenger side of Klebold's car and was angry. Klebold ordered Harris to get back in the car, which he did. Amanda Sim herself allegedly dropped by a forum in 2009 with a more detailed account. In January-February 99, I was in the senior lot. For what reason I cannot remember. I saw an open parking space and I was going to pull in and a black car came out of nowhere and I clipped the left side of the rear bumper. I got out of my car in tears thinking, that's it, my mom was going to take away my car. I had just gotten my license 2 or 3 months prior to that. The driver of the car got out and told me, it's okay, the other side has been hit many times, you just evened it out. The passenger, however, was not as thrilled. It wasn't until I was watching the news when they were towing Dylan's car out of the lot that I knew who I hit. Other than that, I don't recall talking or even seeing the two. When asked to give further details, I was in tears and I kept apologizing over and over and over. I told him I had insurance and I could file a report. It was my fault, and that is when I was told it wasn't a big deal. The car had been hit so many times on the other side, I evened it out. I started to calm down. Then the passenger door opened, and Eric started yelling at me, something along the lines of, I was a stupid bitch, why wasn't I paying attention to where I was going? I honestly do not remember all of it. I thought for sure he was gonna send his girlfriend to kick my ass or something. Dylan told him to get back in the car, and they took off. I didn't see them again till the news. She adds that they were flying through the parking lot, and she was actually paying attention. The car just came out of nowhere. Then there's student Eric Jackson, who said he was good friends with Dylan through the Trenchcoat Mafia. He said there was no real leader in the TCM, but Klebold was, quote, more dominant than Harris was. And while there are a lot of accounts of people being shocked that Klebold was part of the massacre, but not as surprised at Eric's involvement, Eric's old friends from Plattsburgh, New York, were equally stunned that Eric was a part of it.
1,600 miles away from Littleton, Colorado, in Plattsburgh, New York, they're grasping for clues and answers. Eric Harris played Little League and went to elementary school here while his father worked at the local Air Force Base. When news of the shooting broke, old friends here were stunned.
Because I took out my yearbook and I compared pictures, and sure enough, it was him, and I couldn't believe it.
Nora Bordeaux, Adam Pasty, and Kyle Ross spent several days on a whale-watching field trip with Harris where they took this picture of him. They use words like loving and friendly to describe Harris. No trace of violence, no hint of anger.
That's the picture that really, hits me the most, because in it, he's looks like the happiest kid there. He's having the time of his life. He has his big grin ear to ear.
All the guys were kind of troublemakers, but he even seemed tentative to do things like that. He was pretty quiet, but...
So he was never even an instigator?
No, not at all.
When the Plattsburgh Air Force Base closed down in 1993, Harris and his family were forced to move away. He said goodbye in 6th grade yearbooks.
Adam, you've been a great friend. Have a great summer. I'll send you a shirt from Denver. I'm going to miss all of you.
Now, looking back, his friends worry that being uprooted as he headed into adolescence may have been harder on Harris than they thought.
I think that he turned into something that he wouldn't have turned into if he stayed here.
The descriptions of Eric Harris as a friendly, loving boy make his spiral into violence and hatred all the more chilling. Where along the road from Plattsburgh to Littleton did such extreme changes take place, and why? Elizabeth Caledon, CBS News, Plattsburgh, New York.
There's a companion piece about Eric in the Denver Post, released the same day as The Life and Death of a Follower, that calls him, quote, a boy with many sides. I think he was the greatest actor I've ever known because he never showed me anything, never deviated from the character I knew, a bright, smiling kid, says friend and fellow Columbine student Jennifer LaPlante, 18. Interviews with more than 24 close friends and classmates offer a chilling portrait of an outwardly normal but shy teenager who suddenly careened into a world of hate and violence. Harris is remembered in Plattsburgh as a normal 12-year-old, though so timid he struggled to communicate even on the ball field. At the plate, he rarely swung at pitches, preferring to draw walks, a coach said. Eric was the shyest out of everybody, says Brendan Lapierre, a former teammate. Eric was kind of the total opposite of his brother. I don't really think he wanted to play baseball all that much. It was more of a parent thing. The article goes on to speculate that 17-year-old Chris Morris may have had a similar influence on Eric that Eric may have had on Dylan, since Eric supposedly imitated Chris's clothing style and musical tastes. Quote, Harris and Klebold began hanging out with the Trenchcoat Mafia in their junior year. One group member says she never sensed anything dangerous about the pair. Eric was like the little Christian kid out of all of us, just a good little kid at school, the girl says. But his association with the group seemed to coincide with troubling changes in Harris's behavior his junior year. In January 1998, he and Klebold were arrested for breaking into a van and stealing $400 worth of electronic equipment. Friends now call it a goof, barely more than a prank, and Harris was outwardly ashamed of the bust, those close to him say. He only talked of the incident in whispers. During his senior year, he seemed more depressed than ever to some. None of Harris's friends say they knew he'd been diagnosed with a mental illness. It could explain, however, why during his senior year, Harris seemed to fall deeper into dark infatuations with guns and racist views, other students say. 2 weekends ago, before all this started, he was talking about his future, co-worker Kristen Kuwaiken recalls. I had quit Blackjack Pizza, and he was like, yeah, once I graduate, I think I'm gonna quit too, but not now. When I graduate, I'm going to get a job that's better for my future. Then there's the basement tapes. In various transcripts of the basement tapes, Klebold is often noted as being more aggressive and unrepentant, though in some transcripts he is said to have shown remorse. In one Denver Post report, quote, contrary to popular opinion in the Columbine community, Harris comes off in the videos as the more sympathetic character of the two. Portrayed in the days after the attack as angry and weird, he is apologetic and somewhat remorseful in the tapes. He's careful to absolve his parents of any blame and show sympathy to his mother, Kathy, for what he is about to do, trying not to bond with her because he will soon die. It's not their fault. They had no fucking clue, Harris says. It would not solve anything to arrest them. But Harris shows some anger towards his father, Wayne, a military man who moved his family across the country several times. Harris talks of always being the new, white, scrawny kid. I had to go through all that shit so many times, Harris says. Klebold is monstrous on the tapes, openly raging about his lifelong hidden anger and all the slights he suffered at the hands of students, teachers, and his family. He smiles ghoulishly into the camera, lovingly handles weapons, and constantly combs his fingers through his shoulder-length red hair. He shows no contrition, only deadly aggression. This goes to all my family. I'm sorry I have so much rage, Klebold says. You made me what I am. Actually, you just added to what I am. According to another report, Harris says, let's talk about our parents for a minute. Klebold begins coldly. It's my life, he says. They gave it to me. I can do with it what I want. If they don't like it, I'm sorry, but that's too bad. Harris is gentler. They might have made some mistakes that they weren't really aware of in their life with me, but they couldn't have helped it. Both boys say again and again that their parents are great. It sucks to do this to them, Harris says. They're going to go through hell once we're finished. They're never going to see the end of it. Klebold promises his parents there is nothing they could have done to stop what will happen. You can't understand what we feel. You can't understand no matter how much you think you can, he says. Harris explains why he didn't spend more time with his family. I didn't want to do any more bonding with them. It will be a lot easier on them if I haven't been around as much. Klebold addresses all his relations. I'm sorry I have so much rage, he says. Harris speaks lovingly of his mother, then adds, I really am sorry about all of this, but war is war. Another report states, I hope we kill all 250 of you, says Klebold. If you could see the rage I've built up over the years. 3 videotapes prepared by Harris and Klebold in the months before the April 20th attack were found at the Harris' home soon after the carnage. They are startling in their matter-of-fact recitation by the gunmen of what they intended to do to those they believed had wronged them. Harris, swigging from a bottle of Jack Daniels and lovingly handling a sawed-off shotgun he named Arlene, shrugs. I'm really sorry about all of this, but war is war. At one point, Harris begins to list every girl who declined to go out with him. He muses about dying and becoming a ghost, and the two guffaw about haunting the survivors of their shooting spree, making noises that will trigger flashbacks and, quote, drive them insane. Harris waves his journal and suggests to law enforcement officials that if they want to know what led him to plan a bloody rampage, they should simply read this. The pair dismiss what they anticipate will be comparisons to other school shootings, mocking with backwoods accents the camouflage-wearing boys who shot classmates in Kentucky. Do not think we're trying to copy anyone, Harris says. We thought of this before the first one ever happened. Harris and Klebold discuss the cults that might follow their example and seem gleeful about their impending fame. They debate whether Steven Spielberg or Quentin Tarantino will immortalize them on screen. Directors will be fighting over the story, Klebold remarks. A few weeks before the attack, the two perform an elaborate fashion show, modeling appropriate clothes, and donning bandoliers holding spare ammunition, bombs, knives, and guns. Both posture for the camera, mock shooting their guns at the lens, and then whooping after the kill. In the last snippet of tape, a 1-minute segment shot on the morning of their rampage, Harris and Klebold are dressed and ready for Our Little Judgment Day. Both teenagers are tense, and Klebold is seen pacing. He looks into the camera and bids his parents farewell, saying, I didn't like life too much. Just know I'm going to a better place than here. Harris says tersely, that's it, gotta go, goodbye. According to another Denver Post article on the tape, it was easy to fool their parents, the seniors said. It was even easier to fool school officials. I could convince them I'm going to climb Mount Everest, or that I have a twin brother growing out of my back, Harris said. I can make you believe anything. The videos portray Klebold as an equal partner in the massacre, and not as a patsy led by the dominant, charming Harris, as some students suggested in the days after the massacre. Klebold named the pipe bombs he used in the massacre after himself. Vodka Vengeance was written on them. The name stood for his favorite liquor, and the capital DK for his initials, Time reports. Klebold also seems giddy, waiting for what the two called Judgment Day, when their death plot would unfold. Klebold said he expected the most nerve-wracking 15 minutes of my life after the bombs are set and we're waiting to charge through the school. Seconds will be like hours. I can't wait. I'll be shaking like a leaf. And it was Klebold who boasted that directors Tarantino and Spielberg would be vying for the duo's Doomsday script. Directors will be fighting over this story, Klebold said in one of the tapes. It appears their belief that Hollywood would begin a bidding war for their Doomsday script and secure their fame is the key reason why they wanted to be seen as originals. Harris seemed to fear that after school shootings in Oregon and Kentucky, he and Klebold would be seen as copycats. Do not think we're trying to copy anyone, Harris said, mocking the Kentucky shooters. Their plan was better, he said, not like those fucks in Kentucky with camouflage and .22s. Those kids were only trying to be accepted by others. Harris also made the chilling statement that the duo would haunt the survivors as ghosts. We will, quote, create flashbacks from what we do and, quote, drive them insane, he said. This Denver Post article focuses on the tape which Harris filmed alone. The 17-minute section in which Harris talks about his diary is the only portion of tape on which Klebold does not appear. The section begins with a distorted camera view of Harris as he reclines against the headboard of his bed. He is holding the camera, zoomed in tight on his face, which is cut off below his upper lip. This is for Mom and Dad and for the cops or the people who somehow want to have them pay for what I did, he says, unblinking, in a monotone. His parents, Wayne and Kathy Harris, were the best, he says. There was nothing anyone could have done to prevent this, Harris says, and there is no one to blame except me and vodka. At times, he grows reflective. This is my last week here on Earth, he says. In recent weeks, he says, his parents have hounded him about things he has neglected. His application to the U.S. Marines, his car insurance, his checking account. But they don't know that none of that matters to him, he says. War is war, and this is war, Harris says. I've declared war on the human race. At one point, Harris notes, he has only 7 1/3 days left until it's over. He takes time to scold a half-dozen girls who apparently wouldn't date him. He then seems to grow contemplative. Oh God, he says, this came up so quickly. It's pretty weird knowing that you're going to die. He talks about the work he still has to do in his and Klebold's two-man war against everyone else. Then he turns his attention to his journal. One of the first pages lists perhaps a dozen students from the class of 1998 that Harris says he would have liked to kill. You're lucky you got out when you did, he says. He describes the single-spaced, handwritten pages as, quote, the thought process, the evolution I've gone through for the past year. On the bottom of one page, Harris draws a swastika and a SS, a possible reference to Hitler's secret police. The last entry was made on April 3rd. And then there's this report, which amusingly refers to Dylan and Eric as Mr. Harris and Mr. Klebold. They're going to be put through hell once we do this, one of the killers, Eric Harris, said of his parents in the last of the tapes he made with the other, Dylan Klebold. And, as if to lift from their parents any sense of guilt, remorse, or responsibility, Mr. Harris quietly quotes Shakespeare, "Good wombs have borne bad sons." The tapes were left by the killers at the Harris home to be recovered by the authorities after the assault. Taken together, they show two boys who have concluded that they can no longer cope with everyday life. If you could see all the anger I've stored over the past 4 years, Mr. Klebold says, looking into the camera. More rage, Mr. Harris says. I'm building it up. On the last part, the boys spend little more than a minute saying goodbye. I just wanted to apologize to you guys, Mr. Harris says. To everyone I love, I'm really sorry about all this. And Mr. Klebold adds, just know we're going to a better place. They acknowledge a pent-up desire to get paybacks against their enemies and say they expect their crime to kickstart a revolution. Isn't it fun to get the respect that we're going to deserve, says Mr. Harris, holding the sawed-off shotgun that he would use at Columbine. Particularly harrowing for the viewer is a 17-minute visit to Mr. Harris's cluttered bedroom, where he plays tour guide for Mr. Klebold, who is acting as cinematographer and interviewer. With exquisite precision and detail, Mr. Harris holds before the camera an arsenal of guns, bombs, and ammunition that he has concealed on shelves, in boxes, and behind knickknacks. Thank God my parents never searched my room, he says to Mr. Klebold. As they are leaving his room, he pretends his mother has just walked in. "Looks good, son," he says, as if mocking her. The tapes also show crucial differences between the two teenagers. While they do not make clear that Mr. Harris was the schemer and Mr. Klebold merely a follower, as reports soon after the assault surmised, it does appear that Mr. Harris is the more dominant of the two. During most of their give and take, Mr. Harris introduces most new thoughts and Mr. Klebold builds on them. It is also during these moments that Mr. Harris, far more than Mr. Klebold, expresses regret, hauntingly at times, for what they feel they must do and how he thinks it will affect his family. "My dad's great," Mr. Harris says, "and my mother, she's so thoughtful. She helps out in so many ways. I wish I was a sociopath, so I didn't have any remorse for this, but I do. They are going to go through hell for this. This is going to tear them apart." Whether Harris actually showed remorse on the tapes is something that has been interpreted various ways based on who is looking at it and from what point of view. Dwayne Fusilier, the FBI psychologist who gave Eric the diagnosis of budding psychopath, chose Eric's apology letter to the victim he stole from when he and Klebold got arrested as his primary motivation for the diagnosis. In the initial police report, Harris claimed to be hesitant to steal, stole anyway, claimed in his apology note to be sorry, led the diversion officer into thinking he, quote, seemed remorseful, then wrote in his journal that actually he didn't give a shit, and it was his right to do what he did. He states that sorry is just a word that doesn't mean shit to him. It was the intensity of Harris's apologies in his note, especially when compared to the intensity of what he wrote in his journal, that caught Fusilier's eye. It was as if Harris enjoyed putting on a show of remorse, even though it wasn't genuine. Maybe Fusilier saw the same pattern in the basement tapes and decided to read Eric's apparent remorse as ingenuine. Some think Harris was indeed being genuine and claim it's evidence that he wasn't a psychopath or a budding psychopath. Some think it was done to manipulate viewers into thinking just that and claim it's in typical psychopathic pattern. Since the basement tapes are unreleased, this isn't a see-it-for-yourself situation, though Harris's apology letter is easy to find online. I'll also be going over it later in the iceberg. Although the FBI's theory, the psychopath and the depressive, leader and follower, is the generally accepted one, since it's from the point of view of psychologists and investigators of the case, and is corroborated by some witness accounts, some evidence from the journals and other documents, and also since it was featured in the most famous book ever, on Columbine, it still has its critics. For one, critics say Klebold seems independent from Harris when discussing his plans of murder or fantasies of revenge. He never mentions an attack on the school specifically, and the massacre was intended to be a bombing rather than a killing spree, which aligns more closely with Harris's fantasy. But generally, the FBI's theory assumes that Klebold had few or no inclinations towards violence, and it was only under Harris's influence that Klebold became groomed into committing mass murder. But Klebold's own journal seems to contradict this. His fantasy of violence is different, and you could even say independent from Harris's. He envisions it as a union of love between soulmates and the triumph of purity over phony zombies a la Natural Born Killers, hence why it's suspected the code name was his idea.
Was massacring all those people worth being separated from your love for the rest of your life?
You mean was an instant of my purity worth a lifetime of your lies, Wayne?
He rarely mentions the massacre he and Harris were planning at all. When he does, though, he seems to have less conviction than Harris. Another factor generally assumed by the FBI's theory is that Klebold was a very quiet, shy, unconfrontational personality. This is true to some extent, but there are also many accounts of Klebold being aggressive, hostile, and violent. A lot of these incidents of worsening behavior started in his junior year and seemed to get progressively worse after he got arrested in January '98. Then there's Eric Harris was the mastermind. Harris writes in more detail and more coherently about their plan of attack than Klebold, but mastermind implies that the whole thing was his idea. There is some evidence that Harris had thought about an attack on his school for a while. According to Justin Presdioni, who graduated Columbine in 1997, Eric mentioned blowing up the school, or quote, going postal and shooting someone you're mad at, but you would never think someone would actually do it. Since high school graduations are typically in June, that could put Eric vocalizing the idea of an attack on the school as early as winter or spring of 1997. In general, no one paid that much attention about threats against the school because a lot of students casually mentioned how much they hated it. For example, in 1997, a parody of Get Smart was produced by a couple of Columbine students, including Scott Fusilier, the son of Dwayne Fusilier, one of the main psychologists on the case, and it features the school getting blown up in the end. And this was shown as a school project, no less. Not to mention after the massacre, when several students admitted they'd kind of wished for something similar to happen, or figured something like the massacre was bound to happen eventually.
People always ask, well, do you know why they did it? And I've had time to think, and I kind of think I know why they did it.
Why?
Well, this kind of sounds bad, but my first instinct was this, finally someone did something, because, well, it seems kind of obvious to me. I saw their hit list that they had. Those are like the same kind of people I didn't like, so.
But the earliest conclusive mentions of murder actually come from Klebold. Though he doesn't mention a school attack, he does mention the code name NBK in February 1998. However, it's not really first in comparison to Harris's journal, since Harris's journal did not even exist until April 1998. One of the most interesting things about the massacre is that Klebold and Harris never talk about when it started, who started it, or how it started. They almost write about it as if it were just always there, but there is maybe a clue in the basement tapes when Harris says, "We had the idea before the first ones ever happened." The first one he's referring to is the Heath High School shooting, which happened December 1st, 1997. So that could put their original idea in November of 1997, or even earlier. Interestingly, November of 97 is when Klebold writes, "Redacted will get me a gun, and I'll go on my killing spree against whoever I like." But Harris could also be talking about the March 1998 shooting spree in Arkansas, which was committed by a duo. He seems to get the two confused sometimes. Finally, when it comes to the FBI's theory, there's the fact that leader and follower flies in the face of common sense. Being a little submissive or tending to go with the flow is one thing, but massacring your school because your friend said so just sounds ludicrous. And to be fair, that's not the actual theory. The actual theory is more that it was a process that happened over the course of almost 2 years, but that's kind of the way the media and certain books have presented it. Ralph W. Larkin, author of Comprehending Columbine, seemed to be of the opinion that, quote, what apparently attracted Dylan to Eric was that Eric gave his life a spark that had not been there before. In many ways, Dylan worshipped Eric. Cullen writes that Klebold was always looking to Harris for approval. But as mentioned earlier, Klebold could be dominant sometimes. He didn't appear to be particularly subservient in general. If anything, he had a disdain for authority. Devin Adams, who was a friend of the two, said in 2007, "Oddly, it was Eric who would copy everything Dylan did, which made Dylan so angry," she says. Though she adds, it was Eric's stronger, more violent personality that won out over Dylan. Klebold and Harris, despite being very close friends, also had classes, friends, and activities apart from each other, their own lives, basically. And though they shared a lot of interests, they also had interests exclusive to each other. Harris, for example, naturally had a strong interest in the military, coming from a military background. Klebold, not so much. Klebold, despite tanking at the baseball tryouts in junior high, loved baseball, making trades in his fantasy league until the day of his death. Harris, not so much. Overall, they don't seem quite as codependent as Larkin implies, and there isn't much evidence to suggest that Klebold looked up to Harris as a godlike figure, or that Harris looked down to Klebold as a mere disciple. In their writings, they seem to view each other as equals. Personally, I don't have much to say about the leader-follower theory. I'm not a psychologist and don't have the credentials to make claims about the psychology behind their mental states, or to say what's most plausible in a scenario like this. The FBI's theory is definitely not airtight, but it's the only one I've seen formulated or backed by professionals so far, so there isn't much to compare it to. As a plebeian, though, I can say my opinion that generally in friendships, there is usually a dominant force. There's one who tends to take control, and he's the one everyone turns to when shit hits the fan. But there's also a lot of yin and yang, so to speak, and who leads and who follows can fluctuate depending on the situation. It's rarely a tyranny where one person is in charge all the time. In fact, sometimes you'd be surprised at how weak the supposed leader is once he gets challenged. As for Klebold and Harris specifically, looking at their limited amount of videos, I get the feeling Harris was a leader, not just with Klebold, but in general. It seems effortless too. He doesn't have to raise his voice even, he just casually tells everybody what to do. He seems to have a natural self-assurance, even though he actually had low self-esteem. I also get the feeling that a lot of the image Harris wanted to have, the rebelliousness, the smoking, the drinking, the dark thoughts, the schizophrenia even, came naturally to Klebold. Klebold, in my opinion, was just more eccentric and unconventional by nature. In other words, the image Harris wanted, Klebold naturally had. Not that Harris was trying to imitate Klebold. Harris seemed to highly value individuality, but it is kind of ironic. Klebold seems slightly droll, almost as if he's looking at the world from some distant vantage point. He seems to have one foot firmly in La La Land most of the time, head in the clouds. Quietly observant though, seems to notice more than you might think. Might have been stronger-willed than most of his friends thought. I kinda doubt he was a blind follower, passive, I melt under your will type. I think the FBI's theory may mischaracterize Klebold a bit. It seems to assume the only way Klebold would have done something like the massacre is by blindly following Harris. But why? In Klebold's philosophy, it seems that nothing in the world really matters. Life is just a test, a game, a punishment even. He doesn't seem to view the people around him as anything more than zombies that were put on Earth to torment, hate, and conspire against him. In a worldview like that, why would a massacre be such a strange thing for him to think about doing? If he was indeed psychotic and could not distinguish his paranoid feelings from reality, that could make his conviction to commit murder even stronger. Unlike Harris, he wouldn't have to make himself believe everyone is a zombie from Doom, because in his mind, they were zombies in reality, and further, in his mind, they had been causing him grief for years. For him, it was getting revenge, which was his and Harris's right, as gods. Klebold also seemed to think the world was a battle between good and evil, and that in his case, evil was going to win no matter what he did. He seemed to think that at his core, he was heinous, and if anyone knew the real him, he would be rejected and loathed. Out of all Klebold's friends, Harris likely knew the most about this so-called true self, and yet he didn't reject Klebold. Instead, they both turned out to have similar, darker sides, and it was something they seemed to bond over. Ironically, in different circumstances, I might have said Harris and Klebold's friendship was unusually good. There seems to be only one minor argument on record between them, where they weren't speaking for a few days. For guys who spend that much time together, that's amazingly little conflict. In the end though, I think the specifics of their dynamic together can't be known. There just isn't enough information, so who cares? In my opinion, either one could have originated the plan for MBK, and it's pretty irrelevant except in a court trial. They both went through with it, down to the double suicide, and they both seem to be having a lot of fun, so it's a little late to claim that either one forced the other into it, yeah? But like I said, I'm not a professional, so what do I know? Sue Klebold. Sue Klebold is probably best known as one of the most unfortunate mothers in recent American history, having birthed a son that some people casually refer to as the spawn of demons, after he massacred a dozen kids and a teacher at his high school with his very good friend, Eric Harris. But she's also known as a brave, strong, kind-hearted woman who was the only parent of either killer to come forward and try to answer the question on everyone's minds. How the heck did you raise a kid who went as aggressively off the rails as Dylan? Sue's of the opinion that Dylan was one of the rare suicidal homicidal depressives, an opinion also shared by Langman. She believes Dylan's depression and suicidality was the main reason he attacked the school with Harris. If she had recognized how he was feeling, she would have intervened, monitored him more closely, and gotten him the proper treatment. In other words, she might have been able to keep the massacre from happening, if she'd been better informed on the warning signs. As it is, the best she can do is raise awareness of mental health, or brain health, as she likes to call it, by speaking across the country, sharing what she's learned, and what others can learn from her story, and telling anecdotes about Dylan that would no doubt have him turning in his grave if he had one.
When he was 3 years old and still wearing diapers at night, he got a magnet set with numbers and, they had a little equal sign and a plus and a minus sign. He loved that thing, and he wanted to know what the plus sign meant and what the equal sign meant. And one time I said to him, well, the plus sign means If there's a 2, you count out 2. And I gave him pinto beans on the floor, and I said, so it says 2 plus.
One of her most famous speeches is her TED Talk, My Son Was a Columbine Shooter, which has 13 million views and counting on YouTube. She also penned an article in Oprah magazine in 2009, detailing her shock and what she went through when she discovered her son had massacred his high school. And in 2016, she released a book, A Mother's Reckoning, which is the story of her life with Dylan and the story of her grief and struggles after his murder-suicide. She donates all the proceeds from the book to mental health, brain health, charities. She also wrote it without the fondest of blessings from the rest of her family, who didn't want their private business out in the streets.
My husband and son made me promise when I was writing this book that I would not make their lives public. Because like most people who survive something horrible like this in their lives, they didn't want to be exposed. They hate what Dylan did. They don't want to relive it. They don't want to be associated with it. That is the most common reaction that I've seen. The fact that I'm out here talking is sort of the unusual scenario.
It's an interesting book, though it does tend to go in circles sometimes, and it's nearly 300 pages. She writes about Dylan as sweet, loving, and thoughtful, her sunshine boy because of his blonde hair. But most of all, she mentions he was pretty average despite his intelligence, shyness, and occasional dark moods. She writes about the warning signs she missed, what she wished she did differently, and how devastated she was when she realized how vicious he'd been in the massacre. She tells of how everyone started blaming the parents, including her, and how she wished she could prove to everyone that no, Dylan had not been assaulted or beaten or mistreated, that he had been loved and held and adored. Above all, she mentions how important it is to have the mental, brain health conversation with your children and your family, and to not take warning signals for granted. What happened with Dylan could happen to anyone. He was just an average boy, and they were just an average family. It could have happened to you or me or anyone. Reading Sue's book, I found a couple of interesting things. One, the difference between Dylan and Byron in terms of how they were treated. Dylan seemed to be the golden child, perfect, according to Sue herself. Despite being 3 years younger than his brother, he was apparently seen as more independent and responsible, and they expected him to behave well. Byron was more rebellious and inclined to get into trouble. According to Sue, Byron was definitely receiving the lion's share of our attention. When Byron's already middling grades started to fall in high school, his parents immediately took charge, searched his room, and found he was smoking marijuana. Sue says, quote, "We'd been pretty closely monitoring Byron's movements before, but after we found the pot, we got right on top of him. We searched his room as a matter of routine. We insisted he end friendships we believed weren't in his best interests. We sent him to see a counselor. I'm sure we annoyed him beyond measure, but Byron had the same good-natured, loving spirit as always. He was funny and open, and I'd spend hours in his room talking to him, making sure he was okay." She adds that Dylan was behaving fine at this time. Quote, "He seemed to enjoy the role of the cooperative, responsible child, the kid who did the right thing, and Tom and I needed him to fulfill that role more than ever when we were preoccupied with Byron's welfare. Dylan's commitment to self-reliance obscured how much he needed help at the end of his life. It unquestionably contributed to our inability to see him as troubled. Now I wonder, was it really Dylan's commitment to self-reliance that made them not see him as troubled, or was it also that his parents had the stereotype of him being a good kid stuck in their heads?" Even when Byron left home, got kicked out, there's some disparity between Sue's version of events and the diversion officers. And Dylan was the only one at home. Byron still seemed to get more attention, as his parents worried how he would manage adult responsibilities. So, Dylan gets in trouble his junior year with Eric, gets put on probation, and attends juvenile diversion as a replacement for juvenile detention. He's in worse trouble than Byron was at his age. Sue writes, "The episode had given us the shock of our lives. Our well-mannered, organized kid, the kid we'd never had to worry about, had broken into a parked van and stolen some electronic equipment." What amuses me about this incident is that Sue almost writes as if she had no idea what to do, as if none of her boys had gotten into trouble before. Quote, "When we finally met Dylan's diversion counselor in March of 1998, it was the first thing I asked. Did she think Dylan needed therapy? When Dylan joined us, she asked him if he thought he needed a therapist, and he said no. I was a little disappointed that she didn't give us more guidance. I already knew what Dylan thought, but Dylan kept assuring us he'd simply made a stupid mistake. I'll prove to you I do not need to see anyone. We agreed to monitor the situation and to change course if necessary. Huh, it's interesting they didn't just do what they did with Byron when Byron got in trouble. It's even more interesting that Sue seems to think Dylan saying, "I'll prove I don't need a therapist," was a good reason not to send him to one. But to be fair, Dylan was not his brother. It may not have been their first time in that kind of situation, but it was their first time in that kind of situation with Dylan, and he was in way worse trouble than his brother had ever been in. At any rate, the golden child thing seemed to be a double-edged sword in Dylan's case. He got away with things his brother never did, a common thing with younger siblings in general, but he also never seemed to get the same attention his brother did until he committed literal mass murder-suicide. Even then, his parents seemed to keep the blinders on, having a very hard time accepting what he'd done until they saw the basement tapes, which makes sense. It's understandable. It's ironic, but not that surprising, that in the end it was Dylan, the one they thought could do no wrong, who crashed and burned. I guess the burning question is, did Byron turn out better just by coincidence, or is it because of his parents' different response when he was struggling, or maybe both? Maybe it's a pointless question, since they were both totally different. We were just a normal family. Sue emphasizes and re-emphasizes this, that nothing that went on in the Klebold household was particularly abnormal. She seems right, for the most part. One thing about Columbine is that it had everyone in middle-class America questioning what normal was, and if it should be normal at all. Notably, the freewheeling, trust your kids and let them soar parenting style that the 90s were made of fell into somewhat of a decline after Columbine.
I can't really say much for the other parents. Evidently, they didn't watch theirs, because there's no way bombs would be made in this garage, and I didn't know about it.
But Dylan really was a free bird. Not only did he live on what you could consider a bit of an oasis some distance away from his neighborhood, but he also spent a lot of time far away from his parents. Sue writes, "After Dylan got his license, I told my sister it was as if he'd grown wings. Most of his friends were still in the suburb we'd left behind when we'd moved out to the foothills. From a safety standpoint, we'd rather he stay overnight with them than drive home late on the canyon road, but I didn't like feeling so separate. Tom reminded me I had to let him grow up. He and Nate and Eric and Zach went bowling, played pool, or went to the movies. Occasionally, there were supervised parties. Raising teenagers was not new to us, and Dylan faced the usual barrage of questions when leaving the house. Where are you going? Who's going to be there? Who's driving? Will there be drinking? Will the parents be home? Leave us a phone number. We checked often, and Dylan was always exactly where he said he'd be. The only time he ever came home late for curfew, he'd gone to the rescue of a friend stranded after a fender bender. Realistically though, Dylan's parents wouldn't know what he was doing out there. That's the beauty of not having phones with mobile locations. He was setting off bombs and vandalizing houses with Eric and Zach, apparently getting drunk as fuck at those supervised parties, and even getting into mischief at work and at school with Eric. Before he got arrested, he apparently didn't even have a curfew. The Mother's Day incident.
One night, she's frustrated. He's not doing chores. He's withdrawn. She thinks he needs more discipline. She pushes him against the refrigerator.
And I said, you know, you've got to stop thinking of yourself. You've got to stop being so selfish. But, excuse me, but I gave him the old mom lecture. And then I said, and by the way, today's Mother's Day and you forgot it. And I don't remember how that confrontation ended. I just remember he softly said, "Mom, please don't push me. I don't know how much I can control myself." It wasn't a scary thing. It was just him being nice to say, "Back off, please." And then he went out and he got me a gift. It was a little watering can with African violets in it. And I thought everything was fine because he was so sweet.
Interestingly, Sue writes of this as the worst confrontation she and Dylan ever had. It's still pretty mild, in my opinion. It's very interesting to me that this argument was over something as small as forgetting Mother's Day and escalated so quickly. Interesting also how quickly she backed off. Another infamous story from the book is when Dylan pulls his mother aside after the prom and shows her a flask of alcohol, schnapps or something gross, and assures her that he only drank a little. This event is also mentioned in the Klebold's police interview after the massacre. In the book, Sue elaborates that Dylan said, "I want you to know that you can trust me and you can trust Robin." Robin was the girl he went to prom with. "I had filled this so we could drink it tonight. I want you to see only a little tiny bit is missing. I just wanted you to know you can trust me," he said again. Still a little shaken, I thanked him for sharing the information with me before adding, "I do trust you." Then I headed off to bed, reassured. I'd never expected him to get through high school without experimenting with alcohol after all. At least he told me about it. Interesting, because Dylan's parents said their first time learning about his drinking was back in diversion, so Sue already knew he'd been experimenting with alcohol by then? Anyway, it's also interesting that Sue was reassured by Dylan's claims. I feel like with most parents, he would have shot himself in the foot here, since his reassurances just seem odd, suspicious even. It's almost like when someone says, "Man, I sure had a good time today. By the way, don't look under the toilet seat. I know I used to hide coke there, but you can trust me now." After that, everyone's suddenly racing to the toilet, right? Because saying that was suspicious. Initially, when I read the story, I figured Dylan was just trying to convince his mom he didn't get drunk and put a baby in Robin, since he came home as late as he did, but it actually sounds more like a specific misdirection, since neither Dylan or Robin specifically should have been trusted, since Robin was getting Dylan and Eric their guns. The whole incident seems like a testament to how much Sue viewed Dylan as a perfect kid. If he said he wasn't up to anything, she seemed to believe it, even if there were obvious signs otherwise. Another example of this is when Sue was going through Dylan's room after his death. She writes, "I was shocked to find a pack of cigarettes in one of his drawers. Not long before he died, I thought I'd smelled tobacco on him and asked him outright if he was smoking. He gave me an exasperated look and said, 'I'm not that stupid.' It seemed as if he had real disdain for the practice, and I'd believed him. The cigarettes in his drawer suggested he'd straight out lied. I mean, did she expect him to tell the truth? Has any kid ever in a case like that? Just interesting." Eric's crazy. This is probably the most interesting moment I found in the book. Sue writes, "One night, probably during his junior year, Dylan told me, 'Eric's crazy.' I responded, 'You're going to meet people all your life who are difficult, and I'm glad you have enough common sense to recognize it when you see it.' I told him his dad and I had a lot of confidence in his ability to make good choices, with or without his friends." What the fuck? What kind of an answer is this? While Sue wasn't a huge fan of Eric, she didn't seem to think Eric was particularly bad. She thought he was normal. It almost seems like the natural question to ask Dylan would be, "Why are you saying that about your friend? What happened?" She later goes on to say that Dylan attempted to distance himself from Eric after the van break-in by using her as an excuse. "We developed an internal shorthand. If Eric called to ask Dylan to do something, he'd say, 'Let me ask my mom,' and shake his head at me. I'd say, loudly enough to be heard on the other end of the line, 'I'm sorry, but you can't go out tonight, Dylan. You promised you'd clean your room, do your homework, join us for dinner.' At the time, I was simply happy that Dylan wanted distance. I had told both my sons they could always use me as an excuse in an emergency. I was thinking particularly of drinking and driving, but I meant any unsafe situation. So I was pleased, not only that Dylan had taken me up on my long-standing offer, but that he'd found a way to separate from his friend without hurting Eric's feelings. After I saw the dynamic between Eric and Dylan on the basement tapes, I found myself revisiting this episode in a new light. If Dylan didn't want to go out with Zach or Nate or Robin or any of his other friends, he simply told them so. "Nah, I can't this weekend. I need to write this paper." Only with Eric did he need me to bail him out. I never wondered about that, or thought to ask Dylan, "Why can't you just say no?" Asking for my help seemed like a sign of his good judgment, but afterward I realized that it was a portent of something much more disturbing. It was a sign I had missed until it was too late. End quote. Yeah, it is too bad she didn't ask him. The answer might have surprised her. It is also interesting to me that while nearly everyone else who interacted with Eric and Dylan, classmates, other friends, even the diversion officers, considered them best friends, Sue didn't seem to think so. She thought Dylan's closest friend was someone else. Even Dylan's father, in the police interview, said that Eric was a best friend, but not the only friend. There's a similar interesting interaction after Dylan got arrested. Sue writes how she told Dylan, "You committed a crime against a person. How could you do something so morally wrong?" His answer shocked me. He said, "It was not against a person, it was against a company. That's why people have insurance." My jaw dropped. I cried out, "Dill! Stealing is a crime against a person. Companies are made up of people." I tried to appeal to his sense of reason. If one of our renters decided to steal a light fixture from one of our apartments, would it be a crime against a rental company or against us? Dylan relented, okay, I get the point. But I didn't stop. I explained that the owner of the van would have to pay a deductible to the insurance company. There's no such thing as a victimless crime, Dylan. I'd heard a story about a programmer who'd figured out a way to siphon tiny, nearly untraceable amounts of money from calculations that left an odd penny. Before long, you'll know enough to do something similar, I told him. Do you think that's ethical? He said he knew it was not, and assured me he'd never do anything of the kind. What he'd done was wrong, and I wanted him to know it. Appealing to his empathy, I asked him how he'd feel if someone stole from him. Dylan, if you follow no other rules in your life, at least follow the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal. I paused to consider which of the other commandments might have relevance, then decided to stop haranguing him. Those are rules to live by. He said, I know that. Again, I find it kind of interesting, though not as unusual this time, that instead of letting or encouraging Dylan to go on about why a crime against a company wouldn't be wrong in his eyes, she just rammed her own morality and the 10 Commandments down his throat. However, this is very typical among parents. Patiently listening to your child say things you don't agree with can be like having your teeth yanked. Parents are very inclined to come at a child with an I am right and you are wrong position instead of actually engaging with them. The problem with this approach is that sometimes they don't actually end up changing their child's mind or get them to see what they did wrong. The kid just gets closed off. He doesn't necessarily get better or change his ways, he sometimes just hides better and gets bitter. The only lesson he might come away with is that talking to his parents is useless. Finally, a fascinating but odd anecdote from the book is Sue detailing how much she hated the photo of Dylan that was shown in the news after the massacre. She says, I became fixated on the picture that aired over and over, the most terrible school picture Dylan had ever taken. So unflattering that when he brought it home, I urged him to have it reshot. It made him look like the kind of kid teachers as well as students would find a reason to pick on. The guy you'd move your tray to avoid in the lunchroom. It didn't look like him. Even in my near madness in those early days after the tragedy, I knew how ridiculous it was for me to be upset that the media were using an unbecoming photograph of Dylan instead of showing him as the nice-looking young man he had been. My son was an alleged murderer, and there I was, dithering over an ugly photo. It was a spectacular example of the tricks the mind plays when we're juggling unbearable emotions. Absurd as it was, I wanted Dylan to be shown the way I remembered him. This whole paragraph could win prizes for sheer queer. The photo shown most often in the media was this one. I don't get all the drama, he looks average. The photo Sue wanted shown is a better photo because it was current instead of a year out of date. But I mean, Dylan didn't look like that all the time. Most of his classmates unintentionally roasted him when giving statements to police, saying he looked like a giant rat and likening him to a scary clown. That whole thing about being the kind of kid teachers as well as students would find a reason to pick on sounds like his reality. Dylan was not a clean-cut guy.
And he often behaved like a reprobate.
One of his teachers said, as a senior, he was one of those kids that just wore grubby clothes all the time, wore his hat backwards all the time. He just didn't work hard. He was a slacker. The kids had nothing to do with him, but when kids act and behave like that, the other kids that are in AP Calculus, the really good kids, don't want anything to do with him. I think Sue herself said it best, though. Imagine obsessing over a so-called ugly photo when your son may have just shot up his fucking school and killed himself. Like, I get the shock and all that, but it's interesting that was one of the first things her mind defaulted to. Anyway, those were just my observations. Very easy to make them in hindsight. In the end, I feel like Dylan had the kind of parents other kids would envy. Affectionate, but letting you do your thing. That said, I have to give their parenting style a 5 out of 10, since it only seemed to be halfway successful. Along with her highly lauded tours and speeches across the country, Sue Klebold has also been featured in many documentaries about school shooters and mass murderers, most recently American Tragedy in 2019. The Last Bus. When news of the massacre hit television sets across the nation, anxious parents were racing to the school to make sure their kids were all right. Among them was John and Doreen Tomlin, and other parents who didn't yet realize their children would not be coming home. Police had told the parents that there was one last bus soon to arrive, with all the survivors who hadn't already been reunited with their parents. But in reality, there was no such bus.
Tom Mauser arrives at the park to look for his son, Daniel.
When we first got there, they said, "There's one more school bus coming with students." Well, the school was a very short distance away. It shouldn't take too long for that bus to get there. I waited and waited, and I said, "Where is that school bus? Where is this school bus?" And then someone's child came in, and I heard him say, "I heard in the news, there's 25 students that were killed." I said, that bus should have been here by now. I left. I had to be with my family at that point. There was no last school bus. They were wrong. There was no last school bus.
15 crosses at Columbine. Greg Zanis was a carpenter who specialized in making crosses for the victims of mass shootings. The first cross he built was for a slain 6-year-old, and his second was for his father-in-law, who died a murder victim. In 1999, he built probably his most famous and infamous work, 15 crosses for the 15 slain in the Columbine massacre. Though technically 15 did die in the massacre, a lot of people did not consider Klebold and Harris victims, even though they died. After all, they were perpetrators. None of this would have happened if not for them. Often, only 13 are counted in the death toll. So for Klebold and Harris to be given crosses next to the kids they killed, needless to say, the reaction was mixed. Some people thought it was a gutsy and powerful thing to do. According to a Scripps Howard News Service article, on both Eric Harris's and Dylan Klebold's crosses, someone wrote, "Hate breeds hate," and "I forgive you." On Klebold's cross was also the simple question, why? A number of people stopped to read the sayings, with some adding their own. Sean Carney, 79, of Denver wrote, "May God have mercy on your soul, sorry we all failed you," on Klebold's cross. "We allowed all this horrible violence on TV and the movies," he said. "The whole society failed them. I'm glad to see they put up something for them." Others left notes at Klebold's cross. One read, "For all those names unspoken and faces unseen, you will never be forgotten, and your death was not in vain." Sharon Dunn, 45, of Littleton, was glad to see Harris's cross. "It says a lot about this community," she said. "The community is willing to embrace these individuals. We are all affected. It's going to affect so many people, and there isn't a hatred held against anybody." She said it was unusual to see this kind of tribute. How many other places would allow this and not have it taken out of the ground already? There's a lot of love here. This is going to heal the community. But it wasn't all peace, love, and forgiveness. Someone else wrote, "How can we forgive you?" under the "I forgive you" on Klebold's cross. Another person wrote, "Shame on you, Dylan." Someone wrote, "Satan" under Harris's cross. Parent Brian Rohrbo, whose son was killed in the massacre, outright tore the crosses down.
Last night, the father and stepfather of slain student Daniel Rohrbaugh removed those with the names Harris and Klebold after first complaining to police.
We're greatly offended that they would put these two murderers in with the children like mine that were slain.
The two crosses were replaced this morning. Bob Jameson, ABC News, Littleton, Colorado.
"I don't think any thinking person in this country is going to disagree with me," said Brian Rohrbo, the father of 15-year-old Daniel. "We never ever honor a murderer in the same place as a memorial for his victims." Crosses for the 13 victims and the 2 gunmen were erected at Clemont Park this week. Rohrbo 40 said the family took the gunman's crosses, quote, to a better place. They were cut up and destroyed, he said. It was an outrage that a Christian symbol was being used to honor Eric Harris, 18, and Dylan Klebold, 17, Rohrbough said. Rohrbough and Daniel's stepfather, Rich Patrone, along with Daniel's grandfather, tore down the crosses. Most bystanders agreed with the action, Rohrbough said. It began Thursday, Rohrbough said, when police took down signs that his family had placed on the gunman's crosses. The family asked the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department to relocate the crosses, but nothing happened. The Illinois carpenter who built the crosses had said earlier Friday that he wanted to include the teenage killers in his memorial. They had a mom and a dad, said Greg Zanis. They had friends. I think everyone has lost here. Zanis said Brian Anderson, a junior who survived the April 20th rampage at Columbine, asked whether he would put up crosses for the 12 students and the teacher who were killed. Zanis met Brian at Clemont Park when he arrived with the crosses. He didn't say much, Zanis said. He was just sitting on the hill crying. Zanis and his son, Chris, who had driven 16 hours straight from Illinois, took out their shovels and headed to the top of the hill. People in the park helped dig. When they were finished, Zanis and his son drove away. I didn't want to stick around for any media, Zanis said. I'm not a counselor, I'm not a minister. I'm a carpenter. Third shooter.
The two suspects appear to have died from self-inflicted gunshot wounds at this time. The earlier information about a third suspect seems to be a little sketchy. I talked to the people in charge of the investigation, and that third party isn't necessarily considered a suspect at this time, just an associate of maybe one of the suspects. So as far as the actual shooting, we believe that the two suspects that we have found inside at this time anyway are the only two that, at least as far as now, that we're looking at.
The idea that there was more than two shooters behind the massacre has been speculated for years. The earliest news reports sometimes erroneously stated that there were multiple shooters, but more importantly, a lot of witnesses stated there were multiple shooters as well. The most logical conclusion is that since Harris and Klebold had their trench coats on at one point and took them off at another, they looked different enough to be confused as different people to the frazzled and frightened witnesses. Furthermore, a lot of the kids didn't know Klebold and Harris particularly well anyway, lessening their ability to recognize them on sight. However, an interestingly large amount of witnesses name a certain Robert Perry. Remember him? Robert Perry had either graduated in 1997 or dropped out, but he'd still come back to school sometimes to hang out with his old friends. He was known to have terrible acne, messed up teeth, and a funky body odor. He also sometimes painted his nails and wore mascara. The general consensus is that these witnesses simply confused Klebold for Perry. They're around the same height, both have long hair, and both had a tendency to look like that thing that goes bump in the night. But some of the witnesses were asked if they had confused Perry with Klebold, and while sometimes they said yes once they had time to consider or saw Klebold's photograph, some specifically said no, they hadn't, citing Perry's acne and zit-ridden face, something Klebold didn't have. Also, some said they distinctly remembered it as being Perry because Perry wasn't supposed to be on campus, so he stood out. However, Perry's funky body odor, makeup, and black nails were sometimes erroneously attributed to Klebold, a sign that the two may have been confused before. Another person who was sometimes named as a potential third shooter was Chris Morris, leader of the Trenchcoat Mafia, an out-and-proud Columbine High School hater. One witness said when he saw Morris being arrested outside the school, he was 100% sure Morris had been one of the gunmen who shot at him. A co-founder of the original Trenchcoat Mafia, Joe Stair, was also initially a suspect. Like Robert Perry, he'd already graduated in 1998, but still visited the school to see his friends. School counselor Judy Ashway noted, Joe Stair is, quote, very alternative, painted his nails. Stair is, quote, unable to cut his ties with Columbine High School and is constantly seen on campus, even though he has been asked not to come on school grounds, since he is no longer a student there. Some witnesses were certain Stair was one of the shooters, citing his long blonde hair, and remembering Stair in particular because, like Perry, he wasn't actually supposed to be on campus. Student Elisha Sinius stated, quote, She stated a student came into the cafeteria yelling, "Someone just shot someone." She stated everyone started screaming, and she saw 3 people with guns coming into the cafeteria. Miss Asinius stated one of the gunmen had a long black coat and she did not recognize him. She stated the other 2 shooters were a current student and a student that had graduated last year. She did not know their names. She ran upstairs towards the science lab area. Miss Asinius stated, as the gunmen were walking around the cafeteria and the stairway, she heard one of them say, "Redacted, where are you? I got 3 of them." She stated that they were very calm. She and several other students hid inside the science rooms, and they could hear the gunmen throwing things and shooting in the hall and cafeteria. In a slightly later statement, quote, Insenius described the 2 gunmen as, 1, a white male with long brown hair and a trench coat, and he is the one who started shooting at her and the teacher using what she described as a long gun, and 2, whom she was unable to describe, and he was observed doing nothing. Insenius stated suspect 2 did not have a trench coat on. Insenius stated, while in the storage area, hiding for approximately 30 minutes after the start of the incident, when she overheard a calm voice, "Redacted, where are you? I got 3, and then laughter. Insenius stated it was her belief that the individual said, "Redacted," but it could possibly have been, "Yo." Insenius stated sometime before the explosion and after the fire alarm that she heard an individual's excited voice screaming, "You are all going to die. You are all going to die," and then laughter. Student Courtney Haravel also recalled hearing, "Redacted, where are you?" Quote, at one point, she heard who she thought was a gunman say, "Redacted, I have 3 of them in here." She's very positive that she heard the word redacted and not the word yo. Haravel was not able to put a time to hearing that statement. Haravel never saw any gunman when she was in her classroom or in the green room. Haravel did not know Eric Harris or Dylan Klebold. She did know Robin Anderson. Student Dorian Salazar stated, quote, he heard someone in the hall state, "I want to die today." And a short time later the person was yelling, "Hey, redacted, where are you?" Dorian stated this was followed by more shots and explosions. Student Ashley McKenna said in her written statement she heard, quote, "One guy screamed that he wanted to die. I never saw anybody." In her interview with police, she elaborates that she heard, quote, "boy voices," and that she heard one of the same boy voices yelling, "redacted." The statement with the name redacted was made referencing him to come to them or to go. Nicole Lawson mentions in her statement that McKenna heard, "Come on, Joey." Further, a lot of students remembered Joe Stair having a history of being pretty fucked up. When asked by police if she saw anyone acting strange prior to the incident, student Ashley Pimley said, "I know a girl named Stephanie Kinney that was in my art class last year, and Joe Stair and her would talk German to each other. They talked about how they didn't believe in God." End quote. Not really suspicious behavior per se, more like they'd just been paying attention in German class. Anyway, student Jennifer Perlman stated she'd known Stair from an elementary school they'd both attended. She, quote, did not know much about him other than she recalled that he was really quiet around people. She said, while they attended Dutch Creek Elementary School, people would make fun of Joe Stair due to the way he acted and due to the way he would stand in the same spot and just stare at the female students. Jennifer said that she recalled in high school, Joe Stair would wear a jean jacket with some type of racial comments on it, and she believed those racial comments had something to do with slavery. However, she was not positive. Jennifer said he also had something on the jacket that was written against females. However, she was not sure what that was either. Jennifer said she has not seen Joe Stair since graduation in the spring of 1998. A redacted student was interviewed by police. On May 5th, 1999, I was contacted by Redacted, who stated that his parents had called him and asked him to call me in regards to his knowledge of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold. I asked Redacted if he had ever had any contact with either one of them, and if he had any reason to be on a hit list that they had made up. Redacted stated that he had never had any direct contact with them, but he had major contact with Joe Stair. I asked Redacted if he could tell me what that was, and Redacted stated that his whole class was afraid of Stair. We thought he could carry out his threats. I asked Redacted what those threats were, and he related the following story. Redacted stated that he had been in the cafeteria, sitting at the jock table, when Stair came into the cafeteria, acting like a quote, humping some other kid from behind, so we all yelled at him. I think we said something like, "Knock it off." That's when he yelled that he would just blow up the school because he didn't like anyone there anyway. We all believed he could do it, so we told a peer counselor named Lindsay Wojciak, who talked to both Stair and Dutro. Eric Dutro was another member of the Trenchcoat Mafia. Redacted didn't know what the outcome of that meeting was. Patrick McDuffie, a senior who completed his graduation requirements in December 1998, said Joe Stair was the first to start the trend of wearing trench coats and dusters to school, since he didn't want to be cold and wet while hanging out in the smoking pit outside the school. McDuffie also details how the Trenchcoat Mafia started, and how Klebold and Harris were later associated. Other members of the group began wearing the oiled leather dusters and soon obtained the label Trenchcoat Mafia. McDuffie stated that the group's common interests were as follows: music, Rammstein, KMFTM, Sick, computers, strategic games, Command & Conquer, Dune, Warcraft, movies, Reservoir Dogs, Pulp Fiction, Replacement Killers. McDuffie communicated with the group through America Online, AOL, using the name Romeo. He stated that Eric Harris was Reb and Chris Morris was Grunt. Dillon Klebold, Sick, did not have AOL, but used the computer name Vodka. McDuffie became part of the Trenchcoat Mafia, TCM, in May 1997. At that time, Dillon was wearing Rammstein and KMFTM t-shirts. McDuffie wore a duster, which he got from Chris Morris. Other students continued to call them TCM, and they adopted the title. Two members of the TCM, Chris Morris and Robert Perry, would fight a lot among themselves, but not with other students. McDuffie was in the chess club with Dillon Klebold. Chris Morris did not like jocks. Most problems were with the football players from the previous year. Eric Harris did not like black people. McDuffie says he believed two redacted students would have been the ones to commit a violent act like the massacre, and that he suspected them until suspect identification was made. He also mentions that Chris Morris was one of around 15 kids who detonated 3 pipe bombs under tree stumps in 96 or 97. Some of these kids were from the adjoining high school, Chatfield High. Quote, "Everyone has a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook, which is downloaded from the internet. Dillon has an ASP baton, which he carried in his car. The ASP was purchased at a security store in Southwest Plaza Mall. Dillon purchased a shotgun on his 18th birthday, either from a Kmart or a Walmart. There had been loose talk in the group about someone owning an Uzi. This talk was circulating in late 1997. The group used to discuss guns such as the AK-47 and MP5. When asked about videos made by the group TCM, McDuffie stated a video was made as a joke against the jocks. There was a dummy made out of pillows, dressed in football gear, which was then assaulted by the group. When asked about drug use, McDuffie stated Harris and Klebold smoked marijuana, but used no other substances. McDuffie felt Klebold and Harris could have manufactured the bombs in 3 days. Sometimes Klebold and Harris wore Soviet lapel pins. McDuffie stated he stopped wearing the dusters last semester, 1998. McDuffie was home the day of the shootings and was not able to provide any information concerning the scene. Richard Long, an educational technology specialist at the school, described a redacted student, quote, "Mr. Long said that he kicked Redacted out of the computer lab for accessing satanic sites. This happened last year. Mr. Long said that he didn't see Redacted the day of the shooting. He has seen Redacted in a black trench coat. He described Redacted as weird and evil. When asked to articulate this, Mr. Long said that Redacted personally was dark and Redacted was gloomy. When Mr. Long would confront Redacted, Redacted would tell him that he had rights. This redacted student is suspected to be Joe Stair. Here's a news report featuring Joe Stair interviewed after the massacre.
One of the founders of the group, called the Trenchcoat Mafia, tells NBC News 4 of them have been questioned by police. Joseph Stair says none of the other Trenchcoat Mafia knew of the specific plan to attack the school, but did expect some revenge on athletes at Columbine High after 4 years of battles.
We hated each other. We really did. The athletes would threaten us, leave notes in lockers. As they were driving by, they'd throw glass bottles and rocks and things at us. And so their large hatred built up between the two groups.
Stair says Harris and Klebold asked for no help. He says some members of the Trenchcoat Mafia, including himself, did make pipe bombs frequently as, quote, something to do. But he says the two suspects knew enough about planning an attack and making bombs to pull it off alone.
They knew how to make just about every type of explosive that you could make using household products.
Bomb experts inside the building tell NBC News the two suspected shooters died together in a back corner of the library, both victims of self-inflicted shotgun blasts, their weapons all around them.
Joe Stair went on to get married, but eventually got divorced and went on to kill himself in 2007 by strangulation. His sister Amanda, who was in the library during the massacre, said in 2007 that she doubted the massacre had anything to do with his suicide, since it had been a while since anyone had accused him of being involved, and there were other personal woes going on in his life at the time. And to kind of round out the character profile of Stair, there was a faculty member who mentioned he never had problems with Stair, who was nice and polite, and that he only had problems with Brian Sargent. And of course, his family and friends have said that he was a friendly, genuine, good person to be around. Other witnesses named mysterious figures such as, quote, suspect with short blonde hair like he was going bald, older, in his 30s, or the even more peculiar scenario, Klebold and an older suspect, 25 to 30, blonde, with short, spiky, buzz-cut hair. Some students, such as Caitlin Place, said they'd seen pictures of Klebold and Harris, and that the shooters they saw didn't look like them. In the police report of David Eagle, another witness, quote, he has since seen pictures of Harris and Klebold on television. David said that the person he saw did not look like the people he's seen on television. Notice, though, how vague his description of the shooters is. Trouble is, early news reports on the massacre were showing outdated yearbook photos of Klebold and Harris. Harris is lacking the spiky hair he sports in his more recent senior photos, and Klebold's hair is much shorter, lacking the distinctive, clown-like curls a lot of witnesses reported he had on the day of the attack. In the end, a lot of this third shooter business is likely due to witnesses getting confused because of bad information and being in an understandably panicked state of mind at the time. Eyewitness testimony is notorious for being inaccurate, which is why it's usually supplemented with some kind of indisputable physical evidence in courts of law. But some question, if it's just mistaken identity, why would so many witnesses say otherwise with such certainty? 1. It could be due to a phenomenon now widely known as the Mandela effect, where masses of people have incorrect recollections of factual events. For example, its namesake, where many people incorrectly believed they'd seen Nelson Mandela's funeral on TV decades before his actual death. Others include mishearing lines in movies, remembering movie lines that weren't there, or misremembering logos and song lyrics. There are other Mandela effects within the Columbine witness testimony specifically. For example, several eyewitnesses mistakenly listed Klebold, Stair, or Perry as being as tall as 6'8" or even 6'11", when they were all considerably shorter than that. Some recalled the shooters wearing balaclavas, or face masks, when they had not. Some remembered seeing a shooter in a tie-dye shirt or leather pants, when there's no evidence of that either. Some witnesses' testimony became distorted over time. For example, Chris Wisher, who mentioned seeing only 2 suspects in his initial interview, then, in a later interview, added a third. And some were influenced by rumors, such as Brian Fry, who'd heard a rumor that a redacted student, likely Robert Perry, had turned himself in as one of the shooters. Fry then became convinced that the shooter he'd seen was that student, when in fact he would ultimately identify the shooter as Klebold after being provided Klebold's picture from CCTV. Second, Harris and Klebold were not famous or super popular students before the massacre. In a school of over 1,000 students, they were virtually unknown to some. You may have noticed that several witnesses mentioned not knowing or barely knowing Klebold and Harris. Brian Fry could recognize Klebold's physical attributes, but thought his name was Harris. Other witnesses described shooters with the physical characteristics or the same clothing as Harris and Klebold, but could not identify them by name. In the extended police report with David Eagle, when asked if he'd seen Klebold and Harris on Monday or Tuesday, Eagle responded, "If I did, I wouldn't know it was them." One student, Daniel Ricks, said that a redacted student, despite this student's distinctive appearance, could be confused for Robert Perry, Dylan Klebold, Brooks Brown, and Nate Dykeman. because their general appearance was similar, particularly their height. He also said he believed the reported sightings of this redacted student at the school during the shooting were actually sightings of Klebold due to their similar physical appearances and the fact that they both wore their hats backwards. Ultimately, the investigation determined the only confirmed shooters were Klebold and Harris and cleared the other suspects. Reb Doomer and Harris Wads. Eric Harris loved Doom. He wrote about it over and over and over. He drew lots of Doom monsters and figures in his journal and yearbooks. He even wrote about it for school as the #1 most important thing in his life. Doom is so burned into my head, my thoughts usually have something to do with the game, whether it be a level or environment or whatever. In fact, a dream I had yesterday was about a deathmatch level that I've never even been to. It was so vivid and detailed, I will probably try to recreate it using a map editor. What I can't do in real life, I tried to do in Doom. Like if I walk by a small building, I would recreate it as good as I could, and then explore it, go on the roof, under it, or even shoot at it. The fact is, I love that game, and if others tell me, hey, it's just a game, I say, oh, I don't care. On Harris's AOL profile, he lists himself as a professional Doomer. He even sent letters to ID Software, developers of Doom, and had copies of the Doom novels. Reb Doomer was one of Harris's most infamous AOL profiles because he set up a website under a similar name to showcase his Doom wads. What's a wad, you ask? It's an acronym for Where's All the Data, and is a file format used by Doom in all games with a Doom-based engine. You start with an iWad, which typically has all the core files for running the game, and if you want, add a pwad, which can replace certain files from the iWad or provide additional ones. Players use wads to mod their own levels of the game. ID Software is famous for not only allowing fans to mod their own levels, but actively encouraging it. John Carmack, Doom's main developer, released the game's source code in 1997 so fans could modify the engine itself. Anyway, Harris infamously modded several wads for Doom 2, and at least one for the game Quake. Some of his Doom 2 levels include Deathmatching in Bricks, Killer, Mortal Kombat Doom, and Station. But his best-known wad is the last one he created, UAC Labs. In the readme that accompanies each level, Harris voices disdain for cooperative 2 to 4 player mode, writing, it's available, but quote, boring as hell though. His Station wad, he writes, is just one of my awesome deathmatch wads, so be sure to check out my wad page for the others. He mentions these wads are under strict protection, no modding or building of your own. In his earliest wad, he starts out rather gently with these copyright warnings. You may distribute this wad provided you include this file with no modifications, and tell me you are going to do it, but don't put it on the internet. Also send comments after you play this level. They will be greatly appreciated. But by UAC Labs, things have escalated. You may not change a damn thing with this wad. If you do, I will blow you up, and it will be cool. In the readme for Deathmatching in Bricks, he writes, it took me about 3 days to completely finish this ass-kicking wad. This is by far the best deathmatch level I have made, yet. He also gives credits to, my good friend Dylan Klebold for helping me playtest this wad, and of course, the creators of Doom 2. The text file for UAC Labs reads, what's up all you Doomers out there, Reb here, bringing you another kick-ass Doom 2 wad. This one took a damn long time to do, so send me some bloody credit, man. Sorry the file is so damn big, but you know how it is when you change sprites. Well, you should know if you've ever remade wads like this. Enjoy the new death frames, made them all myself. The description section reads, okay, here goes. After defeating the demons on Earth, you learn of a new terror, Phobos. Where this hellish battle all began, has been taken over again. When you were fighting hell on Earth, the demon backup crew decided to pay a visit to Phobos again. No problem, right? All the installations were already destroyed by you in the first attack, right? Yeah, that part's right. But half the surviving humans from Earth took refuge there. We just redid the structures to fit our needs and moved in again. Bad idea. Those gates were still active. So, chalk up another kill for the demons. After the second attack on Phobos, only 99% of the human population is left. Once you emerged from hell, you took the first ship you could to Phobos. Once again, there were no survivors. Now, it's payback time. Those goddamn alien bastards are gonna get one hell of a BFG blast up their freaking ass. You land on the other side of Phobos, where the humans landed for the second time. Your mission is to destroy the two main gates and destroy the platoon of demons at the main teleporter from Phobos to Earth. Use the maps, you'll need them, to find all the hidden secrets and doors. Beware of the two gates, they are still active, and more demons might come through any second. The platoon guarding the teleporter out is very large, so beware. Good luck, Marine, and don't forget, kill them all! Because of the fairly gruesome nature of the text, especially when considering the massacre, UAC Labs went down in infamy. But again, it's all kind of in hindsight. Harris's wads didn't seem to get much attention prior to the event, and I doubt they would have been seen as any darker or weirder than most wads, if not for the actions of their creator. As early as the day after the massacre, other Doom players and fans have been split on whether Harris's wads were actually good or just mediocre. Most seem to agree that they were nothing special, but not too bad for a high school sophomore and senior. One common complaint with UAC Labs in particular is that there were too many secrets in the levels, to the point where it got annoying. But it's also been praised for having some good stylistic qualities, and, especially in recent years, some are of the opinion it was actually a great WAD. As many have noted over the years, Harris had the potential to be a good game developer. I think he could easily have been with thousands of other indie game developers of the early 2000s, and even today, had he kept going. And since he would have been getting in on the ground floor, he may even have had some success. As a side note, it's kind of interesting to see these guys conflicted over the fact that Harris was a mass murderer, but also see them talk about Harris as if he's just another game dev, critiquing his WADs and even defending them at times. It's a little bizarre when you really step back and look at it. It's like it's got this, dude, he sucks, but it's not the WAD's fault energy. A big rumor that started not long after April 20th was that Harris had created a WAD based on Columbine High School as a practice ground of sorts, but no record of this supposed level has ever been found. Reb and vodka. So, if you've seen any of the earlier parts of the Iceberg, or if you've done a little research on these guys before, by now you'd be accustomed to hearing the names Reb and Vodka, and you'd know their aliases for Harris and Klebold. Harris considered himself a rebel, as you can see in this school report from 1995. The Columbine Rebels was also the name of the school's sports teams, including football, baseball, and basketball. Harris used to be a Columbine Rebel in his freshman and sophomore years playing soccer. According to an article published May 1999, Eric had played soccer, left forward and midfield, says Columbine senior and former soccer teammate Josh Swanson. He was not a star, but he was solid, and Josh recalls seeing Eric's parents standing on the sidelines during games. In fact, the summer between sophomore and junior year, Klebold joined Harris's soccer team. But he hadn't played since kindergarten, and while he was strong, he wasn't well coordinated or athletic in general. He sucked and the team lost. According to Mrs. Klebold, Eric started screaming at Dylan over Dylan's bad performance, flying into such a rage that all the other parents and kids were staring at him, and the Harrises had to lead him away. While Dylan's parents were disgusted and pissed over Eric's behavior, Dylan himself seemed nonchalant, and when his mother asked him if it hurt his feelings to be yelled at like that, he said, "Nah, that's just Eric." Anyway, soccer seemed to be something Harris cared a lot about. Even though he dropped out of playing for the school's teams and wanted nothing to do with rebel pride or school pride in general, Harris still played soccer in an extracurricular soccer club called Columbine Rush, which was merged into Colorado Rush SC in 1997. Whether Reb stems from his years on the rebel sports team or not is unknown. Harris typically spelled Reb in all capitals, and it was the name he was known by at work and online. Some of his co-workers thought it was his actual name, or didn't know his real name, and called him Reb when giving statements to investigators. Others knew his real name, but knew that Eric didn't like to be called that, and that he would even get mad if he was called by his real name. Klebold seemed less attached to his nickname, which he hadn't chosen, but had been given to him by friends after he drank an entire bottle of vodka in a short time. Apparently this incident happened when he was 15 or younger, as he writes the nickname in his earliest journal entry in March of 1997. Klebold nearly always spelled his name using alternating caps. At the time, alternating caps were frequently used to create messages in the capitalized letters. For example, the email service Hotmail, whose once capitalized letters stood for HTML. This practice, or trend, is what probably led many to assume Klebold would have spelled his name like this, to showcase his initials. For whatever reason though, Klebold did not jump at this opportunity and spelled his nickname like this. Klebold also liked to put his name in left and right assignment operators, typically used in R programming, a language designed for computational statistics and graphics. But it's unlikely Klebold was using R back in 1997 unless he was really on the pulse of the latest programming languages, though he could have been using S, the precursor language that R is based on. Or he could have just used the brackets randomly because it was trendy or it just looked cool. Interesting tidbit, this super assignment operator is infamous for its potential to make otherwise healthy code confusing and unreadable. While it can be useful, you should employ it with caution. Bill Venables, one of the main programmers behind the S and R languages, even said he wished it had never been invented. Some have speculated that Reb and Vodka were more than just nicknames. They were representations of the more deviant sides of Harrison Klebold's characters. Brooks Brown wrote in his book, No Easy Answers, Eric had spray paint cans and super glue, and he told us how he and Dylan would sneak over to people's houses and vandalize them because the person had said or done something at school that had pissed them off. Perhaps Eric and Dylan would glue someone's doors shut or write words on their front lawn. They did these acts not as Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, but as Reb and Vodka, the rebels. Ralph A. Larkin writes in Comprehending Columbine, prior to the Columbine attack, Eric and Dylan acted upon their anger by vandalizing homes of people whom they regarded as enemies or people who had slighted them in some way. Eric chronicled their exploits on his website under the title Mission Logs. The acts of vandalism described in the website were validated by a Columbine resident whose house was vandalized in ways similar to Eric Harris's descriptions. As part of their personas as members of a paramilitary terrorist group, they adopted nom de guerre. And, of course, many have taken note at how they were Reb and Vodka when referring to each other on the basement tapes. Some witnesses also recalled hearing the shooters call each other by Reb and V during the massacre. There's some instances that could support the theory that their nicknames were, in a way, distinct alter egos. For example, Harris calls himself Reb throughout most of his journal. He refers to himself as Eric only once at the end of the journal. When describing him in the negative way he thought others perceived him. Don't let the weird Eric kid come along, oh no. But when it comes to Reb, he writes, people, in other words, parents, cops, God, teachers, telling me what to do, think, say, act, and everything else just makes me not want to fucking do it. That's why my fucking name is Reb. No one is worthy of shit, unless I say they are. Klebold, who seemed to have a fractured sense of self-identity in general, seemed to think that his old self had been overwritten at some point. I wonder how, when, I got so fucked up with my mind, existence, problem. When Dylan Bennett Klebold got covered up by this entity containing Dylan's body, he writes about how this other entity has none of Dylan's humanity, but that it has more intelligence than the original Dylan. At one point he writes, Redacted can get me that gun, I hope. I want to use it on a poor SOB, I know. His name is Vodka. Dylan is his name too. He also writes, in an unsent locker note to a girl, I denied who I was for a long time, until high school, which could be referring to a discovery or acceptance of his so-called second self or alter ego. Alter ego is Latin for other I. It can be as simple as a different or alternative side to one's original personality, or it can be as complex as an entire secret identity. You see this a lot in popular movies and TV shows, and even some supervillains are one identity by day, another by night. An alter ego can be an artistic statement, a persona cultivated for the sake of performance. David Bowie was pretty famous for doing that, had a new stage persona for basically every decade. An alter ego can be something that was always there, but had to be discovered. Many people describe finding a new confidence or even a new way of looking at the world once they started dancing or acting or whatever new skill or hobby they were passionate about. Some people try to get in tune with their alter egos by going to clubs or drinking, taking psychedelics, or simply trying new things. Having an alter ego is nothing special. Humans are many-sided by default. Discovering the numerous sides of your character is a process that goes on basically forever, and teenagers are king at this sort of thing. Maybe it's because their society doesn't chain them to staying in one personality the way you're expected to in the adult world. I mean, if you're a kid and you're a brooding goth one day and a purple-haired gamer the next, people tend to say, you're just going through a phase. But try that as an adult and you'll likely get told you should see a therapist or grow up. In general, teenagers are encouraged, to some extent anyway, to explore the various sides of their personality and choose the one they like best, whereas adults are expected to have chosen one already and are expected to stay consistent in that one personality for the most part. Or it could be that the adolescent brain is just more malleable and conducive to change, and therefore teenagers find it easier to shift between alter egos or personas. Klebold and Harris specifically had a distinct persona shift, at least outwardly, after freshman year of high school. According to some of their classmates, Klebold and Harris used to be fairly preppy and run-of-the-mill guys, and then, in their junior and senior years, their clothes style, tastes, and general personalities seemed to get darker. Some associated this change with the Trenchcoat Mafia. Klebold and Harris seemed to lose quite a few friends, and some of their social status because they chose to hang out with the TCM, who most of the school made fun of and disliked.
And what do? They don't really do anything. They just keep to themselves, and they just stick out because they always wear like black clothes and dark and long trench coats and army clothes and stuff like that.
Dark clothing, glasses, berets. They get made fun of a lot.
Not a lot of kids like them.
Yeah.
They get made fun of a lot.
Yeah, by other students sometimes.
Others attribute it to the bond between Harris and Klebold, theorizing that neither boy would have ever gone so far into their darker sides had they not been influenced by each other. In the end, Klebold and Harris likely did have what you could call alter egos. Many who knew them described them as two-faced, many-sided, and as leading double lives and having secret sides after the attack. But then, so does basically everyone. Alter ego is just a fancy word for a different side to a person's character. So even if Reb and Vodka did stand for their alter egos, I don't think it's that significant on its own. It's more the violent and destructive thoughts themselves. Nicknames or no nicknames. Austin Eubanks. One of the most famous survivors of the massacre was senior Austin Eubanks, born a month after Klebold. He was in the library when Klebold and Harris started gunning it down and was hiding under the table with Jennifer Doyley, a second unidentified student, and Corey DePuter, whom Eubanks had been friends with since freshman year.
And I met Corey. Almost immediately, Corey and I became best friends. All of a sudden, I had this person who was literally a mirror of myself. We had the same interests. We enjoyed doing the same things. We fished, we played golf, and we became inseparable. And April 20th, 1999, Corey and I were together. We were going to meet friends to go out to lunch, and we walked into the library. And Corey was the first person to say, "It sounds like gunshots." And 5 minutes later, the teacher runs into the library and screams, "Everybody get under the tables." We didn't know what to do. It was immediate shock. What's going on? Is this a joke? This can't be happening. I remember Corey saying, "Don't worry, the cops will come. We'll get through this." 11 minutes later, Corey was dead.
Klebold and Harris shot DePuter 3 times at close range in the chest, neck, and left arm, and Eubanks was right next to DePuter, witnessing his demise. DePuter was the last murder victim in the attack. Klebold also shot Eubanks in the hand and in the knee, but Eubanks was so full of shock and adrenaline that he didn't even feel it. When the shooters left the library, he didn't realize he was injured until he started running for the emergency exit.
I left the library and went to a triage of police vehicles, and I was in complete shock. I felt nothing.
Naturally, nearly losing your life in a massacre on your school, a massacre that left even seasoned SWAT members and police investigators shook to the core, and watching your best friend die in front of your eyes is the type of thing that gives you trauma for a lifetime.
We have seen his pictures, but Corey DePuter's parents want us to know the person in the photos.
He was ornery, he was special, and everyone.
A proud mother talks about her late son. Relatives gather to exchange memories of the 17-year-old who was fatally shot while studying in the school library. At the time of that shooting, Corey was with his friend and fishing buddy, Austin. Austin survived his gunshot wounds and has filled in some of the details of Corey's final minutes. He says Corey was the first one targeted by the gunman. and that he died almost instantly.
We had all these nightmares of being brutally tortured or laying there for hours dying with nobody getting to him. So it was a comfort to know that Corey was best.
The day he died.
Corey's grandfather recently retired as a military explosives expert. On Tuesday, when he heard there were bombs inside the school, he desperately wanted to help.
I probably couldn't have, and I know that, but I would have liked to have been with him.
The DePuters have a big family, and from the time Corey was a baby, they showered him and his sister with attention. That gives this family great comfort that while Corey's life was much too short, it was rich with love for all his 17 years. Suzanne McCarroll, News 4.
Because he had been shot, Eubanks was rushed to the hospital after the shooting and doped up on a variety of medications. As a result of my injuries, I was pretty significantly medicated about 45 minutes after being shot. I remember immediately being drawn to that feeling because it took the emotion away, he said of the pain medication in 2018. You lose a best friend, you lose a sense of safety. I was in all this turmoil, and now I feel better, he said in 2016. I liked that. After his surgery, Eubanks was prescribed a 30-day supply of pain meds, and an addict was born.
I was prescribed a variety of substances for anxiety, pain, you name it. And all I knew was that a lot of educated people were prescribing me substances to make me feel better, and it was working. So when I look at what happened after Columbine, it was only 3 months and I was in active addiction.
Eubanks went on to graduate in 2000, but never returned to Columbine, instead getting tutored privately 3 days a week. Quote, it was in 2006, 7 years after Columbine, that he started to suspect he had a problem. By then, he developed a tolerance to the prescription meds, so he started taking illicit drugs, cocaine, ecstasy, and he was drinking in excess. By that point, I had really started to experience the downward spiral of addiction and was thinking, wait a second, maybe this isn't right. Starting that year, Eubanks went into residential treatment 3 times, but nothing stuck.
Unfortunately, 2006 wasn't the end for me. I left treatment and I went back to using. Finally, in 2011, I woke up in jail and I had no idea how I got there. I was in withdrawal and I had no recollection of the day prior. I was completely blacked out. The police report said I passed out at a restaurant and the paramedics were called and I had a warrant for a probation violation. And I remember thinking that day, if I don't figure this out, I'm gonna die. So I found another treatment center. I followed instructions. I put one foot in front of the other and I moved on. I found myself processing grief and trauma that I had experienced at age 17 at age 29 because I was finally free of substances and I could effectively go through the stages of grief. I was able to resolve that trauma and get to a place where I could have a healthy foundation for living, moving forward. 18 months later, I got my first job in addiction treatment and I've been working in the industry ever since.
After his recovery from addiction, Eubanks became a motivational speaker, working to help others in their battles against addiction. He was a program director at the Foundry, an addiction treatment center in Steamboat Springs, Colorado, near where he lived at the time, and was also executive director of the Quiet River Transitional Recovery Community in Denver. On May 18, 2019, Eubanks was found dead of a heroin overdose at his home. He is succeeded by his 2 sons, Caden and Landon.
Tomorrow, an autopsy will be performed on Columbine survivor Austin Eubanks. He died yesterday, just days after we talked to him in Pasco County. He told us his story of survival and how he persevered through tragic times. Eubanks traveled the country hoping to help those struggling with addiction by telling his story. He was shot during the 1999 Columbine school shooting, and his best friend was killed. Yesterday, he was found dead in his home in Colorado. No foul play is suspected. His family sent out a statement saying Eubanks lost the battle with the very disease he fought so hard to help others face. As you can imagine, we are beyond shocked and saddened and request that our privacy is respected at this time.
Survivors/witness accounts.
I saw him, I said, "Hey, Isaiah." And he came under the table and he said, "What's up?" And he sat between me and Matt. And that's when the 2 cops came over and they said, "Hey, Isaiah." And he goes, 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 "Hey tall kids with trench coats on. They came into the library, and they were shooting off their guns at people, and they came in and they were harassing students before they shot them.
They were saying racial slurs to Isaiah.
Yeah, they said, get any effing jock. They said, get anybody with a white hat on, because that's a lot of jocks wear white hats, and they...
Baseball caps.
Right, I was wearing a white hat, and I threw it under my shirt. And Isaiah did kind of look, he was a buff little kid, and he looked like a jock. He was well built. And they walked by and they saw Isaiah, and one of them said to the other one, they said there's a N-word over here. And the other kid came over and saw him, and Isaiah tried to back up. Isaiah didn't say anything, and they shot Isaiah. And then they shot my friend Matt also.
And then you played dead, Craig.
Yeah, I just ended up laying on the floor. I was praying to God to give me courage and to keep protection over us, and he told me to get out of there. God told me to get out of there. And I got up, and everybody was in shock. And I told everybody, I go, let's get out of here. Let's run out of here. And they all got up, and some girl asked me to help her. Her arm was, she had a chunk of her shoulder was blown off by a shotgun. And some kind of rifle, some bigger weapon, and I helped her get out.
A lot of facts about Columbine, including the bulk of the 11K, come from students, survivors, and witnesses. There were tons of television interviews and interviews with investigators and police, each coming from a different perspective. Together, they form quite the experience. If you're looking for the clearest overall picture of this event, combing through these pages and hours of footage is where it's at. And if you want to see the true nightmare everyone in that community went through, witness accounts of the attack and footage of the survivors afterwards is also where you'll find it. For example, here's Mark Taylor, who was shot at the entrance of the school.
Although he was shot 4 times, Mark Taylor is one of the lucky ones. Lucky because police got to him quickly after he was shot outside an entrance to Columbine High School and dragged to safety.
I thought I was going to die.
Lucky because doctors say he will be okay.
I was just standing with my friends, and I heard a gunshot, and I felt a pain in my leg, and I fell. And I fell a couple more, and I just dropped. And then I saw him with a grenade, and he was coming towards me. And then a police officer came, and he ran off.
Here's Richard Castaldo, who was paralyzed in the massacre.
I am glad to be going home today. I guess it makes me like a little bit nervous trying to, go home after all this and, do all the stuff that I need to do, but I think I'm pretty much ready. At least according to the hospital, I guess I am, so.
On April 20th, 2 gunmen shot Richard and Rachel Scott as they ate lunch outside the Columbine cafeteria. Scott died. Richard was shot up to 9 times. 1 bullet paralyzed him from the chest down.
See, I do want to get involved in a few things, such as, spinal cord research. I like to get involved with gun control, help make the laws better about that. I want to see, every place to be handicap accessible.
His focus on the future is intentional. He wants a life back.
Just you gotta keep on moving, I guess.
And here's some footage from directly after the massacre.
We heard like popping and we didn't know what it was, and then I looked out the window and there's this guy throwing like a pipe bomb at all the cars. And then he came in, they like started blowing up and shooting everyone in the cafeteria. And then you could hear them laughing and running upstairs, and they were shooting anyone of color wearing a white hat or played a sport. And they didn't care who it was, and it was all at close range.
What did you see? You have blood on your hands.
Everyone around me got shot, and I begged him for 10 minutes not to shoot me. And he just put the gun in my face and started bleeding everywhere and started laughing, saying that it was all because people were mean to him last year.
Who were these people?
I don't know.
Killed my best friend.
Yeah, mass chaos.
They pulled them down out of police cars from the back of the school to get them away from the school, and they set up a triage area here, I think, just to get the wounded as quickly as they can. Here comes another car down now. They're just bringing them down as fast as they can find them, and they're getting them out of there, getting them away from the school, getting them fixed up, stabilized, and then getting them to the hospital from here.
A number of witnesses recognized the two as members of a group called the Trench Coat Mafia.
Yeah, they wear trench coats every day to school, and wear makeup and paint their nails and stuff. They're just I don't know, everyone kind of thinks of them as different, and they always just hang out with themselves only, kind of associate themselves with death and violence.
They always wear black clothing or dark clothing, glasses, berets. They get made fun of a lot.
Not a lot of kids like them.
Yeah.
They get made fun of a lot.
Yeah, by other students sometimes.
I heard people pray for their husbands, their children, you name it. Yeah. And at that point, these guys would kill them just to kill.
Senior Nick Foss witnessed the horror before he managed to escape.
I've never seen so many dead people in my life, and some of my friends did. I've never seen someone's face shot off in front of me. It's just not cool, not pretty. I can't get out of my head.
I was under a table and people were getting shot all around me.
They got automatic weapons, sawed-off shotguns, and pipe bombs.
We Are Columbine. Speaking of survivors, We Are Columbine 2018 is a documentary featuring 4 survivors and a few faculty members who tell the story of their experiences with the massacre and how it impacted their lives. It's named after a bit of a movement arranged by students and teachers when returning to Columbine High School. Classes had temporarily been moved to the nearby Chatfield High School until Columbine was cleaned up and was no longer a crime scene. Students apparently walked into the school chanting, "We are Columbine," while wearing shirts printed with the same slogan. It was supposed to restore and reinforce school pride. Denver Post reported on June 30th, 1999, a Columbine High School graduate erected a simple flag atop North America's highest peak to commemorate victims of the massacre and encourage survivors to move forward with their lives. The flag was designed by Columbine sophomores Shannon and Shelby Myers. The twin sisters decorated a white flag with fabric paint, with the Columbine flower painted on one side, and the now famous slogan, "We are Columbine," and "We will strive to survive," on the other side. The flag is our way of saying we need to move forward, but not forget, Shannon Myers said. It's our way of reclaiming our school, Shelby Myers said. As is kind of obvious from his nickname, Klebold liked to drink. Cullen writes, Dylan was a heavy drinker and proud of it. In many articles, he's described as an alcohol abuser and occasionally as a budding alcoholic. On his diversion file, when asked if he's ever drank or used drugs by himself, Klebold writes, yes, alcohol a couple times, but says that he's never experienced withdrawal symptoms and never drank or used drugs with a member of his family. Ironically, in the next few lines, he writes that his first use of alcohol and marijuana was at age 15, quote, with my brother at my house, was curious to see what it was like. He's asked to describe his attitude towards drinking. He writes, I am careful with it. According to Mrs. Klebold, Dylan's father was so angry at Dylan's older brother Byron for introducing Dylan to alcohol and pot that he threatened to call the police on Byron if he ever did such a thing again. Sounds a little extreme maybe, but maybe for good reason. It seems like once Klebold started drinking, he never let it go. In his diversion file, his alcohol history states, light. Dylan has drank alcohol 5 or 6 times and has been drunk the same amount. The first time he tried alcohol was at age 15. The last time was 2 months ago. He doesn't like the taste or effects of alcohol and said he decided to stop because it, quote, wasn't worth it. Dylan thinks that drinking alcohol is okay, as long as it is in moderation. Now obviously, in his diversion files, it's unlikely he was exactly transparent or telling the whole truth. His parents were right there, and he was already in a lot of trouble as is. Likely because of the history with his brother's drug use, Klebold was required to take random urine scans during his entire diversion, which lasted around a year. He always tested negative, though this might not have been the best indication of actual abstinence, as you'll soon see. Until diversion, Klebold's parents were unaware of his alcohol use. His mother writes, "We were not aware of it at all until Andrea Sanchez, the diversion officer, asked the question a few moments ago." In his first journal entry, Klebold writes that he's, quote, partially drunk with a screwdriver, and writes, not getting drunk for periods of time as one of the things he does to, quote, supposedly cleanse myself in a spiritual, moral sort of way. He describes getting drunk with friends, one of whom was likely Zach Heckler, as part of the, quote, beautiful past. There's a lot of ways of interpreting Klebold's journal writings. Some psychologists, such as Langman, have found some of the rambling, stranger entries as signs of budding mental illness, while some observers, including his own mother, also considered that he might have just been drunk. For example, "Yo, what's up? Know what's weird? Everyone knows everyone, I swear, like I'm an outcast, and everyone is conspiring against me. Beer. Man, I don't know what's up lately. Never do in existence." In one of Klebold's notes, he writes, "I'm so sorry. I see I've made you mad and fucked us up somehow. I will you, always. I will always love you. Please know this. Love me. I love you. I love you. I love you." Have you ever heard that song, Love Fool? Klebold sounds dangerously close to that territory with a letter like this. It's unknown who he wrote the letter to, or whether they even knew each other, but it always kind of stood out among his other writings because of how unhinged and desperate he seems. But then, if he wrote it when he was drunk, then I guess that's kind of normal, relatively, anyway. Sarah Slater, who said she was Klebold's crush in 9th grade, he wanted to date her, but she turned him down. Remembered chatting with him online before they lost touch with each other around junior year. Quote, "Dylan said, fuck the school, a lot of times, and he said, the people in it should just die," says Sarah. In what context? In a simple conversation. We all say stuff like that. In another article, she said, "Just when I talked to him, I don't know, it was like he would end the conversation with expletive the school." Sarah said, "If I asked how he was doing, he'd say, I wish I didn't go here, or I wish I was somewhere else." Klebold would sometimes mention being drunk, or he'd ask Slater if she wanted to go drinking with him, or Slater could just tell he was drunk by his spelling mistakes and typos. She also said in her police statement that he and his friend Zach Heckler would drink together, sometimes during plays. They would bring in Aftershock while Dylan did sound. They wouldn't do it every time, and they wouldn't get drunk. They were just buzzed. After the play, they would go somewhere else and get drunk, she said in Rolling Stone. Meanwhile, Brooks Brown wrote in his book, "Besides theater though, the rest of our activities weren't so good. As freshmen and sophomores, we were already into drinking and smoking, and would get trashed at each other's houses, or even in the light booth during plays. Dylan, in fact, earned a nickname based on his favorite drink, vodka. The name would stick for years." Harris, of course, brags on his website about how, after each mission we get drunk, not with wimpy beer, we only use hard liquor. Aftershock, Irish cream, tequila, vodka, whiskey, rum, and sometimes a few shots of Everclear. We also sometimes make up our own shooters and sample others. Never try a prairie fire, it's killer. In his journal, Harris also writes how the mother of one of their friends, quote, had previously bought us all a fuckload of liquor. Personally, I had asked for tequila and Irish cream. Vodka got his vodka, and there was beer, whiskey, schnapps, puckers, scotch, and of course, orange juice. He later gives this alcohol to Klebold for safekeeping. Quote, "Last Monday, I gave my tea and IC to vodka, just in case. I never really did like alcohol, just wasn't my thing, but it felt good to just have around." So what about Klebold's drug scans, right? If he was drinking at all, it likely would have shown up on the charts at some point. Yeah, maybe, but not necessarily. Alcohol is flushed out of the system fairly quickly compared to other drugs. Did I just call alcohol a drug? Anyway, then Klebold was also taking urine scans. A fairly easy way to cheat at a urine scan is by diluting your urine to the point where any substance you may have taken is too low in quantity to be detected. Easy if you like drinking shit tons of water, that is. That said, you have to be careful with this because the test also measures creatinine, which is excreted by the kidneys. If the creatinine is below a certain level, it's a telltale sign of dilution and can sometimes cancel out the validity of your test. Yeah, this method is totally foolproof, it'll definitely work. In one of Klebold's scans, his creatinine does fall out of range, and on that day he mentioned his scan would be clean. In the other scan on file, about 5 months later, he's back in normal range, but this appears to have been strictly a drug test. Also interestingly, he quote, "could not provide." On the original day this test was supposed to be taken, and it was postponed for 5 days. At any rate, according to their notes, the diversion officers on Klebold's case didn't seem to think he had a high chance of alcohol or drug abuse anyway. Of course, Klebold got his nickname because he allegedly drank an entire bottle of vodka. There are also apparently accounts of students who remember Klebold coming to school drunk, though I haven't been able to find any direct quotes or sources for this. But he was known to sometimes act like an idiota in school. He was constantly falling asleep in his AP calculus class to the point where his teacher threatened to kick him out if he didn't stay awake, though the teacher never actually followed through on these threats. His teacher said, quote, he was going to do the very least amount of work possible. That's basically what he did. He tried to talk me one time into letting him not have to come to class, just show up on the day of the tests. And I said, no, you have a choice. You can come to class and stay awake, or you can drop the class. On other days, though, Klebold would behave well, or be unusually exuberant. Klebold also took a French class for 3 years, where he didn't like his teacher, Mrs. Lutz, and often swore in the class or walked out slamming the door behind him. Mackay Hall, one of the students in the class, said of Klebold in a police interview, he had a very bad temper and couldn't control it. He went on to say that Dylan, throughout the course of the class, was very openly disrespectful to the teacher and quite oftentimes swore in the class openly. I asked him what Mrs. Lutz's response was to this, and he said she primarily just ignored it. Another classmate, Sarah Martin, said Dylan would get very angry in class with the teacher and the other students and would start throwing things around. She said another student by the name of Zach Heckler was in this class and caused similar problems as Dylan Klebold. She said Dylan and Zach were suspended, and since being suspended from this class, Zach Heckler changed the way he acted, according to Sarah. This French class stands out as being one of the few classes that Klebold was actually disruptive in. He was generally either a decent or just a lazy, disinterested student. It's also one of the few classes he shared with Heckler. Zach Heckler stated Klebold earned his nickname because he had a problem with alcohol. Klebold himself seemed to at least vaguely consider it a problem also, with entries like this and this. In his diversion file, he mentions drinking to the point of passing out 1 to 3 times, which doesn't seem that abnormal, but isn't exactly great either, given his other history. Klebold also took St. John's wort, which is generally used as a mild antidepressant, but is also sometimes touted as a natural cure for alcohol dependency, though its efficacy hasn't been proven. When Klebold was drunk enough, he would sometimes cry about and sometimes in his routine weekend talks with Heckler admit he wanted to commit suicide, an ideation Heckler also shared. Now, as I said before, Klebold's sometimes referred to as abusing alcohol. This is likely because rather than mainly using alcohol socially or just for fun, Klebold seemed to be using it as a form of medication, which naturally makes him more disposed to dependency later in life. And he had a few early signs of alcohol abuse, for example, problems at school, mood changes, uncharacteristic periods of lethargy and low energy, changes in weight, increase or decrease, and withdrawal from family. But these things can also be normal for teenagers. A lot of Klebold's whack behavior in class isn't particularly abnormal either. You can act obnoxious and be completely sober, though the latter is more of a cardinal sin, and aside from Slater and Heckler, most of Klebold's friends didn't seem to recall him drinking a lot. While he does mention drinking or being drunk sometimes in his journal, it's really not that often, especially when compared to the way it's sometimes described. Whatever, it's one of those things that could be relevant, kind of like Harris's medication, but in the end, Klebold was entirely sober the day of the massacre, so make of that what you will. Rebel missions. If you've seen any of the previous icebergs, you already know what these are. Eric Harris, Dylan Klebold, and Zach Heckler as Reb, Vodka, and Kibbs. Softcore terrorized the neighborhood, suburban style. TPing houses, setting off fireworks, supergluing front door locks, and getting revenge on kids that had bothered them by egging and throwing fireworks at their front lawns. Harris was identified as the instigator of these missions by police when the parents of Brooks Brown, a close friend of Klebold's and on and off again friend of Harris's, reported Harris's web pages where he described each mission in detail. This is corroborated by the fact that most of the raids took place in Harris's neighborhood and were against people Harris specifically did not like. For example, a raid took place on Brooks Brown's house, someone Harris considered an enemy, but Klebold still considered a friend. They seem to have met in the middle somewhat on this raid, since Harris writes, "Anyway, we didn't really do much to him, just put some model putty on his Merc." However, in 1998, the Brown family made a police report about a garage window that had been broken by a paintball gun. Harris was named as a suspect in the incident, and if Harris was there, Klebold was likely there as well. That said, it's not certain that either Harris or Klebold were actually involved in this incident. Harris also describes setting off firecrackers in Heckler's neighborhood. Though Zach Heckler met Klebold first and was a special friend in Klebold's eyes, Heckler was good friends with both Harris and Klebold since around 8th grade. In the summer of 1997, Heckler started spending a lot of time with a girl, Devin Adams, who was also a friend of Klebold's, and started working at Blackjack Pizza. Klebold and Harris soon also started working there. That summer, Heckler also left to go to Pennsylvania for about 2 weeks, and during the time he was away, Harris and Klebold built their first pipe bomb together. It's during this point in time that Klebold writes the redacted situation about his anguish over how he and Heckler used to do everything together, but nowadays Heckler has abandoned him. It's interesting that Harris was also present during the events Klebold describes with Heckler, but Klebold never mentions him. In October of 1997, Klebold and Heckler hacked the school computer and accessed everyone's locker combinations. Harris was also involved. Heckler and Klebold both received 5-day suspensions, and Harris was suspended for 3 days. After this incident, Heckler's father pulled the brakes on Zach's friendship with Eric and Dylan and told him to quit hanging out with them. Things did seem to blow over by 1998, however. Heckler resumed being good friends with Klebold, but Harris didn't like him anymore, as he mentioned in a statement to police, quote, "The subject stated that this past summer, 1998, Eric Harris didn't really like him for some unknown reason, but the subject stated that he was still good friends with Dylan Klebold." But like with Brooks Brown, Harris and Heckler eventually became amicable. Quote, Heckler said that in February 1999, he attended a party at Robin Anderson's home, and that Eric Harris was also at this party. Heckler stated that the two of them had both been at each other's throats for quite some time, but that at this party, Eric Harris approached him and asked him how he was doing. Heckler stated that they then began talking about things and about their future plans. Heckler stated that was the last time he talked to Eric Harris, except for passing each other in the hallways at school. Heckler further stated that the last time he saw Eric Harris was at the after prom, but that he did not talk to him at that time. Rachel's drawing. Rachel Scott, a 17-year-old high school senior, was the first to be killed in the massacre. She was known for her Christian beliefs and for also being generally kind-hearted and compassionate towards others. The day of the shooting, Scott drew this picture in her diary. It features eyes shedding 13 tears that seem to turn to either blood or rain. The drawing would soon become somewhat well known after the massacre because 13 would ultimately be killed by Klebold and Harris. Some have seen it as Scott somehow predicting or perhaps having a premonition of what was to come, while some insist that it's a sign there was some kind of conspiracy going on. Generally, though, it's just considered an eerie coincidence. Shooter on the roof. Similar to the third or multiple shooters theory, a lot of witnesses also claim to have seen one or more gunmen on the roof of the school. Multiple students, including Austin Eubanks and Nathan Vanderoe, remembered being warned by police that someone could be shooting from the roof. One survivor's father remembered overhearing on police radio that there was a shooter on the roof throwing bombs. Trisha Fogarty, who was among the first students to get out of the school during the massacre, said, quote, "A person she knows only as Scott said that on 4/20/99 he saw Eric Harris go through the custodian's roof access at Columbine High School and then go out onto the roof of the school." Student Jessica Lucero ran out east down the math and science hallway after another student named Amanda came back into class from the restroom saying that there were men shooting up the school. Quote, "She stated as she was running out the east doors of the high school that she believes she saw an individual dressed in black holding up a gun on the roof of the school. When asked if she could provide a description of the individual, she stated she couldn't. She was asked if she could provide a description of the gun this person was carrying. She said it wasn't a pistol, it appeared to be some long gun. Jessica was asked if she was sure about this information. She said that she believed she saw someone, but she couldn't provide any additional information about the person. Eric Sund, who ran out of the cafeteria into the front of the building not long after the shooting started, said, quote, "A guy he knows only by Rusty saw two guys on the roof as he was driving out of the parking lot during this lunchtime. As he drove out, the back window of his car was shot out." Candace Cushman, who was in the Commons talking to Coach Dave Sanders during the attack, said, quote, "I ran through the auditorium and caught up with the people I had been with. When we went outside, I saw someone on the roof with what I thought was a black trench coat. He was aiming a gun, so Erica, Nick, and I ran towards the smoker's pit." Shelby Myers, who was about to eat lunch when she saw the janitors run by and everyone starting to get under the tables, reported, quote, "We got in the car and were driven to Clement Park and then home. We heard explosions and shooting outside. Some of the noises sounded like they were coming from the roof." Earlier, she mentions how while they were still inside the school, heading towards the front entrance, we could hear gunshots behind us and they sounded very close. She also mentioned while hiding under the tables, she heard, quote, "about 5 loud gunshots and I don't know if it was inside or outside." Michelle Fox stated she looked back towards the gymnasium and noticed an individual, quote, "wearing white, standing on the roof of the gymnasium." Michelle then indicated on a school map where she stopped and looked back towards the gymnasium and where she saw this person on its roof. Michelle said that this person on the roof was holding something that was long and appeared to be pointing it northward. At the same time, Michelle said she heard about 4 pops, which she assumed were gunshots coming from this individual on the roof, but acknowledged could have been coming from the west side of the school. Michelle was asked several times if she was absolutely certain she saw someone standing on the roof of the gymnasium. Michelle was adamant that she had seen a person on the gymnasium roof and said she is absolutely certain that this person was wearing a white shirt. Michelle said that aside from the white shirt, she could not remember anything else this person may have been wearing. Michelle was also adamant that she saw this person holding a long object but could not confirm whether or not it was a gun. Apparently, there was indeed someone on the roof, though it wasn't one of the shooters or a sniper. It was instead serviceman Chris Clark, who was fixing a leak directly above the girls' locker room. Quote, "The first time on 4/20/99 he was on the roof was from 9:30 a.m. until 9:45 a.m. when he left to go to his office. He said he returned to the building and was back on the roof in the same location about 10:30 a.m. While on the roof, he heard what he initially thought were firecrackers, but soon realized were gunshots, which he believed were coming from outside the school. He also heard an explosion and saw white smoke coming up from the edge of the roof by the library. He also saw 3 students laying on the ground, 2 near the library entrance, and 1 laying further away. As for his description, Clark said he was wearing blue jeans and a red ball cap with black and yellow on it, and described his shirt as being mostly white and red, with small blue stripes, and said that it would probably look red from a distance. Initially, though, Clark said that he'd been working inside the school and went onto the roof to escape the shooters. Quote, he said he was doing work inside the school when the gunfire began. He ran through the janitor closet to get to the roof. Once on the roof, he said he used vice grips to wedge the door shut so the shooters could not get onto the roof. Contrast this with his later statement when he said, quote, he became worried that the persons shooting the guns would come up onto the roof, so he ran and retrieved some vice grip pliers and clamped the roof access hatch closed. He then took a yellow rope from his toolkit and tied it to a vent pipe as he was planning on lowering himself to the ground in an attempt to flee. After discovering that the rope would not hold his weight, he abandoned this attempt and hid until uniformed police officers pulled a van alongside the school and helped him off the roof. So in his first account, he says he was inside the school when he first heard gunfire and went on the roof to escape the shooters, while in his second version, he says he was already on the roof when he first heard gunfire and merely shut the access hatch to make sure the shooters couldn't reach him. However, he reiterated his second story to police when asked for a follow-up interview and pointed out exactly where he'd been on a police diagram of the school. Officer Matthew Depew recounts rescuing the repairman from the roof in this account, stating, I saw a white panel van with the keys in it. Officers at the scene aired that a male party was on the roof. This was a repairman who owned the van. I pulled the van up to the building, had this man jump from the roof to the top of the van. I pulled away from the building, had the repairman to safety run to the command post. Clark said he couldn't see anyone else on the roof from where he stood, though he added that the roof was very large and due to the different elevations, he couldn't see the entire roof from where he was. Another officer recalls a student jumping from the roof and breaking his hip. Quote, one student jumped from the roof of the school building and apparently broke his hip. He tried to run but couldn't and began crawling. According to survivor Mark Taylor's mother, Donna, Mark saw a shooter on the roof.
My son was shot that day, and when he ended up in the hospital, and he was questioned that week.
Right.
He told me that there was another shooter on the roof when he was laying outdoors. He could see a man on the roof with a gun. And then there was a videotape of that, but they've thrown that in the trash.
Oh.
See, I seen the video coverage of it, but you can't get it now. I don't know. I thought we had it one time. It's like, oh, my God, who came in the house and took it,
Oh, you think you had it in your own house?
I really do. Mm-hmm.
But now you can't find it.
Now I can't find the dang thing. Isn't that unreal? Somebody's got to have a copy of it. Somebody.
She also believes that the government was ramming psychiatric drugs down the throats of survivors and the shooters themselves to make them behave in certain ways. She also believes the shooters were behaved by police in what is known as the Walsh Butt theory. More on that later in the iceberg, as well as the mind control / drugs made Harris violent theories. But fair warning, both are unproven theories that are generally considered false. Previous run-ins with the law. Harris and Klebold both had a few run-ins with the law before massacring their school. Harris was reported to the police by the Browns several times for destroying their property, threatening to kill them, and for posting violent threats on his website. Klebold and Heckler were listed as Harris's followers in some of these incidents, and Klebold was listed alongside Harris as someone who had knowledge of how to create bombs. But the biggest trouble Harris and Klebold got into was on January 30th, 1998, when they broke into a parked van and stole some equipment. On that day, initially Dylan was supposed to go with Zach Heckler to some event at Zach's church, and then Zach was going to sleep over at Dylan's house. But Zach and his girlfriend got into an argument and left church with each other, so Dylan left the church with Eric instead. According to their diversion files, quote, on January 30th, 1998, Eric Harris and his co-defendant, Dylan Klebold, were driving around their neighborhood when they decided to park near the intersection of Deer Creek Canyon Road and Wadsworth Boulevard to, quote, mess around. They noticed a van parked on the other side of the lot and went to look inside. They saw a lot of electronic equipment, and they broke the van's window and took the items that were inside. They left the scene and went to park at the Jefferson County open space nearby. Eric and Dylan were looking at the electronics they stole when a Jefferson County sheriff knocked on the window and began questioning them about the equipment. Eric and Dylan admitted guilt. They were arrested, booked, and released to their parents. Klebold's mother recounts her reaction to the incident in A Mother's Reckoning. My mouth hung open when I heard how serious the charges were. I could not believe that our Dylan, who had never done anything really wrong in his life, could do something so terrible. This was the kind of trouble that might seriously impact his future. Neither of us had ever been arrested, so we called one of our neighbors, a lawyer, for advice. He told us Dylan should spill it, tell the complete truth. Before he hung up, he reassured us, "Boys do dumb stuff. He's a good kid. He'll be okay." We waited for what felt like an eternity. Mrs. Harris wept. Then a deputy followed the boys through the substation office door. I practically threw up when I saw Dylan paraded past me in handcuffs. We waited hours to learn whether our children would be sent to a detention facility or allowed to return home. Finally, the officer who arrested them recommended they be considered for a diversion program, an alternative to jail for first-time juvenile offenders accused of minor crimes. The program would provide supervised counseling and community service and allow the boys to avoid criminal charges and placement in a detention facility. The boys were released into our care. The next morning, quote, Tom woke before I did. When Dylan got up, they took a long walk. Afterward, Tom told me Dylan had been very, very angry at the situation, the cops, his school, the unfairness of life. He was so angry that he didn't seem to accept or acknowledge the wrongness of what he had done. This sentiment is echoed by the diversion officer who wrote of Klebold, quote, "It is my belief that even though Dylan knows that what he did was wrong, he still lessens the seriousness of his offense." Diversion started in March 1998, roughly a month after the boys' arrest, but in the meantime, Klebold got a speeding ticket and later ran a red light on his way back from renting a video. He was ticketed by the same officer who'd questioned him on the night of his arrest. Klebold seems to have drawn this incident in his daily planner, where you can just barely make out what looks like a car and what seems to be a stoplight on fire. He references his upcoming court date and eloquently states, "Them better not take away me license." Klebold's mother writes, after the ticket, Tom and I warned him again that he needed to get his act together. Any more mistakes and the consequences for his future could be positively disastrous. Felons can't vote or serve on a jury. He'd be disenfranchised, and who would want to hire him? When explaining the incident in his diversion file, Harris slightly throws Klebold under the bus, saying, quote, "He feels Dylan is more responsible since it was his idea." Harris writes that he's seeing a therapist monthly, and that mental health treatment is nice. It helps me realize things. He checks off a lot of mental health issues he struggles with, including depression, anxiety, anger, mood swings, loneliness, and homicidal thoughts. He elaborates, "Short temper, often get angry at almost anything I don't like people I have no respect for trying to tell me what to do, people telling me what to think. I have too many inside jokes or thoughts to have very many friends, or I hate too many things." He lists moving from Plattsburgh and getting arrested as the most traumatic events of his life. He says his parents won't tolerate drug or alcohol use and don't ever use anything, and says his current attitude towards alcohol is, don't want it anymore, don't need it. He's never used drugs. Harris says his mother is the most supportive member of his family and says she's, quote, easier to talk to. He lists his father as the least supportive, but adds, he's not really, it's basically equal. Anger and not doing chores gets Harris punished, and he gets grounded, loses privileges and possessions, and yelled at. He elaborates, Dad yells, or me and my brother yell at each other. He knows the conflict is over, quote, when my parents say so. He says he spends his free time playing computer games, going out with friends, and playing soccer. He lists one kid, age 16, as his only close friend. This friend is likely Klebold. Harris states his friends don't drink or use drugs, though this is incorrect since his best friend Klebold did both. Harris is required to have individual counseling, take anger management classes, study juvenile justice, and attend Mothers Against Drunk Driving meetings. He also has to pay off damages owed to the victim and write an apology letter. Harris does extremely well on diversion, getting good grades, showing up on time, and making his payments on time. In September, he asks if he, quote, would be allowed to go on a trip to Germany in March. I told him that I would base my decision on his progress at that time. I told him that if he works hard, I will try to ST him a little early so he can enjoy his trip without stress about diversion. He gets a speeding ticket in October, and his parents ground him for 3 weeks. However, he reports things are going well at home, and brings in a progress report, which shows solid work. In December, he turns in his anger management essay. The anger management class I took was helpful in many ways. I feel the instructors are well qualified for this class, and the class size was not too big. I learned several things about how drugs and alcohol contribute to violence and how to avoid using drugs and alcohol. I felt like the class was focused more on people who had committed violent crimes and people who use drugs and alcohol rather than being more broad. Nevertheless, I still learned what anger is, how to recognize it, and how to deal with it. Violence is expensive, along with anger. Committing violent crimes brings forth fees, bills, and punishment that have very deep effects on that person, not to mention the emotional turmoil it causes. I learned of the 4 stages of anger: tension building, verbal escalation, physical escalation, and opportunity for change. I believe the most valuable part of this class was thinking up ideas for ways to control anger and for ways to release stress in a non-violent manner. Things such as writing, taking a walk, talking, lifting weights, listening to different music, and exercising are all good ways to vent anger. We also discussed the positive and negative results of anger and violence. Another thing we discussed was triggers. Triggers are defined as warnings or symptoms that one experiences when getting angry. Things like quick breathing, tunnel vision, muscles tighten, and teeth clench. I feel that all of the suggestions can be helpful, but the main part of anger management comes from the individual. If the person does not want to control his or her anger, then it can be a problem. The person must want to control his or her anger and actually want to not be violent or angry. It all starts in the person's mind. I have learned that thousands of suggestions are worthless if you still believe in violence. I am happy to say that with the help of this class and several other diversion-related experiences, I do want to try to control my anger.
I smell bullshit.
Rather long document, but also a bit significant. In his journal, and obviously by his later actions, it's fair to say Harris believed in violence, and that he didn't want to control his anger at all. So his final sentences, sans the bullshit at the end, seem to be a reference to himself. He didn't actually want to not be angry or violent, so thousands of suggestions were indeed worthless. While it's not the mind-blowing self-awareness Harris and Klebold seemed to think they had, Harris's self-awareness, and awareness in general, is interesting. He seems to have had a very clear understanding of how to navigate the world, even if his own philosophy was pretty skewed. Anyway, he says to the diversion officer, quote, Eric honestly reported that he felt like the class was something of a waste of time. He had heard most of it, etc. Remember this for later. You might want to compare it to Klebold's essay. Harris does very well in his last 3 appointments and is discharged early. Harris suffers from depression, he changed meds, and feels better. He has difficulties handling stress, but says he has a good handle on it now. She also adds he's a really nice young man, seems responsible and remorseful. I am not at all worried about drug use from Eric. Pretty good head on shoulders. Now watch, he will get a hot UA for acid or something. One thing the diversion program was criticized for after the massacre, including by Randy Brown, is for seeming to not pay much attention to the fact that Harris was suicidal and homicidal. Harris said he has thought about suicide a couple of times, but never seriously, mostly out of anger. He doesn't seem to have been asked to elaborate on the homicidal thoughts. Interestingly, suicidal thoughts was only checked off by his parents, while homicidal thoughts was only checked off by Eric. Wayne Harris writes, after this incident occurred, Eric expressed his feelings concerning the above items to a psychologist. The doctor recommended antidepressant medication, which seems to have helped. His mood is more upbeat. Eric seems to suppress his anger, then blow up and hit something or verbally lash out. He hasn't done this at home, but has done it at school and at work. Harris was ordered to take individual counseling by diversion, was already seeing a therapist and psychologist, and was now taking antidepressants. In this way, Eric's parents seemed fairly proactive in handling his issues, at least on the surface. Unlike Klebold, Harris was actually receiving mental health treatment, and, there are probably a lot of reasons for this. Harris's problems would be kind of hard to miss or ignore, and also, Harris seemed a lot more receptive to going to therapy than Klebold, who seemed to balk at the notion. but Harris's psychologist is one of the lowest rated psychologists of all time. I mean, 1 star almost all around. Reviews complaining that he's a bully, he ruined the client's family, he plays mind games with his clients, someone straight up called him a piece of shit, and someone else called him Dr. Evil of Littleton. Apparently he does a lot of family court work now, and clients feel he is biased, manipulative, and does a bad job representing things fairly. At the time, Harris reported that his counseling and therapy was going well, and that he felt better for being on medication, but in his journal wrote that, "My doctor wants to put me on medication to stop thinking about so many things and to stop getting angry. Well, I think that anyone who doesn't think like me is just bullshitting themselves." He seemed fairly disinterested in actually changing his thought processes, as he considered them part of his authentic self that shouldn't be changed even if society said so. Overall, it doesn't really surprise me that Harris got out of diversion early, and that the diversion officers didn't seem to think he was a problem. Even though based on his journal entries it's clear he hated the entire situation, he appears to have conducted himself with professionalism and even a level of enthusiasm, and on paper he seemed to be receiving adequate care for his mental issues. He was seeing a psychologist and a therapist, received a diagnosis, and was on medication, and was claiming to feel considerably better. So besides individual counseling, I'm not sure what else they could have recommended at the time. It's still kind of odd that they never seem to have followed up on the homicidal thing, though. Sure, they probably see it every other day, but that doesn't make it any less potentially serious. It is what it is, I guess. Anyway, keep in mind Harris's diversion file. In the next video, I'm going to go over Klebold's, and you might notice some similarities. I also think the diversion files are just interesting, as they're kind of a look into how the guys were seen from the outside before the massacre, and also how they fucked around trying to act normal. That's entertaining, but a little disturbing, given that it worked. An interesting contrast between Klebold's parents and Harris's is that while Harris's parents tend to tell it like it is in terms of what Harris has done, Klebold's parents, his mother specifically in this case, tends to phrase things, shall we say, more delicately. For example, she claims the truck that the boys stole from had a ticket on it which led Harris and Klebold to think it was abandoned, despite neither one mentioning this fact in their accounts. She also states Klebold and his friends figured out how to download the locker combinations to see if the list was still current, when again, neither Klebold nor Harris mentions this. Can't blame her for trying, I guess. Klebold himself, by contrast, states his offenses briefly and straightforwardly. In fact, it's almost comical to see them side by side. That being said, one diversion officer noted that in their opinion, Klebold, quote, lessened the seriousness of his crime. And later, his diversion officer mentioned how she, quote, confronted Dylan on his minimizing and excuse-giving when he started turning in low grades in math and phys ed. She writes, "It all sounds like he feels like the victim, though he denies this." Probably the most interesting thing on Klebold's diversion, though, at least to me, is an essay he brought in on one of the required classes he took. He writes, "I attended the ISAE Discovery class on December 12, 1998. This was an all-day class instead of the 4 2-hour class option. I chose the all-at-once method because I understand things quickly. The class, truthfully, was not worth my time. If I wasn't me, I would be voicing a different opinion. The teacher was informative and the information was valuable, but I already knew almost all of what the teacher had to say. She talked about influences and how they affect us. Family, friends, media, TV, radio, almost everything around us is an influence. I already knew this. She pointed out that influences make us sometimes act differently. I knew that too. Our class also talked about how to get what we wanted out of life. This is by making positive, right choices, and also by persevering towards these goals. He talked about coping mechanisms. A coping mechanism is what one uses to handle/manage stress, or how to deal with problems. Some of these include counting, exercising, taking a walk, reading, and many other tasks. A coping mechanism is a positive alternative to making a wrong decision. I, unfortunately for my boredom, knew these things too, and used them and have used them on a regular basis for quite some time. For the other kids in the class, however, this is a valuable tool for them to use in their lives. The class talked about values and what was valuable to each of us. Some of the topics that came up were friendship, knowledge, family, money, respect, health, happiness, love, pleasure, and others. I, as any other person, value these things too. The teacher linked these values to the crimes we committed and the way that we depleted these values by committing crime. I think this came through to most of the people in the class, and again, I already knew my values. All in all, the class was a waste of time for me, and even though it went over important skills that would be greatly beneficial to someone else hearing them for the first time, it was an 8-hour day of pointless review in cramped conditions. I feel that I shouldn't have had to take that class, but I'm just trying to get out of the diversion program, as evidenced by my reluctant attendance to this fit for an uneducated person's class. Now, the attitude here is almost unreal. How we got away with such blatant disregard for diversion and everything they stood for, I don't know. And it's not like he was necessarily wrong. The class may have been something goofy like this.
Some like it hot, and that ain't cool. When you play with fire, you play the fool.
Before you set a fire, think of this. Chances are you'll be caught and sentenced. Arson burns everyone.
But you'd think he'd try to at least act like he learned something. But hey, it worked out for him, didn't it? Got released early. You can also see this elitist attitude just pouring out of his guts. Granted, it's a very watered down compared to his journals where he refers to himself as God, but you can still see traces of it. Again, pretty funny to think he got away with this, but maybe the diversion officers were laughing as hard as I was when I first saw it and just moved on. Thing is, while Harris writes a much more expected essay about his anger management class, saying it was useful and that he learned things, he mentions to the diversion officer that he honestly felt it was a waste of time and that he'd heard most of it, which is very similar to the sentiments expressed by Klebold in his essay. Well, you know what they say about birds of a feather. Another interesting thing, Klebold was given a worksheet about legal crime and punishment as part of his diversion, and he wrote his own name and a few of the examples. In an example for harassment, he writes, after following him for an hour, Dylan pushes Brandon into a mall fountain. To define third-degree assault, he writes, Dylan kicks Brian in the head. He even started to write, Dylan sets off a smoke bomb in a library to define disorderly conduct, but he very quickly realized that hit too close to home and changed it to Billy Bob. Finally, compared to Harris, Klebold is very taciturn about any mental health questions, claiming the only thing he struggles with is school and work. I mean, at the age of 16, who wouldn't? Contrast that to Harris, who mentions basically every problem he has. This could be for a lot of reasons, obviously. Maybe Klebold was playing it safe by being conservative, while Harris thought it safer to just be honest. Maybe Harris knew diversion might cross-check with his therapist, or maybe he was legitimately hoping he'd receive some kind of help, though it seems doubtful based on his journal entries. Home movies. Harris and especially Klebold were into video production, and as a result, there's a large amount of footage of them and their friends. Well, not really that large, but, you know, larger than average. Their most infamous videos are likely Hitman for Hire and Rampart Range, because of a little thing called hindsight infamy. There are others, though, including some that have only recently come to the surface. I'll give a brief rundown of each one, a little info about it, and a few of my observations. Hitman for Hire. Mentioned this one in part 1 of the Iceberg, but like a lot of Klebold and Harris's work, it's kind of just like YouTube before YouTube. Interestingly, the original script was written as a visual aid to a report Harris was doing where he had to make an example of a successful business operation. His business, Hitman, the Trenchcoat Mafia, according to the script, who killed bullies for a living. Harris received an A for this effort. Though this report includes sentences like this, the locations in Columbine are strategically positioned, so we can launch attacks in almost any neighborhood with a few minutes' notice. We also have caches of weaponry and explosives located around the CHS area and in certain fields, all to serve you, the customer. And get a load of this. The business is basically to kill people who anger our clients. Hence, the Trenchcoat Mafia Hitman for Hire business was created. Several weapons, such as a sawed-off pump-action riot gun, an AB-10 machine pistol, homemade rocket launchers, swords, and daggers were gathered to help our business. Now on school grounds, we can't be armed. Everyone knows that if someone is caught with a weapon, they are suspended or expelled, which would not help my business at all. Therefore, using our resourceful home computers, we acquire the full name, telephone number, and address of our target. Then we hunt the target down and relocate him or her to one of several secluded areas, like the bottom of a lake. And then get a load of this. As far as costs are concerned, we can be fairly lenient. For underclassmen, the cost is $50 a day for general protection. For upperclassmen, it is $20 a day. Now, if you wanted someone so intimidated that they would not even get out of bed in the morning, that costs about $100. Assaults and beatings can range from $200 to $500 depending on the severity. For relocation of problem targets, the price is usually between $1,000 and $10,000. It basically depends on the location and the time of the hit, as well as if there will be witnesses, or if it requires us to take out a whole group of targets. Like, what kind of joke is this? Kid writes a very detailed, concrete report about how he and his cronies are going to find and kill classmates for money, including descriptions of the exact weapons they're going to use and how they're going to go about it, and all you have to say is, cool outfit, and lose the language and it's perfect.
You're a dumbass.
In all seriousness though, this is the kind of call that's much easier to make after the fact than beforehand. Kids write crazy and sometimes violent shit all the time, and there's a fine line between being paranoid over nothing, like some of the stupid dress codes that got enforced after the massacre, banning black trench coats, for example, and identifying actual threats. The teacher who reported Klebold's violent and disturbing essay, which I'll get to in the next video, was pretty good at walking this line, in my opinion. She raised justifiable concerns without automatically dismissing the quality of his work simply because it was violent. Instead of just giving him a low grade, or asking him just to write something else, she questioned him about why he wrote the story. She also discussed the story with his parents. They didn't really follow up on it, but she did bring it to their attention. Radioactive clothing. This one's similar to Hitman for Hire, but even goofier. They were doing this shit with limited materials, and it's obvious they wrote the script around that. Apparently a nuclear bomb fell, and now radioactive clothes are attacking the neighborhoods. A bit absurd, as the actors are aware.
Yeah. As he would be taking this job, he saw what happened to them. Clothes jumped him from all sides. Couldn't even watch.
Christ, man. They just got wasted. We didn't even have a chance to save them.
Pulp Fiction. Klebold and a friend recreate a scene from one of Klebold's favorite films. This friend is Dustin Gorton, who shared several other mutual friends with Harrison Klebold, like Chris Morris and Nathan Dykman. Eric Jackson, who was in the back seat filming the Breakfast Run video taken a day before the massacre, is also filming here. Mock kidnapping. Harris goes serial killer on a girl from class. Her name is Brandy Tinklenberg, and Harris would later ask her out to prom. Maybe this is part of an abandoned film, I don't know. He's wearing a custom shirt that says Tier, likely in reference to the big Doom level he was working on. He was so proud of this level, he would write a letter to ID Software, asking them to check it out. Dylan in the store. Basically what it says on the tin. Klebold seems to be buying a gift for Harris, as it's Harris's birthday.
Video, I have that Smurf intro that we need. Whoa!
Morning Drive. This one is pretty infamous also, and was featured in a lot of early coverage of the massacre. Klebold is driving his friend Nate Dykeman to school as they listen to the Pulp Fiction soundtrack.
Here we are, my good friend Dylan, almost halfway to school.
What's up?
Doing our normal morning ritual, waking up.
Yeah, it happens. It has to.
The video was created because Dykeman's father, who lived out of state, wanted to see what Dykeman's daily routine was like.
There she blows, Columbine High School.
Ready the torpedoes, Mr. Nate.
Now that last sentence you just heard is pretty infamous because the joke aged a little too well, if you get what I'm saying. CHS Highway Patrol. Harris and a friend, Eric Vake, play low on brains criminals who beat a guy up and steal his car, then get chased down by the cops. The cops are played by Mike Videgnia and Chris Walker. Mike played fantasy baseball with Klebold. He was into guns and stuff like that, but he was pretty nice to me, Videgnia said of Klebold. We'd talk and joke around. Mike was home the day of the massacre. Chris was in German class with Harris for 3.5 years and also used to play soccer with him after school. He knew Klebold as Harris's friend. Vake stated the skit was filmed to parody the show Cops. One version of the video seems to have been shot with music, one without.
Oh my gosh! Okay, we're making the stop now. We're making the stop. Okay, here we go. We're gonna flip the Yui. I hope the victim's alright. We have got to save this little kid. We have got to save this boy! We're gonna take him down. And the streets are now safe again. Alright. Put that camera on! I didn't do it, man. You didn't see that happen.
Oh, who's right here? Here you go, man. My girlfriend.
There you go, buddy. Alright, Chris. Well. God, I've eaten too many donuts. We've taken care of it all. We got him finally. And we're taking him in. And it's good.
That's actually kind of funny. Nothing like casual police bribery, eh? Notice at one point Harris is wearing the same t-shirt as in mock kidnapping. Car wax commercial. Klebold, Harris, Vake, Chris Morris, and Michelle Hartso, a co-worker from Blackjack Pizza, are among the many on the set for this one, which was shot behind Blackjack Pizza itself. The idea of this skit is that no matter how much gross shit is poured on the bike,
it still retains its shine.
They pour miscellaneous junk on the bike from a list Harris wrote. And I would guess this is Harris's project, as he seems to be directing it, and generally seems to be in control.
What? Alright, let's sit back up. Say something.
Like what?
After all this, look how it retains its shine.
After all this, look how it retains its shine.
Okay, do it again. Dylan, shut up.
Why don't you tell
You're recording.
Redo it then. Don't get in there. Don't get in there.
Fine, we're cutting it out anyway.
We'll edit it.
At one point, Klebold seems extra pissed that he just broke a computer for no reason.
God!
This commercial features the line, "What the hell are you doing to my sister's bike?"
Dylan, you do it. Yell, what are you doing to my sister's bike?
And then, when someone points out that it actually is his sister's bike,
It's actually my sister's bike. Who cares? You have to yell. Dylan can yell real good.
Yeah, trust me.
Michelle Hartso was Harris and Klebold's co-worker at Blackjack Pizza and was around 2 years their senior, born in 1979. She'd shown them how to take powder out of fireworks around the 4th of July in 1998, and every night for about a week they'd all put the powder in milk jugs and soda cans and light them. She stated that around October of 1998, they had made what she deemed to be an idle threat that they should blow up Columbine High School. She stated that Harris seemed to be angry at life, and Dylan was just a scary person. They would gripe about how they did not feel they were being treated fairly and were unjustly persecuted at school. She characterized both Klebold and Harris as being somewhat paranoid, and that in the last month at Blackjack Pizza, she noticed Harris was more withdrawn and less talkative. That said, the store was in financial trouble, and the new owner that came in did not want or appreciate the work environment to be a social atmosphere. He expected people to come in and do their work. Hardso also stated both Harris and Klebold often talked about wanting to blow up Columbine High School and kill the jocks. She said that they talked about it for about a year prior to her leaving the store, but she never took them seriously. She described Harris as a nice guy who was angry with life and often seemed paranoid. She said that he had a poor relationship with his parents because they were always grounding him. She said that he liked German techno music and was known for copying his own CDs at home. He talked about having Nazi beliefs, but she did not think that it was authentic. Hardso described Dylan Klebold as a difficult person who was often rude. She said that he hit her once because she had counseled him on an infraction at work. Hardso said that Dylan did not get along well with his father. Eric Harris and Columbine, the longest home movie at almost half an hour, features Harris hanging out with his friends in school, mainly Mike Medegnia and Eric Vake, who is filming. Like Morning Ride to Columbine, it's very casual and probably would be right alongside plenty of other day in high school videos if it weren't for the fact that it features a future mass murderer. Harris comes off pretty normal, and what happens in the video is your typical high school bullshit. For example, they talk about the other Eric's new girl.
Because Eric's girl's coming down.
Oh, yeah.
Your new girl?
Sure.
What? We mean sure. You know you want to count that. You know. Well, of course. I mean, who wouldn't? People would.
And one of the guys tells what seems like an exaggerated account about how amazing his job offer is.
And he goes, and I'll give you your own company truck. I go, damn straight. The hell with Tom. I was like, my own company truck. He goes, yeah, your own company truck. I'll give you the address. You go there, do the yada yada. Sometimes I'll keep you pretty busy, he said, but there'll be a few days where you won't have nothing to do. And I go, what do I do then? You go, take the truck, drive around, do whatever the hell you want. I was like, fuck yeah, man, sweet. I want my own truck. Do I get my own cards too? He goes, and then he said, if you get your own truck, dude, get your own company cell phone too. And it's one of those cool ones with the little walkie-talkie button.
But maybe it was true. Who knows? A friend mentions some guy in the cafeteria he hates, which provokes a somewhat infamous reaction from Harris.
Okay, I really hate that guy there too. I hate those speakers. Thank you, I do too.
And they crack endless jokes on this girl Tiffany for whatever reason. Ha.
Oh, weird! Oh, you're so loud. What are you doing? We're filming. Were you smiling like at the camera? No, please. Come on. Right now you're sucking on a blue sucker. Isn't that good? There you go. Show us how to use it. Oh my god. Jeez, crazy. Hi, Chowder. She brings it on herself, I swear. Bye, Tiffany. Miss ya. I love you. I'll see you in German. Just kidding.
And then they kind of tease and joke around with Harris about some girl he apparently likes and tell him to get her to sit with them.
There's what's her name? Go sit her, go get her over here. Just go, Eric. Go get her.
Oh yeah, she looks this way.
Eric
Casually doesn't see us.
Go get her. Okay, there she goes, Eric. You want me to go get her for you? You always gotta do that. Just yell, go, hey! Oh, Eric's getting jacked. Eric just got jacked up the ass. You like maybe that? Not.
I don't know about that, dude.
Maybe not. I'll stay away from that. Thanks, appreciate it.
Me too. Yes.
You still got jacked.
Ich denke.
You're the specialty. Specialty.
Towards the end of the video, they sit with Brandy Tinklenberg and have what has to rank among one of the more boring conversations of all time.
7-layer burrito. Shut up. She ate a 7-layer burrito. And then she fell asleep on her break. And she ate this 7-layer burrito right before her break. She woke up because her mouth was bleeding like right here, like inside, you know?
As I said earlier, he would later ask Tinklenberg out to prom via another girl, and she turned him down. I hadn't planned on going to the prom. It was late notice, Brandy would later say. It was nothing against Eric. He was always really sweet to me. Klebold appears for a few seconds, moving like a zombie. He's wearing a 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral t-shirt. These 3 videos are likely part of a much longer video shot by the seniors in drama class documenting the school's production of Frankenstein. As Brooks Brown wrote in his book, No Easy Answers, the seniors in our theater troupe decided to produce a special video for Frankenstein. Not only was it a farewell project for the drama students, it was a farewell to Mrs. Caruthers, who had been one of our favorite teachers over the past 4 years. For the first part of the tape, we did interviews with the cast and crew about their favorite memories of Mrs. Caruthers.
This is Dylan Klebold, little sound guy we used to have. What's the stupidest thing Missy has ever done?
I'd have to say that would be a combination of stupid and funny. During one of the performances, the musical, I think it was The Music Man, Zach was on lights, I was doing sound, and we had the little headsets, and we got her to successfully bitch out the entire cast in the dressing rooms because we kept screwing around on the headsets. We make little noises, and she finally got all pissed off and bitched out the entire dressing room, and that was fun.
What words did she use exactly?
I don't exactly remember. She didn't use all the cuss words, just about half of them.
Hell. Okay.
Damn, hell, shit, and you could hear from the auditorium.
That's good.
So that was pretty dumb.
Quote, we then added in footage from rehearsal, along with scenes from the movie Young Frankenstein. Dylan, Zach Heckler, and I were the 3 people who did commentary for the tape. The 3 of us sat down in the front row of the Columbine Auditorium and set the camera down on the stage. Our job was to review all of the people in the Frankenstein program and offer both compliments and inside jokes that only those involved in the department would understand. Later, we would intercut this footage with scenes from Young Frankenstein and show the finished version to other people in the drama club. It was a lot of fun to make, and the camera caught a few moments of Dylan coming out of his quiet shell. When Brooks writes, we added in footage from rehearsal, he's likely referring to this video. You can see Klebold's friend, Zach Heckler, and a brief interaction with John Savage, whom Klebold would later recognize in the massacre and let live. This one guy's frolicking around, seems to be mildly annoying everyone. Savage is not amused. Klebold spends the majority of the video talking to Sue Caruthers, his English and theater teacher. She later described him as very efficient, very respectful, and courteous. You can see her in this footage from just after the massacre. Brooks describes the Frankenstein roast. The 3 of us roasted each other as much as we could. Dylan, who had sat quietly through some of the early jokes, happily came out of his shell for some ribbing on me. Dylan gave special mention to the makeup crew. Damn, good job, he said. Brooks, you were ugly as shit, and that's hard to beat with the way you look normally. I was uglier than I even am usually, I agreed.
Creature makeup. Damn good job. Yeah. You're ugly as shit, and that's hard to beat the way it is. I look uglier than I even am usually. Sorry about that. Sorry.
Quote, Zach, how did this guy do on sound? I asked, referring to Dylan. Oh, he sucked, Zach replied. Dylan threw his hands up. Thank you. And everybody was crying about it because it was late, Zach added. Dylan hadn't finished preparing the sound cues by Mrs. C's original deadline. Yeah, Dylan said. I'd like to bring forth attention to this actually. For 3 years now, I've been doing this job. Just a guess here, but I think I know what I'm doing. Okay, shut up, I said. We all laughed. That was how the video went. We picked out names, made a few good-natured jokes, then complimented the person and moved on. We had especially kind words for Mrs. Caruthers, whom all 3 of us were going to miss. After the final performance that night, everyone from the show watched the video. My mom took pictures. There was Dylan, laughing and having a good time, just like everyone else. Interestingly, Zach Heckler seemed to be serious about Klebold sucking at sound. Heckler preferred Yoshi Carroll, according to Carroll himself at least, who said in a police interview Zach Heckler told him that Klebold was no good at the job, the soundboard that is, but loved it. Carroll was led to believe that Klebold considered it his soundboard. Carroll believes that Heckler told the teacher that Klebold was not very good as a soundboard man and suggested Carroll to take Klebold's place. Yoshi Carroll was Romanian-born and had known Klebold since 8th grade when they shared an algebra class in Carroll Middle School, though Carroll didn't see much of Klebold in high school until senior year. Carroll was also friends with Nate Dykeman, who described him as a nice guy and a, quote, real smart math wizard. Harris and Klebold were not fans of the dude, he was on their hit list, and they had nothing nice to say about him on the basement tapes. Rebel News Network interview. The Rebel News Network was, and still is, Columbine's school TV station. This particular interview with Klebold took place the same day as the van break-in, January 30th, 1998. I don't think the interviewer has ever been identified, though some have theorized it was one of Klebold's friends, or at least someone he knew. Breakfast run. Klebold and friends, Dustin Gordon and Eric Fake, drive around in Gordon's car. This footage is believed to have been shot the day before the massacre. Rampart Range. This one is, of course, famous for basically serving as Harris and Klebold's practice run for the massacre. These guys had never shot guns before, so it's safe to assume that without this target practice, they would have been even more incompetent than they already were during the massacre. The video features Mark Manus, the 22-year-old who sold Klebold his Tech 9, Manus' girlfriend, Jessica McLish, 22-year-old Phil Duran, and of course, Klebold and Harris. Not that much unusual really happens in the video, most of it is just weird in hindsight, like Harris saying the infamous bullet shit.
Oh! That's a fucking slug!
Imagine that in someone's fucking brain.
It hurt my wrist like a son of a bitch.
I bet so.
Or Klebold pointing the gun directly into his own stomach.
Can I borrow your left glove, please?
Or Manus saying,
high school kids use guns.
Everyone's firing hands appear to be very close to the muzzles of the guns, probably because the guns are sawed off, illegal, I might add, and Harris and Klebold's hands even start bleeding at one point.
Guns.
Like with cut-off shot.
Guns are bad. When you saw them off and make them illegal, bad things happen to you. Just say no to sawed-offs.
Yes.
No.
And speaking of illegal gun sale. With Klebold and even Harris remaining minors throughout most of their tenure as living human beings, getting guns was one of their bigger obstacles, as Harris often noted in his journal. Robin Anderson was the first and main gun supplier. She was a fellow Columbine student who was friends with Klebold and Harris. She was close with Klebold in particular, since they were in the same calculus class. She would call him around 3 times a week and would midnight bowl with him on Friday nights. She said she would sometimes also bowl with Harris, but she never talked to him much outside of school. Anderson asked Klebold to go to prom with her, as he'd never been to a high school dance before. Klebold was reluctant, but eventually agreed, though he later said on the basement tapes it was more because his parents were going to pay for it, and he figured he might as well do something cool before he died.
You, in fact, accompanied Dylan Klebold to the prom.
Yes, I did. Yes.
Was it a date? How close were you?
We were just good friends. He went with me as a friend, kind of as a favor to me. I really wanted to go, and I knew that we would have fun if we went together. So I actually asked him, not really as a date, just as friends. And he was happy, the whole night, pretty much, as far as I could tell. He seemed in good spirits, so...
In Jeff Cass's book Columbine, he describes the gun sale with Anderson. Eric and Dylan called her the ticket to the gun show. They were 1 year under 18 and could not purchase guns themselves, but Robin could. 18 days earlier, she had turned 18. On November 22, 1998, Eric and Dylan picked up Robin at about 10 a.m. and talked about wanting a shotgun. Robin did not want to submit to a background check, but Eric and Dylan had already scouted the gun show for private dealers, so Robin did not have to complete any paperwork. At the show, the trio walked over to the man Eric and Dylan had spoken with the day before, Ronald Frank Hartman, 59. He had served 20 years in the U.S. Armed Forces, and after that, worked as a civilian government employee. He had a Stevens double-barrel shotgun for sale that was manufactured around 1969. Eric and Dylan asked Hartman if he had anything shorter than the double barrel, and he brought out a tape measure to show them how far they could legally cut the barrel. Hartman asked Eric and Dylan if they had brought someone 18 years old this time. They said they had. Hartman asked Anderson her age. She said she was 18 but looked young, so Hartman asked for ID. She produced her driver's license. Hartman told her the shotgun was $245, about the same price they would pay for every gun they bought that day. Robin pulled a wallet out of her bag, brimming with Dylan's money, and counted out the cash. No receipt was given. Hartman went to hand the shotgun to Robin, but Dylan took it. "Are you going to be a gentleman and carry it for her?" Hartman asked. "Yes," Dylan replied. Anderson seemed timid and nervous, but Hartman figured it was her first gun purchase. She and Dylan both seemed clean-cut, nothing to worry about. Robin, Eric, and Dylan then searched for another private dealer. Now it was Eric's turn, and he negotiated for another shotgun. A large binder clip in Robin's purse held Eric's money, and Robin can't recall if she paid for the gun or if Eric handed over the money. The dealer did not ask for any ID. Again, there was no receipt, and again, the gun was about 30 years old. One more gun to go. One more private dealer. This time, it was a black 9mm carbine rifle, in a box with 2 magazine clips. Robin was asked for her ID, and the seller double-checked with someone at another table. Again, the money held together with a binder clip was produced. Again, Robin couldn't remember if she or Eric actually handed the money over. Again, there was no receipt. Eric and Dylan also purchased bullets, and Eric bought a folding knife. Robin said she played no part in those transactions. All told, it took about an hour. When asked if she was surprised that Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold had that much money in order to spend on guns, Robin Anderson replied that she really wasn't, because they both worked, and neither one spent money on anything, including girls, since they really did not date. She thought the guns might be for hunting or a gun collection, but Eric and Dylan never talked about hunting, and when Dylan tried to shoot a deer in its backyard with a BB gun, his mom wouldn't let him. The boys also asked Robin not to say anything about the guns. They, in turn, promised not to mention her. End quote. When asked by police if this seemed suspicious, Anderson said, "Not really. It was just due to them being underage." Quote, "As they were leaving the gun show, a thought crossed Robin's mind. Maybe they would shoot someone. You guys aren't going to do anything stupid, are you?" She asked. "No," they said. Robin says that if she had known about plans for Columbine, she would have told police. End quote. Anderson and Klebold dropped off Harris at his house, and while Anderson witnessed him putting the 2 guns in the trunk of his car, she didn't know where he ultimately ended up hiding them in the house. When Klebold got to his house, Anderson saw him attempt to fit the gun into his bedroom drawer, and at some point later, he told her he cut off the barrel so it could fit there. Again, Anderson was asked if she found this suspicious, and she said no, since the dealer had suggested it in the first place, and she didn't even know what it did to a gun to have the barrel sawed off. The second gun sale came via Philip Duran and Mark Manis, 2 Columbine graduates who were both 22 years old at the time. Quote, Duran was working with Klebold and Harris at a blackjack pizza store. He introduced them to Manis at a gun show in Denver because they wanted to buy his Tech DC-9. At the gun show, I asked Phil if they were cool, Manis says. They were computer guys like me, and ahead of me at that age. Manis found a booth with the type of gun he was selling to show the boys what it looked like. Had the sale not happened, he says, he would have placed an ad in the paper. He considered the gun a piece of junk. Klebold asked to pay $300 at the time, and the rest later. Because customers must be 18 to get into gun shows, and Klebold and Harris were high school seniors, Manis says their age didn't cross his mind. Dylan came over that night. It's the first time I really talked to him, Manus says. He was already working with Linux, an advanced computer operating system, and he was in high school. They needed to wait for their next paycheck to give me the other $200. A few weeks went by, and they gave it to Phil. Nate Dykman describes this exchange in his police interview, stating he saw Klebold give at least $100 and $20 bills to Duran behind Blackjack Pizza. Dykman suspected Klebold was buying drugs, and being a just-say-no type of guy, Dykman kept ragging Klebold about it until Klebold admitted it was a gun sale.
2-year-old Manus faces charges of selling a handgun to minors and possession of a sawed-off shotgun. Both were weapons believed used in the Columbine shootings that left 13 people plus the 2 gunmen dead. The handgun was a Tech DC-9 like this. Manus purchased it at a Denver area gun show and provided it to Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, the 2 Columbine gunmen. The 2 had worked here at this Blackjack Pizza store. It's there a fellow employee, Philip Duran, allegedly served as the middleman to hook Harris and Klebold up with Manus. Duran faces the same charges. All 4, along with a girlfriend of Manus, came to a Douglas County makeshift firing range to test the weapons. The guns were among those used at Columbine to kill 12 students, 1 teacher, as well as the 2 gunmen who took their own lives.
Manus pleaded guilty and served 19 months before he was released in June 2001 to a halfway house. He returned to software developing for the same employer he worked for prior to the incident. Duran also pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 4.5 years in prison. He was paroled after serving 3.5 years. Naturally, the public was out for Duran, and in particular, Manus's throats. Many of the victims' parents wanted to see them get more time. Tom Mauser, father of victim Daniel Mauser, who at first thought the sentencing was appropriate, had a change of mind after seeing the Rampart Range video once it was released in October of 2003. Quote, "The video raised questions for Mauser about whether Manus and Duran, who went shooting 3 times with the killers, had an inkling that Klebold and Harris were unstable. Or did Manus and Duran ignore clues, rationalize them away?" He says. "Saying I'm sorry at sentencing isn't worth anything," Mauser says. "Who doesn't say they're sorry when their ass is on the line?" He's directly responsible for 13 murders, said Bruce Beck, stepfather of Lauren Townsend, one of 10 students killed in the school library on April 20th. No way was justice served. Every one of these families has all these memories of their kids or husband, but that's all we have. Manus's family gets their kid back. As for Manus himself, when I found out, I was horrified. He said, "I had no idea anything was going to happen. I told my parents I never want to see a gun for the rest of my life. There is no way I can adequately explain my sorrow to the families of the victims of Columbine. It is something I will regret for the rest of my life," Manus said. After Manus was escorted away from the courtroom, the families broke into applause. Manus's attorney, Robert Ransom, said later that although Manus appeared calm, he was shaken, really shaken. But Ransom also said his client will be okay. If Mark's character is as I believe it to be, he will turn it into a positive thing in the long run. He's extremely intelligent and has developed an excellent attitude about life. Manus later described his sentencing day as probably the worst day of his life. It was 2 hours of being blamed for the deaths of all these children, everyone pushing for life sentences or death. It was solely vengeance. It wasn't ever punishment. It was vengeance for their children's deaths. I understand that anger is one of the first stages of grieving, he said. As for Anderson, she was never charged because of a legal loophole. It wasn't illegal in the state at the time to gift guns to a minor, provided they were long guns. The ketchup tampon incident. This occasion of bullying reportedly took place in the commons/cafeteria of the school, where a bunch of seniors ganged up on then juniors Klebold and Harris and pelted them with ketchup packets and hurled insults at them. There have been several slightly differing accounts of this incident, some saying the seniors called Klebold and Harris gay, and some saying they actually hit them with ketchup-soaked tampons rather than just ketchup packets. The origin of the story seems to come from Chad Lawlin, who was friends with Klebold since Klebold's days in CHIPS, the Kids Intelligence Program, if you forgot already. He stated, "I caught the tail end of one really horrible incident, and I know Dylan told his mother that it was the worst day of his life. That incident, according to Lawlin, involved seniors pelting Klebold with, quote, ketchup-covered tampons in the Commons." This is echoed by Klebold's mother in A Mother's Reckoning. "One day, Dylan came home, his shirt spotted with ketchup. He refused to tell me what had happened, only that he'd had the worst day of his life. I pressed, but Dylan downplayed it, and I let him. Kids have disagreements, I thought. Whatever it is, it'll blow over, and if it doesn't, I'll know." There has been reporting that the incident was more serious than I could have ever imagined. A circle of boys taunting Dylan and Eric, shoving them, spraying them with ketchup, and suggesting they were gay. Brooks Brown recalled, "People surrounded them in the Commons and squirted ketchup packets all over them, laughing at them, calling them f***s," Brown says. "That happened while teachers watched. They couldn't fight back. They wore the ketchup all day and went home covered with it." It's possible this incident is what Klebold was referring to when he wrote in Harris's yearbook. "Our revenge for January's incident will be godlike, not to mention our revenge in the Commons." Interestingly, the original story from Lawlin doesn't mention Harris being present for this incident. It seems that detail first appeared in Brown's retelling of the story, and kind of snowballed from there. That's not to say he wasn't there, period, but it seems like only Lawlin actually saw this incident happen, and Harris wasn't in his original story. Hand signals. After having fired real guns and seeing how goddamn loud they are, Harris likely knew both he and Klebold would be deaf as bats by the time they fired their first shots. So in his daily planner for the month of April, he wrote some hand signals for communication in his priorities list. As you do, you know. It's just normal schoolboy stuff in America. Interestingly, he includes a signal for frag in his list of bomb signals, fragging being military slang for the deliberate killing of a fellow soldier or higher-ranked officer. Maybe it was some alternative route to suicide Harris considered, though he could easily have been referring to video game slang, where frag merely stands for kills. Have a good day tomorrow. Harris once wrote in his journal, "The amount of dramatic irony and foreshadowing is fucking amazing," in reference to NBK. Well, a lot of this so-called dramatic irony and foreshadowing was engineered by himself, with statements like these. Harris and senior Trevor Stark bumped into each other in the school's main hallway. Stark said it was an accident. He turned to wave to a friend and accidentally bumped into Harris, who was wearing his typical black trench coat and black boots. They got into a verbal argument about who should be watching where they were going, and Harris ended the argument by saying, "Have a good day tomorrow." Stark happened to see Harris later, this time with Klebold, walking down the sidewalk near the seniors' parking lot. Stark and Harris made eye contact, and Harris smirked at him. The day was April 19th, 1999. Klebold's college application. Despite already having other commitments for the future, Klebold still made as if he were planning to go to college like everyone else. According to Sue Klebold, he'd applied to 4 colleges and was accepted at 3 and put on a waiting list for the 4th. Klebold had a 2.74 GPA, which is about equivalent to a B- or a C+, and had a 1210 SAT score, which puts him above average, which was around 1016 at the time. In his application to the University of Arizona, Klebold notes that, quote, "During my freshman year, I performed above average, receiving grades that reflected my perseverance. However, during my sophomore and junior years, I had trouble keeping a high GPA. This was partially the result of my hanging out with the wrong crowd, not caring about my future. It took me a long time to finally realize that the decisions I was making would affect me for the rest of my life. Also, I have difficulty communicating with people, and my time management was not optimal. These are things that I am diligently working to rectify, so my grades and my people skills reflect the positive change." He also lists his reasons why he wants to go to Arizona, in particular, quote, "I have chosen to apply at the University of Arizona for various reasons. The first being that the U of A is a highly competitive school with a highly renounced computer program." He meant renowned. Freudian slip. "This is what I believe will help me further my education and my career. I also believe I would enjoy the hot, dry climate, a drastic change from the weather here. I feel that a large student body would add to diversify my learning experience of college, end quote. Klebold and his parents even went to visit the university a few weeks before the massacre, where Klebold picked out a dorm room and took photos and talked about how much he was looking forward to life in the desert. That said, he wasn't acting exactly normal. Both his parents noticed he seemed a little agitated. On their way home from Arizona, they were eating at a McDonald's when Klebold insisted some teenagers at another table were laughing at him and they had to leave. Sue Klebold writes in A Mother's Reckoning, quote, "Relax still, nobody's looking at you," I said. Besides, if a person didn't want to be noticed, why wear a floor-length leather coat? But Dylan grew more insistent, casting quick, paranoid glances over his shoulder at the oblivious kids. He was so uncomfortable that we bolted our burgers and hustled out of there. The teenagers didn't even look up at us as we left. The rest of the ride home was uneventful. But Klebold's mother assumed his agitation was just anxiety about prom since it was around the same time. Interesting how that worked out. He wasn't able to completely carry on as normal. You might say he was leaking a bit, but due to the timing of everything, he still didn't really raise too many suspicions. Scott Fusilier. Scott Fusilier was a Columbine student who graduated in 1997, and he became infamous after the massacre for producing a parody of Get Smart that featured an attack on the high school that was fairly similar to Klebold and Harris's Hitman for Hire. His father, psychologist Dwayne Fusilier, was one of the lead FBI investigators on the Columbine massacre case. About his son's video, quote, "In a call to Dwayne Fusilier's home, a woman who answered the phone said, 'Scott and the boys that are with that movie don't want to talk about it.' In a later call, Dwayne Fusilier refused to comment. 'You can stop right there. Nothing. Goodbye,' he said Thursday evening when a reporter began asking about his son's connection to the video. So what was the video about? According to a description in the Denver Post, one character, the bad guy, is intent on vaporizing Columbine by shooting a beam from a satellite hovering high over Colorado. Another character, a good guy who wears a trench coat, is intent on stopping the bad guy from vaporizing the school. The third character is a fellow who mistakenly thinks the good guy stole his pen. The fourth character is a fellow who believes that he was cut off in traffic by the one who lost his pen. During the video, the trench-coated good guy fires a gun at the bad guy as the bad guy runs out of the school. During the next few minutes, the characters shoot weapons at one another at various locations away from the school, never hitting each other. They finally end up in a standoff. At that point, they decide to set aside their differences. However, they don't stop the plot to vaporize the school. The final scene shows the four walking away from the school. As they do, a beam comes out of the sky, and Columbine is vaporized. When asked about the connection between Fusilier's son and the 1997 movie, FBI spokesman Gary Gomez said, "That's a non-issue, and I'm not going to comment on what kids are making in their video productions." Asked whether the FBI would be concerned if the agent's son had been involved in making the video, Gomez said no. There would be no concern by the FBI. Gomez said the video was a spoof on a mad scientist and had no similarities to the tape that Harris and Klebold produced, and that any inquiries about it would have to be made to Jefferson County school officials. A student who helped in the production of the film, Brooks Brown, said the film looks eerie today, given what occurred at Columbine a little more than 2 weeks ago. "It was a parody done in humor," Brown said. Brown, an underclassman when the film was made, said he had a small hand in editing it. He said it was supposed to spoof a play called Get Smart. Dwayne Fusilier's younger son, Brian, was in the cafeteria at the time of the massacre but managed to escape after seeing one of the bombs explode. Scott Fusilier went on to college and majored in TV broadcasting and video production. Harris in the window refers to this photograph where some claim Harris can be seen behind the smoke. It's been theorized it was more likely a paramedic, since Klebold and Harris should have killed themselves by the time the photo was taken. Or it's just a complete illusion and there isn't a human figure in the photograph at all. Klebold and Harris's older brothers. Both Klebold and Harris had older brothers, Byron and Kevin, respectively, who were both nearly 3 years older than their younger siblings. According to Sue Klebold, Byron was a bit of a wild card in his younger years, though he would mellow out by his early to mid-adult years. Byron's worst moments seem to have been smoking weed in high school and getting arrested in March of '98 for driving under the influence and allegedly stealing from a store, which coincidentally was only 2 months after Klebold and Harris's arrest for breaking in and stealing from a van. Kevin Harris, on the other hand, was an excellent student, as was Eric, incidentally, and he rarely ever got in trouble. Kevin didn't seem to have the same problems with school society, for lack of a better word, that Eric did. He even played football and basketball for the school, and some considered him a jock. You might think he and Eric wouldn't get along because of this, but actually Eric was reported to have a very good bond with Kevin, often visiting him at college and cheering for him at his football games. Dylan seemed more ambivalent about his brother, listing him as the least supportive member of his family in his diversion file since his brother lived away from home, and he was actively antagonistic towards him in the basement tapes, complaining that Byron and Byron's friends would always make fun of him. At the time of the massacre, Kevin Harris was majoring in kinesiology at the University of Colorado and, according to a Denver Post article, was described again and again as the ideal son. They have one kid that's an ideal. Everybody wants a Kevin Harris as their child. Then they have an Eric Harris. They tried to do everything they could, and he still ended up wrong, said Christy Hofstra, who used to date Kevin in high school. Jessica Holliday, then 18, was the sister of one of Kevin's best friends, Derek Holliday, then 20, and was in the school during the massacre. Kevin was like another brother to Jessica, and she knew Eric slightly also. He'd been to their house for dinner once. After the massacre, Kevin visited her. Quote, "Are you okay?" he asked. And then, "Was it really my brother?" And Jessica said yes, but she wouldn't say more. She felt sorry for Kevin for all he suffered, but that couldn't change what Eric had done. End quote. Kevin reportedly ended up working as a physical therapist in the army and later married and had children. Byron also started a family. Jaguars, what the fuck meme. This meme, also known as Jacksonville Jaguars fan, was popular starting on 4chan and shows a dude eloquently expressing his confusion over something stupid the Jaguars did. Someone claimed on a now missing bodybuilding.net thread that the Jags guy grew up in Littleton, Colorado, went to high school at Columbine, and survived the shooting. The story is also featured on a boxed-in thread, which still exists. He's supposedly this kid in the class of '99 photo. However, there's no citations for the story, and many suspect it's totally made up, like a modern urban legend. Suicide prank. Remember this girl Tiffany from Eric and Columbine.
Wow. Bye, Tiffany. Miss you. I love you. I'll see you in Germany. Just kidding.
Harris took her out to freshman homecoming, and he wanted to go on dating her, but she said no. As Brooks Brown explains in No Easy Answers, Eric was pretty bummed out because he had liked her a lot, so he decided to play a prank on her as revenge. We decided to use some fake blood left over from Halloween to give Tiffany a scare. As the three of us were walking past Eric's house, I started talking to Tiffany to distract her, while Eric set his plan in motion. Then, once he was ready, he let out a scream. Both of us turned in time to see Eric lying on the ground with a bloodied rock in his hand. His head and neck were covered in fake blood, and he was no longer moving. It looked as if he'd bashed his own head in. For a few seconds I played along, acting all concerned for my friend. Then I couldn't hold it back anymore and I burst into laughter. Eric did too, chuckling hysterically as he picked his bloodied self up off the ground. Tiffany told him that he was extremely immature and stormed off to her house. Needless to say, Eric wasn't any closer to getting another date with her after that. Tiffany Teifer herself said in a Guardian article how a teen misfit's hate turned into murder, that she came to his home one night to find him, quote, sprawled on the ground by a large rock with blood splattered everywhere as if he had bashed his head on the rock. It was fake blood. Apparently, footage of this incident, or one like it, exists, according to this documentary.
In an off-camera interview, the team finds out about Eric's intimidating breakup with a 9th grade girlfriend, Tiffany.
After the breakup, Eric had his friend call Tiffany to come to Eric's house. She went down there whereupon Eric pretended to commit suicide in a pretty believable fashion and videotaped it, including her reaction to it. And apparently Eric and friends laughed about this for some time afterwards.
KMFDM, adios. Eric Harris loved the industrial German band KMFDM. He quoted their lyrics in his journal, often wore KMFDM shirts around school, and got royally pissed when anyone tried to make fun of the band, or when people asked if KMFDM was some kind of radio station. One of the more famous quotes on Harris's website, which in the early aughts were mistakenly thought to be his own words, were actually lyrics from the KMFDM song Son of a Gun. So, as an avid fan, of course Harris was watching closely for the band's next album release. He wrote in his journal on December 20th, 1998, get this, KMFDM's new album's entitled Adios, and its release date is in April. How fucking appropriate, a subliminal final Adios tribute to Reb and Vodka. Thanks KMFDM. I ripped the hell out of the system. Klebold was also a fan of KMFDM, occasionally making references to their songs and drawing their logo in his daily planner. Now, naturally, the last thing you want to hear as an artist is that two mass murderers were among your biggest fans, and KMFDM had to field a lot of negative and fear-mongering press claiming that they were a Nazi band or that they promoted violence.
Our schools are turning into killing fields. And after 8 school shootings in 2 years, many wonder, how could it happen again? Why is this happening?
One of the answers to the question why has been right under our noses all along. While there were various influences in Klebold and Harris's lives, none of those influences were so treasured as their music. Here we see Dylan Klebold with one of their favorite band's names emblazoned across his shirt. KMFDM are an acrostic for the German words that mean no pity for the masses. This is exactly what Klebold and Harris displayed on April 20th at the Columbine Massacre. Drawings of Satan, demons, and bombs were displayed throughout Eric Harris's website, but on the front page of the website were the words from songs by KMFDM, words that would later chillingly strike all too close to home for those who went to Columbine. Words like shockwave, massive attack, atomic blast, son of a gun is back. Klebold and Harris fulfilled the words of KMFDM and other groups like actors following a script. Other declarations on Harris's website stated, "What I don't like, I waste. I have come to shake your faith." KMFDM also has songs like Under Satan. With bombs blasting and guns firing, Klebold and Harris came to waste several of their fellow students and shake their faith at Columbine. In one KMFDM song, they state, "Our records have stickers with a warning, because they're no good for kids. KMFDM forwards the ultimate sound, and a message from Satan if you turn it around." Rolling Stone magazine understood the incredible power of music to influence people and culture, declaring, quote, "A song or an album can change your life. A great concert will change it on the spot." Sadly, when it was all over, Klebold and Harris had changed the lives of 12 students and 1 teacher by killing them and changing the lives of several others forever. Klebold and Harris sought to conclude the nightmare at Columbine by blowing themselves to hell with their shotguns, words also found in KMFDM's music. An atrocious act that they perhaps believed would make their rock gods KMFDM proud of them.
KMFDM released this statement after the massacre. Quote, KMFDM founder Sasha Kanaitsko said in a statement this week that the band members are sick and appalled by the shootings and do not condone any Nazi beliefs whatsoever. Bizarrely, the now defunct group, which last month announced a future comeback as MDFMK, released its final album, Adios, on the same day as the attack. End quote. In full, the statement read, "First and foremost, KMFDM would like to express their deep and heartfelt sympathy for the parents, families, and friends of the murdered and injured children in Littleton. We are sick and appalled, as is the rest of the nation, by what took place in Colorado yesterday. KMFDM are an art form, not a political party. From the beginning, our music has been a statement against war, oppression, fascism, and violence against others. While some of the former band members are German as reported in the media, none of us condone any Nazi beliefs whatsoever." Former band member Tim Skold said in a Swedish radio interview, "When you see murderers find meaning in the lyrics you wrote, it can be shocking, but I can't ever feel responsible for people's actions. I write what I write, but how you interpret what I write is totally up to you. I intentionally write about things that are meant to be strong and stimulate your imagination. So it's intentional, and it's still the listener that's responsible for what they do with the material. American media uses this damn thing a lot. It's super news and the telephone starts to ring and NBC calls personally and wants an interview. It was clear to me that now's the time to turn off the telephones, turn off the lights, lock the doors, and hide, because there's no chance we're going to win this. The media wanted someone to blame, and in this case it was the rock and roll music. We had an apparent connection with these guys, Harris and Klebold, who were fans. If you look at the school photos, they were wearing KMFDM merchandise, and if you look at Eric Harris's manifesto, my lyrics are clearly there, and it's apparent that we had a connection with them. Rammstein, another German industrial band that Harris and Klebold liked, also found themselves in the hot seat after the massacre.
Marilyn Manson music and that ilk of very violent, anti-authority, anti-police, anti-structure, suggesting homicide, etc. I do think it's having an effect on kids today, and it's promoting suicide as an honorable thing.
Rammstein also released a statement, quote, "On Friday, the band expressed its condolences through a statement which insisted the members have no lyrical content or political beliefs that could have possibly influenced such behavior." The statement continued, "Members of Rammstein have children of their own in whom they continually strive to instill healthy and non-violent values." The massacre effectively stunted KMFDM's popularity in the States. Even now, a considerable amount of American fans discover the band through researching the massacre, though overseas they continue to be, and still are, successful. Another band that saw a little controversy, though not nearly as much, after the massacre, was 9 Inch Nails, one of Dylan Klebold's favorite bands. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, was already fraught with controversy when it was released back in 1994, and it received fresh negative press when it was found that Klebold identified strongly with the album. Klebold referenced 9 Inch Nails a lot in his journal. The 9 Inch Nails song Piggy is good for thought writing, another form of the downward spiral. I have lost my emotions like and heard the song 9 Inch Nails. He wrote the lyrics to The Perfect Drug and Closer in his daily planner. As a side note, he misquoted the lyric, "You can have my isolation," and Closer with, "You can have my aspirations," which is interesting since in his journal he often complains of his lack of ambition. Having no ambition of life. I have no happiness, no ambitions, no friends. My parents piss me off and hate me, want me to have fucking ambition. How can I when I get screwed and destroyed by everything? I wanted to be happy and ambitions and free and nice and good and ignorant. Klebold even quoted a lyric from Closer in one of the many love letters he never managed to send. The Downward Spiral is a concept album which tells the story of a man's mental deterioration. The character is consumed with depression and self-loathing, suffers a psychotic break, and eventually kills himself. Klebold was a fan of the Downward Spiral for years, as you can see him wearing a shirt with the album's cover as early as 95 or 96, and he appeared to identify with a lot of the album's themes of alienation, depression, and mental illness. Trent Reznor, founder and only core member of 9 Inch Nails, was asked about the Downward Spiral and its relation to Columbine in an article for Select magazine. Quote, "Despite an outwardly normal upbringing, Reznor still felt angry enough at the world to scream, 'Lose me, hate me, smash me, erase me.' It's a self-hatred and vacuity that every miserable American teenage kid can relate to. Of course, such a stance begs the chair that presenting such negative images of murder, suicide, and hate to impressionable teenage children, especially in the light of recent events, is completely irresponsible." Well, I would argue with that, says Reznor. I'd like to have some faith in people. Society can't treat people like sheep. They need to make up their own minds. I don't feel that I'm irresponsible, but if I wrote a song that directly said, "Kill yourself, kill your friends," and someone had killed themselves listening to it, I would feel terrible. End quote. The Anarchist Cookbook. The Anarchist Cookbook is an informational guide first published in 1971 by British-born American William Powell. He wrote the book as a teenager in the late 60s, inspired by the protests against the United States' involvement in the Vietnam War. The pacifist and anti-war countercultural movement had, ironically enough, become more violent at this point in time, with multiple bombings and acts of arson and vandalism inspired by political causes. Powell was living in a tenement in Manhattan, New York, next door to drug-addicted Vietnam vets and in the midst of the anti-war movement, which was getting so powerful the government was actively sending out smear campaigns to squash it. Though Powell had completed the book by 1969, when he was 19, he couldn't find a publisher willing to go anywhere near it until 2 years later, when Lyle Stewart, then head of the publishing company Lyle Stewart Inc., agreed to distribute it. Stewart was known for distributing controversial books, most famously The Sensual Woman, a sex guide written by Joan Teresa Terry Garrity, and first published under the pseudonym J in 1969. Her real name was eventually leaked amidst waves of backlash. Since Stewart was publishing such controversial content, you can bet your life the CIA and FBI were nosing around trying to put the names of the people who bought the quote-unquote subversive books on a list somewhere. So when Stewart was handed a manuscript that was pretty much entirely against the establishment, including censorship, it was like a match made in heaven, or hell depending on how you look at it. Stewart had the Anarchist Cookbook published verbatim as it was written, a rarity at the time, and he interestingly also assumed the full copyright for the manuscript. Typically, publishers only take exclusive licensing rights. I've read the book before when I was a little tyke. I planned to run and tell my parents, see, the good old days were just as violent, but I didn't because I was scared they'd revoke my net privileges for even finding a book like that. Anyway, it's a pretty funny book if you can get past the encouraging violence and terrorism part. Powell informs us in the foreword, this book is for the people of the United States of America. It is not written for the members of fringe political groups such as the Weathermen or the Minutemen. Those radical groups don't need this book. They already know everything that's in here. If the real people of America, the silent majority, are going to survive, they must educate themselves. That is the purpose of this book. He also warns, read this book, but keep in mind that the topics written about here are illegal and constitutes a threat. Also, more importantly, almost all the recipes are dangerous, especially to the individual who plays around with them without knowing what he is doing. Use care, caution, and common sense. This book is not for children or morons. He's got recipes for all kinds of drugs that you can try at home. Of glue, our esteemed friend says, I don't understand how anyone would want to sniff glue, when just as legally they could smoke toad skins. Glue sniffing is a really bad scene, as it causes headaches, confusion, depression, lack of appetite, nausea, and in larger doses, coma and death. It has also been attributed to much irreparable brain damage. He then proceeds to explain how it's traditionally sniffed. Symbolic protests annoyed Powell. I detest symbolic protests, as it is an outcry of weak, middle-of-the-road liberal eunuchs. If an individual feels strongly enough about something to do something about it, then he shouldn't prostitute himself by doing something symbolic. He should get out and do something real. The age of demonstration is over, or at least I hope it's over. It lasted much too long as it was. In the spirit of the revolution, which Powell states may or may not incorporate violence, he teaches how to smash heads with brass knuckles, how to behead folks with a garrote, and how to blow someone's head off via a raked pipe, among many other methods of strategic violence. And most infamously, there are lots of recipes for bombs and explosives. So at this point you might be thinking the Anarchist Cookbook has got to be the most dangerous book on planet Earth, right? And so did the government and the general public at first. According to a Newsweek article, quote, the cookbook debuted in mid-January 1971. Almost immediately, as the FBI's recently released records show, letters poured into the Bureau from citizen snoops around the country. This is not a cookbook, wrote George Kellogg of Glendale, California.
Why is this allowed to happen?
Added Earl C. Levering, who didn't bother with a return address. Joseph Singleton of Titusville, Florida, simply scrawled his message on a news clipping. Danger, he wrote to the office of Director J. Edward Hoover. what are you doing about this? Officially, the answer was nothing. Hoover, or his PR team, responded with reassurances that, quote, I share your concern about this matter, but, quote, the FBI has no control over material published through the mass media. Internally, however, the teletype machine came alive. Urgent correspondence flew between senior members of the White House, the Department of Justice, and the FBI, including President Nixon's lawyer, John Dean, who later did time for the Watergate cover-up, and Hoover's associate director, Mark Felt, later revealed as the informant known as Deep Throat. The conclusion, this is, quote, a manual for revolutionary extremists, and, quote, the effects on a civilized society could be devastating. The effect on Powell was devastating too. In the 12 months after the book was released, bombings increased to an average of 5 a day, according to FBI data. Citizens who blamed Powell stuffed his Vermont mailbox with death threats. Anarchists weren't happy either, accusing him of war profiteering and setting off stink bombs at his only press conference in New York. The FBI never bothered Powell personally, deciding that he would leverage it for publicity, but they questioned his father and his father's colleagues at the UN, and they tracked which stores were selling the book. He drew increasing publicity. Newsweek and others profiled him and attacked his work, but he shrank from the limelight. I can't say I enjoyed the notoriety, he says, and I didn't expect it. Amid it all, Powell himself soured on the book, purging his home of copies and declining to discuss it with friends. I didn't anticipate the ramifications, Powell says. I don't think I was as emotionally intelligent as I might be now, end quote. Despite all the screaming and crying and uproar though, the Anarchist Cookbook is actually one of the worst guidebooks out there. It's full of inaccuracies, and for the modern anarchist or bomb fucker, it's very out of date. Most infamously, there's a recipe for getting high off bananas through the supposed bananadine, or bananadine, I don't know, in the peels. But as it turns out, the whole bananadine element was a hoax created by a writer for the underground newspaper The Berkeley Barb. The point was supposed to be, if a common fruit like the banana was found to have hallucinogenic properties, what would the government do? But Powell didn't realize it was satirical/rhetorical and presented the bananadine recipe as a serious one. Quote, believe it or not, bananas do contain a small quantity of Musa sapientum bananidine, which is a mild, short-lasting psychedelic. There are much easier ways of getting high, but the great advantage to this method is that bananas are legal. And get this, you're supposed to use ripe yellow bananas, guys. Ripe yellow bananas, ladies and gentlemen. And save the peels. Usually, one will feel the effects of bananidine after smoking 3 or 4 cigarettes. Okay, if you say so, man. Powell himself would convert to Anglicanism in 1976 and disavowed his anarchist ways. He wanted his book to be put out of circulation, but the book's copyright belonged to the publishing company Lyle Stewart Inc., which kept it in circulation until the company was acquired in 1991. The Anarchist Cookbook is legal to purchase to this day in the United States, but illegal in Australia and the United Kingdom. In fact, pretty recently, in 2021, Cambridge student Ben John was given a 2-year suspended sentence, which was later upgraded to 2 years in prison after a copy of the Anarchist Cookbook, alongside other extremist material, was found on his computer hard drive. As for Eric Harris, his copy of the cookbook was found in his bedroom along with his Writings of God journal and other planning materials, so he apparently had the real thing and not just an internet download. You can see a bit of a similarity between Harris's attitudes and those expressed in the book. Powell states at the end of the book, quote, allow the fear and loneliness and hatred to build inside you rather than diminish with time. Allow your passions to fertilize the seeds of constructive revolution. Allow your love of freedom to overcome the false values placed on human life. For the only method to communicate with the enemy is to speak on his own level using his own terms. Freedom is based on respect, and respect must be earned by the spilling of blood. In the Basement Tapes, Harris asks Klebold for, quote, more rage, keep building it on, and claims that the two will kickstart a revolution. They frame a lot of the massacre as a two-man war against everyone else. In his journal, Harris acknowledges that there are probably about 100 people max in the school alone who I don't want to die. He later cuts this number down to 10, but pretty much takes the attitude that war is war, and you have to accept there will be casualties. To be fair though, this kind of attitude is kind of human default code at this point. It's not just radicals who say war is war and some might have to die. So do supposedly respected politicians and world leaders. So, I mean, the concept isn't exactly unique to the anarchist cookbook. Klebold and Harris were gay. As I mentioned in the first iceberg, Harris and Klebold were rumored to be or teased about being gay since they became friends in high school. Not a particularly unusual thing for any two guys who spend a lot of time together. Even nowadays, or especially nowadays, just look at what happens with any fictional pair of friends. But obviously, in Klebold and Harris's time and place, the teasing and rumors would be considerably more mean-spirited, basically just an insult. There was also the fact that Klebold and Harris ran with the Trenchcoat Mafia, whose male members were infamous around the school for supposedly being, quote, bisexual and proud, and making out with each other in front of students. In the words of then football linebacker Evan Todd, quote, Columbine is a clean, good place except for those rejects. Most kids didn't want them there. They were into witchcraft, they were into voodoo dolls. Sure, we tease them, but what do you expect with kids who come to school with weird hairdos and horns on their hats? It's not just jocks, the whole school's disgusted with them. They're a bunch of homos grabbing each other's private parts. If you want to get rid of someone, usually you tease them. So the whole school would call them homos, and when they did something sick, we'd tell them, you're sick, and that's wrong. End quote. After the massacre, the gay rumors got even bigger. Harris and Klebold had infamously patterned their attack after the film Natural Born Killers, which features a homicidal pair of lovers, Mickey and Mallory. Dying by mutual suicide is also often associated with romance due to its amusingly high prevalence in classical literature. These rumors were so prevalent, tabloids such as the National Enquirer ran cover stories with titles like The Gay Secret That Made Them Kill, which claimed, quote, they were sitting in the library when a group of girls was snickering at the table next to them, and Eric finally asked what they were laughing at. One of them told him, you guys look alike, talk alike, and are always together. We just want to know when you're getting married. A look of rage came over Eric's face and he made a fist at the girls. Shut up, he shouted. Dylan got up and screamed, you're all so stupid. Everyone in this school is stupid. You better watch it. They both stormed out of the library, kicking chairs as they went. Boss! Dave Cullen penned an article, The Rumors That Just Won't Go Away, 4 days after the massacre, where Klebold and Harris's classmates and former friends seemed disgusted and almost offended by the rumors. Quote, it's the stupidest thing I ever heard, said senior Melissa Snow, who had known Klebold since middle school but only had limited contact with him this year, since he joined the Trenchcoat Mafia. Several students expressed anger at the jocks for spreading rumors to defame the two in death with the same slurs that dogged them through life. Dustin Gorton, a good friend of Harris and Klebold, was particularly outraged. I think it'd be really funny if you try to tell their girlfriends that they were gay, he said. Gorton, a brawny 6-foot senior dressed in camouflage pants, said prom pictures had been taken with Harris and Klebold and their girlfriends, but hadn't been developed. He promised that the media would never see the pictures or find the two young women. Spoilers, they did. You're never going to get those names. The girlfriends are so far hidden and they're so screwed up right now, he said. Gorton described himself as a, quote, non-traditional jock who played Doom on the internet with the two killers as well as baseball with a team outside the school. He said he was not a member of the Trenchcoat Mafia, end quote. Then, of course, there was the religious and anti-gay brigade coming in full force. According to an article in the Village Voice, Reverend Jerry Falwell, an American Southern Baptist pastor who was infamous for claiming the Teletubbies character Tinky Winky was a damaging role model of the gay lifestyle for children, said that Klebold and Harris were gay on a radio station, and, quote, followers of another anti-gay divine, the Reverend Fred Phelps, picketed Littleton memorials with signs that claimed killed them, end quote. According to an article from In These Times, quote, the Westboro Baptist Church in Topeka, Kansas, sent out a media alert saying, quote, 2 filthy slaughtered 13 people at Columbine High, end quote. And it just goes on and on and on. According to an article from The Guide, published June 1999, quote, a gay angle surfaced almost as soon as the shootings hit the news, with rumors circulating that the boys with the bombs and guns were, variously, certainly gay, absolutely heterosexual, or self-avowed bisexuals, but almost everyone at Columbine High agreed they had been taunted as queer. The two homosexual boys came to school Tuesday in fatigues, pipe bombs strapped to their chests and shotguns under their long black coats, with one thing on their minds: to kill students who refuse to accept their perversions, declares a website, www.thundernet.com, amidst pages promoting skepticism about the Holocaust. More PR savvy, the Christian Right Family Research Council declared simply that the mainstream media were deliberately underplaying the killer's homosexuality from deference to the gay lobby. Many gay public relations experts thought it best to downplay Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold's possible homosexuality. "We have to take a very cautious approach," Ben Stilp of the Gay and Lesbian Alliance Against Defamation told Boston's Bay Windows. "Ultimately, the kind of story that could get out there is that gay and lesbian youth in high school can be confused and prone to violence." Fearing violence, the local sheriff reportedly told staffers at Equity, Colorado to lay low and not respond to rumors. Others tread boldly out on the limb glad spinmeisters feared could break. Campus jocks remember calling Eric and Dylan homo and queer because they showered together or were seen holding hands, noted a press release from the Metropolitan Community Church. The bullies and jocks who survived the Columbine massacre will always wonder if their violent words pushed Eric and Dylan to this violent act. The MCC statement continued, ignoring how random a swathe the killers cut through Columbine's student body. End quote. Matt Drudge, a journalist known for spreading scandals, published Columbine High School, The Gay Alamo, which allegedly contained online posts and messages by a gay man. Those later suspected Drudge wrote them himself. The post reads, "Columbine High School is a prime example of what happens when you push gay people too far. Now don't you all feel stupid that this could have been prevented by including gay themes in RPGs? This might as well turn into the Gay Alamo. Hot kisses, Queen Jeff." Queen Jeff also supposedly wrote, "Greetings, gay bikers. Today, a bunch of our fellow homosexuals at Columbine High School in Denver, Colorado, known as the Trenchcoat Mafia, decided that they had taken enough crap from the straight community that had been abusing them and have decided to take matters into their own hands. We should all applaud their bravery and hope that they can hold out as long as possible in their fight for gay people everywhere. We can only hope that they can turn this into the Gay Alamo and hold out for 13 days of glory. If they can hold out for 2 days, I think gay bikers everywhere should consider riding into Denver as a relief force to fight alongside them. We need to show solidarity." Anyway, there were also a lot of gay jokes about the two. You can still find them around today if you look in the YouTube comment sections, for example, but the earliest come just days or months after the massacre. For example, on the Tasteless Jokes group on Google, back in October '99, there's this joke. Moments after Eric Harris pulled the trigger for the last time, he found himself in a black sandstorm, parched dunes melting with a sky dark save for bursts of stinging fire. Before him stood a fallen angel, who laughed at him and told him that in this waterless place he must stagger forever, exhausted amid the darkness and the burning sands and the flame. A look of incomprehension on his face, Eric looked at the black angel and asked him, "But why? Why this?" To which the grim angel replied, "You slept with Dylan." I'll be getting more into these massacre jokes later, but if anyone tries to tell you that your generation has a problem with not taking tragedy seriously because you make memes, just know it's bullshit, because jokes about tragedy have been literally going on for ages. Some of these guys over on Tasteless Jokes couldn't even wait a week. Anyway, Klebold in particular is often facetiously stated to be a little AC/DC. Because he's frequently considered the follower of Harris, many joke that he was, metaphorically, if not literally, letting himself get bent over and fucked. Then there's a statement in the 11K from freelance journalist Mike Connors, who claimed to the police that he'd come across Klebold's profile on AOL. He claimed the profile was disturbing and, quote, read in part that Klebold was a student at Columbine High School, he hated jocks, and that he was either anti-religion or anti-Christian. Connors couldn't remember which. The personal quote read that he wanted to kill students at his high school. Connors further claimed that Klebold, quote, referred to Eric Harris by name and told Connors that he and Harris were lovers. Amazingly enough, Klebold supposedly wanted to call Connors on the phone that same afternoon, and he, quote, spoke a lot about his relationship with Eric Harris. Klebold described himself as bisexual. But the conversation went downhill when Klebold asked Connors if he was a Christian. When Connors said yes, Klebold got pissed and said that Christians were stupid and had bullied him at his high school. He then said that he admired Hitler. After all this, Klebold stunningly wanted to meet Connors in person, but Connors said no. Connors believed that Klebold was gay and was hitting on him. Some researchers disregard this information as likely fake, while others, such as Ralph Larkin, source it in their books. Personally, I doubt the story. It all just seems like a bit of a stretch to me. And interestingly, Klebold never even had a real AOL account, which you had to pay for. As I mentioned in the first iceberg, he generated fake accounts through AOL, which came with their own fake credit card numbers. Each account would last 2 or 3 weeks until AOL would try to charge the fake credit card and realize it didn't exist. Very different times. Nowadays they would charge you first, and if the fact that he used AOL didn't tell you already, Klebold did not take AOL seriously, and was mainly just trolling, and like most trolls, he eventually got booted off the site for disruptive behavior. He did allegedly have one profile associated with his name, likely again not a real account, but an account he hijacked under the URL Wormhole. But it doesn't contain anything disturbing, as Connors claimed, except the quote 420, and even that's in hindsight. Some also think it was weird and suspicious that Klebold erased his entire hard drive around the night before the massacre. An article from In These Times claims, "It is fascinating that although he made the famous tell-all videotape, Klebold still took the time to erase his computer's hard drive immediately before the assault on Columbine. Leaving nothing to chance, the technologically sophisticated boy obliterated all traces of these files. In view of everything he told on the tape, what could he have been trying so meticulously to hide?" And apparently, Klebold even went to a teacher for help about gay slurs getting thrown at him. According to the article Violent Reaction, quote, "In 1999, at the time of the shootings, Columbine High School had no services geared towards gay youth and had never had an openly gay student. Arisha LaFrance, a Mennonite youth worker in Littleton, says that one lesbian student told her she had been in class with Klebold when he protested to the teacher that another student had called him a fag, and the teacher replied, 'But you are, aren't you?' End quote. And traveling even further down this rabbit hole, where, in an article called Homosexuality and the Massacre, Bill Andriette describes the friendship of Harris and Klebold as follows.
Like a wick in gasoline, their relationship was soaked with homoeroticism. The theme of braving death together in battle runs through the literature of queer love from Achilles and Patroclus to the Shropshire lad. In his diary, one of the two spun out a fantasy of living on an island alone with the other. Time magazine dubs them the monsters next door, but 17-year-old Harris gazes off the cover friendly and fey. His pal, 18-year-old Klebold, looking like an Eagle Scout caught in a goofy grin. When we read Shakespeare, a girl in Klebold's English class told the Denver Post, he would always get the hidden meaning. The Nazi rhetoric the two clumsily embraced makes less sense as a political program. Klebold's grandfather was Jewish and African Americans had counted among their friends, than for fascism's iconics of heightened masculinity, its promise of blood bond among the chosen cemented by hate for those outside, whether they had girlfriends or not. Harris and Klebold shared a pact unto death that, if twisted horribly, also was romantic.
Now zooming back out into reality for a minute, like most kids their age, Klebold and Harris had their little crushes and whatnot, but they were all with girls. Klebold had his laundry list of redacted girls he liked, most famously his so-called soulmate who, by his own admission, did not seem to even know he existed. And unlike Klebold, Harris did not erase his hard drive, and police retrieved AOL chats he'd had with a girl, which were slightly romantic in nature. And not to get too derailed, but these chats are a cross between like really innocent and mundane and fucking weird at the same time, probably due to hindsight bias or something. This, for instance, is pretty weird. If everyone was dead except say 4 or 5 of us, would you want to build up a new human race or eventually let us go extinct? I think I would want us to go extinct, but it would be inevitable that people would have sex. True, maybe if we were all sterile. It just is inevitable, hee hee. Yeah, smoking seeds makes you sterile, and I think all stupids should be sterile anyway. Yeah, in our dreams. It would be great if we were that lucky. I don't think I would want to bring a child into this world. And then a load of the conversations are just really mundane. What do you really want to do then? Well, what I really want to do is go on a nice long vacation with someone for a few months. Maybe Costa Rica or something. Even a nice long road trip. But I just want to leave Denver and all the damn people for a while. Kind of take a break, you know? I suggest you do that then. And later, Harris throws in this amusingly innocent kind of romantic line. What do you think about when you look at the sky at night, when there's no clouds, and you can see all the stars? I'm not sure if I should answer that. What do you mean? I'm sorry if I said something wrong. Forget I ever asked it. It's just that my mom keeps walking in here, and I feel kind of weird when she sits next to me to talk if I'm typing stuff like that. Oh yeah, I know how you feel. My mom does that too. My dad is out of town. I think she's lonely. That's so sad. So I didn't offend or scare or anger you, did I? No, not at all. Nah, I don't know. There might be some kind of context I'm missing, but since Wen is talking about the moon and stars so raunchy, you can't do it when your mom is in the room. That's just hilarious to me. As nice as Harris was to that girl, who was one of his co-workers, in his journals, his fantasies are almost cartoonishly explicit, including the pair fantasies I mentioned in the second iceberg. Quote, the smooth legs, the large breasts, the innocent, flawless body, the eyes, the hair, jet black, blonde, white, brown. I just wanna fuck. Call it teenager hormones or call it a crazy fucking racist rapist. It's all the same to me. And this is so quickly followed by a different hyper-violent fantasy about torturing a freshman that some authors seem to have confused the two as one. Harris mentions watching a 9 Inch Nails video, Broken or Closer or something, the one where the guy is kidnapped and tortured like hell. Actual hell. I want to do that too. I want to tear a throat out with my own teeth like a pop can. I want to grab some weak little freshmen and just tear them apart like a wolf, show them who is God, strangle them, squish their head, bite their temples in the skull, rip off their jaw, rip off their collarbones, break their arms in half and twist them around. The lovely sounds of bones cracking, flesh ripping. So much to do and so little chances. Anyway, zooming back out into reality again, another thing is that Klebold and Harris themselves were casually homophobic, which was fairly average at the time, and especially in a small conservative town like Littleton. In what was kind of casual lexicon at the time, they wrote f***ing gay to describe things they hated or thought were stupid. Harris in particular, though, was kind of extreme in his views, writing in his journal, gays, well, all gays should be killed. Without questions, lesbians are fun to watch if they are hot, but still, it's not human. It's a fucking disease. You don't see bulls or roosters trying to fuck, do you? No, I didn't think so. Anyway, long story short, I don't think they were having a gay old time. There's not really that much evidence for it. Most of the rumors were just kind of bizarre, quite frankly, and some of them had pretty ridiculous ulterior motives behind them. But there you go. Klebold's car bomb diversion devices. There were, according to Jeff Coe's written reports, numerous types of improvised explosive devices found around the school. There were 30 exploded devices and 46 unexploded devices at Columbine. 1 unexploded device in Harris's car, 12 unexploded devices in Klebold's car, including explosive devices for a car bomb. At Klebold's house, there were 6 unexploded devices, and at Harris's house, there were 2. Overall, the perpetrators had a total of 99 explosive devices between the school, their homes, and their vehicles. In Klebold's vehicle, the bomb squad from the Arapahoe Sheriff's Office found a pipe bomb attached to a 20-pound propane cylinder and a clock. As they lowered it down into a trailer for safe disposal, a striking match attached to the pipe bomb brushed against the trailer wall, and the bomb exploded in the trailer. No one was hurt, and no other bombs fully detonated. Klebold and Harris's original plan, of course, was to have the massacre be a bombing. They would wait outside the school while the bombs they planted inside detonated, and then murder the remaining students and staff en masse as they fled from the building. Kind of like a sniper/terrorist attack. They had placed two 20-pound propane tank bombs in the school cafeteria, and the official Jeffco report suggests that if the bombs had indeed detonated as planned, most of the students in the cafeteria would have been injured and or killed. It's also likely there would have been structural damage and partial collapse of the cafeteria. The library could have even collapsed from above. Two backpacks containing pipe bombs, aerosol canisters, and small propane tanks were placed in a field 3 miles southwest of Columbine on the east side of Wadsworth Boulevard between Kent Carroll and Chatfield Avenues. Only one of these detonated, and the explosion set the grass on fire, drawing the attention of law enforcement at 11:21 a.m. As it turned out, these were timed bombs designed to divert law enforcement's attention away from the much more serious attack due to occur at the school. And in fact, the bomb explosion was one of many reasons it took law enforcement so long to enter the school. They weren't sure how loaded with explosives the school grounds would be. An interesting thing about Harris and Klebold's original bomb plan is how little time they would actually have between planting the bombs and exiting the building. Harris made a map detailing the school's cafeteria schedule and how many students would be there at various times during the morning. He notes that around 11:08, a steady trickle of students begins, and by 11:10, there are heavy additions. By 11:11, lines start. He determines that by 11:15, the cafeteria is at max capacity with 500 plus students. Klebold wrote directions stating, "Walk in, set bombs at 11:09 for 11:17, leave." This leaves a very narrow window of less than 10 minutes for the two to vacate the premises before the bombs ignite. According to what Jeffco observed on the school's closed-circuit security cam, Klebold and Harris set the bombs even later than planned. Ultimately, the bombs would be set next to two separate cafeteria tables, but they were not there even at 11:14, according to the CCTV. Since the bombs were timed to go off at 11:17, this means Klebold and Harris had less than 3 minutes to plant the bombs and hightail it out of there. The actual moment they put down the bomb-laden duffel bags is not captured on tape, since it was during the 8 minutes it took the janitor to switch tapes on the security cam. Today is not a good day to be here. The Rebel News Network was in charge of airing a slogan/message of the day for the school, and on April 20th, 1999, the message was supposedly something along the lines of, "Today is not a good day to be here," which is a coincidence and a half in retrospect. The message was chosen by Eric Vake, a friend of Klebold and Harris, who was also involved with some of their films. Initially, the phrase was going to be, "Quit your bitching," which, interestingly, is a quote Harris allegedly said to Casey Ruegsiger after shooting her. According to one of Vake's interviews in the 11K, it was senior James Davis who came up with the "quit your bitching" idea for the phrase of the day, and when Vake expressed concerns about it breaking the rules, Davis didn't really care, as he was graduating in 2 weeks anyway. Vake decided to change it to something more appropriate regardless. But in Davis's 11K interview, he stated he was unaware of what the phrase of the day was, and in a later police interview, Vake stated he didn't know who came up with the original phrase "quit your bitching." Quote, he stated that the phrase was initially something like, "Quit your bitchin'." Vake could not remember who came up with the original phrase. Vake stated he changed the phrase of the day because he did not feel the original phrase was appropriate. Vake made the phrase, "How can you expect us to stay in school on a day like today?" Vake actually typed in the phrase to the graphics generator and stated that he often cleaned up the phrases, end quote. Vake additionally stated he chose this phrase because, quote, "the weather had been bad for some time and was expected to be very nice." You might be thinking, didn't you say earlier the phrase was, "Today is not a good day to be here"? Well, despite Vake himself saying the phrase was different, "Today is not a good day to be here" is how a lot of students in the 11K recalled the phrase's sentiment. Here's just a few examples. Mark Kentkin, Jr., said the message was, "Today is not a good day to be here." Casey Ruegsiger, Jr., was told by another student that the message said, "Today's a bad day to be here." Dan Steepleson, student, heard from another student that the message said something along the lines of, "You don't want to be here." Michael Johnson, sophomore, heard that Harris or Klebold arranged for the message to say, "Don't you wish you weren't here today?" Ryan Barrett, sophomore, stated that the message was something along the lines of, "Not going to be a good day." Quentin Brown, student, stated the message was, "What a horrible day to come to school." Some students remembered the phrase as specifically mentioning 420. To list a few, Kimberly Moorbrocker, student, stated the message was, "420, you would rather not be here today." Kimberly Lorenz, student, stated the message was, "420, wish you weren't here." Carrie Preziosi, student, said the message of the day was, "You don't want to be here today, 420, 99. Candace Cushman, student, announcement was, "Wish you weren't here, 420. Adam Sands, sophomore, thought the thought of the day was, "I bet you wish you weren't here today, 420, 420. But there were some students and staff who remembered the phrase as saying what Vake intended. Sean Nossman, sophomore, said the phrase said something to the effect of, "Why would anyone be in school today?" Jennifer Tyndall, student, thought the thought of the day said something to the effect of, "You shouldn't be inside here today. It's nice outside." Chris Mosier, teacher, heard the morning announcement said something to the effect of, "How can you expect us to be in school today?" Mr. Harris's journal. Not only did Eric Harris keep a journal, so did Wayne Harris, his father. The notepad is simply titled Eric and contains small notes about Eric's misbehaviors. For example, there is an entry about the incident where Eric fought with Brooks Brown, and Brown's family alleged that Eric damaged their property. It reads, "Believing Eric or wife. In her face, damage not there yesterday. Short wasn't there before January 2nd. Yelling, yanking on car door. 4th hour, Eric talking 3 other kids. Husband talked to Dean. Being little bully. Zach's parents incident. 3 pushes, yelling, cracking windshield. Aggression, disrespect, idle threats of physical harm, property damage, overreaction to minor incident." Another entry is about how Mr. Harris found Eric's secret alcohol stash. Alcohol, denial, very concerned about alcohol acquisitions, would get police involved if necessary. Denial of knowledge about alcohol subject between he and me. Didn't know what Mr. Place was talking about. In another entry, Mr. Harris appears to get to the bottom of the Brooks/Eric feud and believes Eric is largely innocent, concluding that Brooks is, quote, "manipulative and con artist." Talk directly to Brooks Brown. We feel victimized too. Brooks Brown is out to get Eric. Suggestions? Talk with Brown's third party, Dean of Students. We don't want to be accused every time something supposedly happens. Eric is not at fault. Brooks Brown had problems with other boys, manipulative and con artist, end quote. He considers retaining a lawyer if things escalate further, quote, "If future problems, mediator, lawyer, arbitrator, mediation services through Jeffco County." Later on in the journal, Mr. Harris jots down notes about Eric's arrest for breaking into a van with Klebold and writes down the numbers of therapists and counselors for Eric. He writes, quote, "See psychologist for evaluation, see what's going on, determine treatment. He's concerned about the price of a psychologist who's not covered under his health care, and notes, I should call back to notify going with another doctor." There's also a second journal, or second section of this journal, which is dedicated to Mr. Harris's older son, Kevin Harris. It's only about 2 pages long, but one interesting thing about it is that while Kevin seemed to have way less drama going on with him than Eric, the issues his father did write about were fairly similar to some of Eric's, to the point where sometimes I've seen the journals get confused. Brenda Parker, Brenda Parker is a weirdo who claimed to police that she dated Eric Harris, and from there, police discovered that she had posted on an online message board that she was supposed to have been the third shooter in the massacre. In her first interview with the police, Parker claimed she was shopping with a friend at a Denver mall when she met Harris and Klebold for the first time. According to her, quote, she was shopping with a girlfriend, and Harris and Klebold started following them around. Parker stated she and her girlfriend went into a female clothing store, and Harris and Klebold followed them inside. She stated they all began to talk, and she agreed to meet Harris at 88th and Wadsworth Boulevard the following day. Parker claimed that she and Harris talked on the phone daily and would, quote, go cruising in her Mustang. She stated Klebold was with Harris most of the time she was with him. Parker stated they would just drive around and talk about racing cars and where they worked. Parker also claimed that, quote, they never mentioned weapons, drugs, or any type of destructive activity. She stated that she was really into racing her car, and that was all they ever talked about, end quote. Remember that. It's an important thing to keep in mind for later. Parker said she and Harris were just friends. She stated they were never really serious. He was just fun to be with. Parker stated she and Harris had intimate relations on 2 separate occasions. She stated she did not remember any scars or birthmarks on him because it was dark when they were together. Parker stated they were talking in the fall of 1998, and then she found out he was only 17 years old. She stated she felt he was too young, and she was shocked. Parker stated that after she found out he was 17, they sort of grew apart and did not hang out anymore. Parker stated she called him on the phone in January or February of 1999 to see how he was doing. She stated he seemed very different and was not friendly like he was before. She stated he was quiet, but he made no mention of weapons, drugs, or any type of destructive plan. End quote. Later, on July 16, 1999, Parker called the reporting agent who contacted her for the first interview, claiming that she had a photo of Harris and a recorded message from him. But when the photo was reviewed by lead investigator on the Columbine case, Kate Batten, it couldn't be identified as being a photo of anyone related to the case. As for the voice on the recording, it, quote, didn't sound like other known Harris recordings, end quote. Still later, on September 7th, 1999, the FBI identified Parker as making statements on the internet connecting herself to the Columbine shooting. As it turned out, Parker was internet friends with a woman named Catherine, who had created a website called A Memorial, Tears for Eric and Dylan. When asked if she ever discussed the shooting with people on the internet, Parker initially claimed, quote, people she meets on the internet always want to ask her questions about Harris and Klebold. She stated she tells people what kind of people they were and how bad she feels about the incident, but that is really all she has ever talked about. When Parker was asked if she knew anything about the shooting, she claimed she didn't have any prior knowledge and only heard about it from the news. She was then confronted with one of her online messages, quote, okay, well I see that I can't trust anyone in this club, so I took my pics and saying I am outta here. P.S. Whoever copied the pics like I said not to, I will find out who you are and you better watch your back. Oh God, why didn't I just go along with the plan? I could be with them right now, but no, I was chicken shit and now I have to be stuck here all by myself with pathetic little stupid heads. Well, not anymore. I guess I will do what I should have done on 420. Boom. No more pain. Parker read the internet message and stated she remembered writing part of it, but stated that someone must have added the last part. She stated anyone in the club could have added the last part. Parker was then given the entire conversation between herself, Vodka Reb, and Catherine, whose screen name was Boston Bitch. She first claimed she was describing a dream she'd had, but the investigator and reporting agent didn't buy this, stating it sounded more like a discussion between two people than a description of a dream she had. After some discussion, Parker finally admitted she did in fact write it, but also admitted that what she wrote was a lie and that she hadn't known anything about the shooting beforehand. In fact, she went as far as to say everything she told Catherine was nothing but lies. She said she had no intentions of causing harm to herself or anyone else. She said, quote, "She has no life and spends way too much time on the internet." I mean, at least she was self-aware. Parker was counseled about the seriousness of claiming to participate in the shooting when indeed that did not occur. She stated it was stupid of her to write that type of stuff and stated it would not happen again. The reporting agent and investigator concluded the interview and left the residence. This is the kind of absolute madness you can't invent. This woman was 24 years old, working and everything, making up lies about aiding two teenagers in a high school shooting, and for reasons only she knows, adding in unnecessary details about dating one of them and committing statutory. At some point, the jokes just write themselves. Klebold's A Short Story refers to a short story Klebold turned into school a few months before the massacre in February or March of 1999. The story is about a 6'4" left-handed dude in a black trench coat killing a bunch of college preps in a bar. Klebold himself is in the story as narrator, watching this guy in awe and in the end, through no endeavor of his own, coming to understand the man's actions. The story could be considered weird for a lot of reasons. It's a bit violent for a school assignment, and the narrator idolizes the killer, which is also kind of weird, especially for a school assignment. But what stands out here in particular is that the murderer himself is described as looking a lot like Klebold, if you discount the well-built part. The story's disturbing nature was not lost on Klebold's English teacher, Judith Kelly, who wrote, quote, "I'd like to talk to you about your story before I give you a grade. You are an excellent writer/storyteller, but I have some problems with this." As Kelly recollects in a BuzzFeed, article, when I did speak to Dylan about the nature and tone of his appalling story, the tall, lanky young man shrugged his shoulders and told me, "It's just a story." But it wasn't just a story to me. I took Klebold's counselor a copy of the story and spoke of my concerns. He later brought Dylan in for an assessment, and they talked, and he left the meeting thinking Dylan had plans to go to college. Back then, there was no roadmap of what to do in these situations. Kelly also brought her concerns to Klebold's parents, who, according to Kelly's statements in the 11K, didn't seem too concerned. Quote, "They did not seem worried and made a comment about trying to understand kids today." End quote. Sue Klebold echoes this in her memoir, A Mother's Reckoning, though she claims the teacher merely called the story shocking and didn't tell her or Klebold's father what the story was actually about. Quote, "She told us Dylan had turned in a disturbing paper. Tom remembers the word she used as shocking because he wondered if it was a reference to sexual content. We asked for details, but she only said the paper contained dark themes and some bad language. To illustrate the inappropriateness of Dylan's composition, she told us about a paper Eric had written from the first-person perspective of a bullet being shot from a gun. Eric's story, she told us, could have been violent, but when it was read aloud, the class was amused. Dylan's story, on the other hand, was dark. It had no humor in it at all. During our conference, Tom asked, "Is this something we should be concerned about?" Dylan's teacher said she thought it was under control. She had asked Dylan to do a rewrite and planned to show the original to Dylan's guidance counselor. Since I never wanted to leave a meeting without an action plan, I asked, "So one of you will call us if you think this is a problem?" She confirmed they would. She did show the paper to Dylan's counselor, who chided him about the language. I had the opportunity to meet with the counselor after the tragedy. He was understandably stricken by his failure to recognize an incipient threat. The professionals I've spoken with are divided on whether Dylan's paper, and possibly Eric's, would today qualify him for a screening in a public school system with a threat assessment protocol. It's entirely possible that both would have gone unremarked. Teenage boys often write disturbingly about guns and violence. True threat assessment, though, is all about assembling disparate clues to arrive at a full picture, and it's likely that Dylan's arrest, his suspension in junior year, and the disturbing paper would together have added up to a red flag. We did not perceive the paper to be a red flag, though, and the events of the rest of the night contributed to diminish the relative importance of it. Since no one else was waiting to talk to the English teacher, we continued to visit with her. I mentioned a presentation I'd seen about the differences between Generations X and Y children. We chatted about the district's language arts curriculum and one of the required reading books, A Prayer for Owen Meany. We were all roughly the same age, and the three of us mused about what it had been like to be young during the Vietnam War. This prompted Dylan's teacher to share a story. She'd brought a folk record from the 60s, Four Strong Winds, into class. The song featured the hardships faced by migrant farm workers, and it had always made her cry, but her students had laughed when she played it. Tom and I leaned forward with concern. Did Dylan laugh too? She told us he had. I was bitterly disappointed. He often watched classic movies with us, and I would have expected better. Tom and I apologized for the insensitivity of our son and his classmates, and the three of us commiserated over the youth of today, like old-timers sitting on a park bench. We shook hands warmly when we parted. It was Dylan's reaction to the song, not the paper, that Tom and I talked about on the way home. I hated that he'd laughed when his teacher shared a piece of art that moved her. End quote. Kelly disputes this version of events, stating, Mrs. Klebold has endured the unendurable, and it was hard not to sympathize with the mother in her grief, but I was unprepared to read her version of our meeting, published in O magazine in 2009, a decade after the shootings. She wrote that at the parent-teacher conference, I never described the contents of the story that had shaken me so badly, only calling them disturbing. In this version, Dylan's mother claims to have asked for a copy, but never received one. I was astonished. I'd had a problem from the moment I read the story, and had given the story to the counselor immediately, certainly before the three of us ever sat down to talk. I would also have made sure to provide them a copy had they asked. I was astonished all over again when Mrs. Klebold then came out with an expanded set of claims in a 2016 memoir, Her Mother's Reckoning. Dylan's mother now recalls that she and her husband had only asked for details of the story rather than for the story itself. She claims I called the paper shocking, but refrained from going any further, saying only that the paper contained dark themes and some bad language. She writes that instead of providing any details, I made the bizarre choice of explaining what is appropriate and what isn't in a short story, of explaining what was so wrong with the content of Dylan's work by describing the content of an entirely different work by an entirely different student, Eric Harris. I would never have conversed with a parent about another student's writing in that manner simply as a matter of ethics. A Mother's Reckoning goes on to suggest that the Klebolds asked me if they should have been concerned, and claims I said I thought it was under control, that I'd asked Dylan for a rewrite, and planned to show the original to Dylan's guidance counselor, again contradicting what both I and the guidance counselor attested earlier to having happened. The book claims I promised to call if I thought the story was a problem, even though I thought so and said so from the beginning. By Mrs. Klebold's own accounting, I had already told them as much. All these years, I have remained silent but deeply hurt. I have no reason to be anything but candid, and some of the more benign moments in Mrs. Klebold's recounting did happen. At conferences, I spoke with the couple about a novel I had taught their son, John Irving's A Prayer for Owen Meany, a book I love, and one of the most important I've ever taught. In it, Irving writes, if you care about something, you have to protect it. Now, on the 20th anniversary of the Columbine tragedy, I write this remembrance because I care about and must protect my truth, both for myself and for the historical record, as we as a country continue to grapple with how to prevent the proliferation of these horrible shootings. End quote. Kelly's version of events stated in the article is corroborated by her police interview. Library CCTV footage refers to the myth/theory that there is security cam footage of the library during the shooting. As far as I'm aware, no such footage exists, though there are pictures and video of the library after the incident. Unreleased CCTV footage refers to a similar theory that there is more footage from the security cameras during the massacre that is yet to be released. Currently, there's an approximately 3-hour-long video of CCTV footage from the cafeteria and surrounding areas capturing the time period before, during, and after the shooting. Bomb CCTV footage. According to contemporary police statements at the time, Harris and Klebold were not captured placing down their bomb-laden duffel bags because the janitor switched tapes during that period. However, some point out that Harris and Klebold are in fact seen planting the bombs here. Snapple bottle Molotov cocktails. Harris and Klebold threw a few Molotov cocktails in the school to attempt to get their shitty pipe bombs to detonate. 2 in what looks to be Snapple bottles were found in Klebold's car after the shooting. I was Mr. Cutter tonight refers to a phrase Klebold wrote in a journal entry dated April 15th, 1997. In full, he writes, "I was Mr. Cutter tonight. I have 11 depressioners on my right hand now, and my favorite contrasting symbol, because it is so true and means so much." Depressioners might refer to the word depression as in sunken areas of land, which is kind of what your hand looks like after you cut it enough times. There's a drawing in Klebold's day planner that resembles what he may have cut into his hand. 5 coffins refers to a drawing in Klebold's journal of a wheelbarrow containing 5 coffins. He is confirmed to have killed 5 students in the massacre.